Assalamualaikum and good morning. Before we begin the session, I would like to get your response on the quality of the visual and audio. Please respond and let me know if there are any problems or noises. To all speakers and audience, I would like to remind you to kindly mute your microphone during our session. For your information, the opening ceremony for this conference will be streamed live via Pusat Asasi UiTM's YouTube channel, and we will also be having both the Science and Technology and Social Sciences sessions via the same channel. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Dato' Dr. Hajah Roziah Muhammad Jano, Vice Chancellor, Universiti Teknologi Mara, UiTM Malaysia. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Insinyur Dr. Ahmad Farid Abidin, Director of Center of Foundation Studies, Universiti Teknologi Mara, UiTM Malaysia. Honorable Plenary Speakers, the Conference Local Chair, our invited speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, it is time to sing the national anthem Negaraku and Wawasan Setia Warga UiTM.
Bersatu kita warga UiTM, kita bangsa perkasa, taat dan setiaku untuk negara, penuh semangat wajar. Kita jangan mudah terlupa pengorbanan perjuangan anak bangsa. Kita jangan mudah terleka kemajuan keamanan yang ada. Kita
First of all, it is my pleasure to be the MC for the I-CReST Virtual Conference 2023. My name is Dr. Muhammad Izzat bin Rahim from the Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara, UiTM, Malaysia. On behalf of the organizers, we wish to extend our warm welcome. Selamat datang. And thank you to all foreign and local participants, guests of honor, and representatives to the 4th I-CReST Virtual Conference 2023, organized by the Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara, UiTM, Dengkil Campus, Selangor, Malaysia. To seek blessings for our event today, I would like to invite Al-Fadil Ustaz Ahmad Jamil bin Ja'far to lead the dua recitation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wal'aqibatu lil muttaqin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Alhamdulillah. Indeed, all praises is due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We praise Him and seek His help and forgiveness on this blessed day in conjunction with I-CReST 2023. We seek your blessings for a flawless progress of this event from the beginning till the end. We also ask you for the safety of our religion and the well-being of our lives. Ya Allah, Ya Munzil al-Rahmah, wa Ya Fatih al-Barakat, we humbly ask you to shower our speakers and participants of your greatest inspiration so that they may share the most of their knowledge, heart and soul to their research and practices. May we also absorb the precious knowledge and put it into practice what we may learn today. Kindly give us toughness and courage to face all the struggles and gain a wide range of knowledge. Ya Allah, Ya Kareem, we pray that you bless all the committees in charge, that they may be able to execute their tasks responsibly, that the objective they have set may all be achieved. Ya Allah, do bless our meeting and gathering, and do prevent us from harm and unfortunate events. Allahumma ja'al jama'ana hadha jama'an marhuma, wa tafarruqna min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. Rabbana alayka tawakkalna, wa ilayka anabna, wa ilayka al-masir. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah, wa fil akhirati hasanah, وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين تقبل الله منا ومنكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Ustaz Ahmad Jamil. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's conference is Leveraging Technological Advances and Multidisciplinary Research for a Sustainable Future in Education. This international conference aims to provide opportunities for researchers and scholars across the globe to present their research work and findings with common enthusiasm, ultimately boosting the possibilities for impactful academic sharing and networking. For your information, today we have 235 participants as well as industrial experts and professionals joining this conference. All participants have come together to discuss various contributions to science, technology, and social sciences. We hope these valuable contributions in this one day of conference will be beneficial to both academia and the industry. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to begin, I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia, Professor Insinyur Dr. Ahmad Farid Abidin, Director of Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara, UiTM Malaysia, to deliver his welcoming speech and to officiate this conference. Please welcome Professor Insinyur Dr. Ahmad Farid Abidin.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you MC Dr. Muhammad Izzat. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Hajah Roziah Muhammad Jano, Vice Chancellor Universiti Teknologi Mara UiTM Malaysia, Honorable Speakers and I-CReST 2023 participants, generous sponsors, diligent presenters, honorable judges and distinguished guests. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. Alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah the Almighty with His continuous grace and mercy that we are able to gather here for the opening ceremony of the International Conference on Research and Practices in Science, Technology and Social Sciences 2023, I-CReST 2023. Selamat datang to all participants and guests from all around the world. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the International Conference on Research and Practices in Science, Technology and Social Sciences 2023, I-CReST 2023 Virtual Conference, with the theme Leveraging Technological Advances and Multidisciplinary Research for a Sustainable Future in Education. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all the participants who generously helped us to make this event come together and become a success. This time around, we have received 235 entries from around the globe. Among them, we have delegations from Indonesia, Brunei, United Arab Emirates UAE, Japan and Turkey. A big round of applause to all the participants today because we could not have done without you. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate the I-CReST 2023 Organizing Committee whose members have put together and engaging this conference. We are fortunate to have their tremendous support, cooperation, and hard work to make this conference a success. Ladies and gentlemen, with the theme Leveraging Technological Advances and Multidisciplinary Research for a Sustainable Future in Education, this conference is designed as a platform to showcase the work and findings of our academia and industry players. We also recognize the well-deserved educators for their outstanding efforts and their invaluable contributions in improving the future of higher learning education. Therefore, this event is the ideal way for us to stay current on the state of teaching and learning for a sustainable future education. On behalf of the I-CReST 2023 organizers, I wish to extend our warm welcome and express my gratitude to our plenary speakers, keynote speakers, and invited speakers for science and technology and social sciences for their willingness to be part of this conference. I am sure everyone in attendance today is eagerly waiting for the insights that they will be sharing with us in just a while. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like also to take this opportunity to thank our industry partners for their generosity. This conference would not have been possible without the significant contribution of all parties. I am grateful to the many experts who come to share their knowledge today. I am sure you will have a fruitful and rewarding exchanges. I wish you every success and I look forward to learning about the outcome. On behalf of the university, I would like to convey my humblest appreciation to everyone here for your support and contributions. Once again, I would like to congratulate the organizer and all the participants in making this event a success. I hope everyone will have intellectually stimulating experiences in this event. Without further ado, in the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, it now gives me great pleasure to officiate the 4th International Conference of Research and Practices in Science, Technology and Social Sciences, I-CReST 2023. Thank you and wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Insinyur Dr. Ahmad Farid Abidin, for the meaningful speech and for officiating I-CReST 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next agenda, let us take a look at the special montage presentation of I-CReST 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, before we end the opening ceremony, I would like to remind you to stay tuned until the end of the session to fill in the registration form for the e-certificate. Now, the time has finally come for our plenary speech session. I will now pass the floor to Ms. Sakinatul Aini Muhammad Jelani as the moderator for the plenary speech. Please welcome.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum, good morning, and Salam Malaysia Madani. Before that, due to unforeseen circumstances, I, Siti Nur Yasmin Sheikh Suhaimi, will be replacing Ms. Sakinatul Ain Jelani to moderate the plenary speech. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's conference is even more meaningful for all of us at the Center of Foundation Studies, as this online academic gathering is made possible through the collaboration with the Ibn Sina Institute for Scientific and Industrial Research, ISI-SIR, University Technology Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to introduce our plenary speaker, Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Chemist Technologies, Dr. Taufik Yap Yun Hin. Professor Taufik is currently the head of Catalysis Science and Technology Research Center, Faculty of Science, University Putra, Malaysia. His field of expertise includes heterogeneous catalysis, selective oxidation, advanced materials, renewable energy, biodiesel, biojet fuel production, biomass conversion, hydrogen production, and natural products chemistry. Professor Taufik earned his PhD in heterogeneous catalysis from University of Manchester, Institute of Science and Technology, United Kingdom, with a Masters of Science in Natural Products Chemistry from University Putra, Malaysia. Professor Taufik is an author and co-author of over 400 publications on various science and technologies topics. He has almost 26 years of teaching chemistry at pre-university and university levels. He has won various awards and medals, including the Special Award for Ma'al Hijrah and winning a gold medal for excellence in chemistry awarded by Institute of Chemistry, Malaysia. Today, he will deliver his speech on career advancement as an academician in a dynamic and innovative university. Please welcome Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Chemist Technologies, Dr. Taufik Yap Yun Hin.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer, UITM, for the invitation as a plenary speaker, and I'm very grateful. I'm going to share my slide and my presentation today entitled Career Advancement as Academician in the Dynamic and also Innovative Universities. Yes, when we talk about an academician, our role and our responsibility is a lot, basically. So we will talk about in the lecture, we talk about as researcher, and this is part of our life actually. And you can see that this is some of the successful academicians from UITM basically. So university exists for the creation and also dispersion of knowledge. That is the main thing, the main role and the main responsibility for establishment of the universities. To produce more human capitals, to give education and give training and also doing some scientific research, knowledge. This is all knowledge actually. And also on top of that, we are also working with the community so that we have technology transfer and so on. But who actually doing this job actually? First of all, for sure, the university top management. So they have a clear strategic planning and they have to walk the talk as well. You cannot just give instruction to the staff, to all the staff, to do this with all the KPI, but they themselves, they're not working for it. And second one is academic faculty, which is us, the lecturers, the assistant professor, the assistant professor, and also professor themselves. We have to work together with the top management. The third one, academic program. Our academic program must be well accredited from a professional body with a proper quality assurance agency or in Malaysia, in our case, in the MQA. Okay, and some of the program also accredited by the board, for example, a board of engineer, and also maybe the medical board as well. And lastly, the student themselves also have to play their role. So what is the duty? I mentioned about some of them. What is the duty? What are the duties of the academic faculties? Most of us spend our time on teaching. Yes, this is our core job, core responsibility. But with that, actually, we have a list of at least nine duties that we have to carry out, actually. So that's not easy, actually, for academic, isn't it? We have to supervise undergraduate final year project, something, postgraduate studies as well. Have to do research. Not only just do research, and then you have to develop some innovations, and you have to publish. You have to go to conference to present. For example, here I'm presenting, and you also are presenting as well. We have to give consultant advice to the company, something like that, in the industry. And in fact, we have to do some administration work as well in the university, and also professionalism, service to the society and university. This is part of the technology transfer that we have to do it as a present of the university being filled by the local people, by the surrounding, by the state that we are present. And also, we also have to involve in the student development. You can see that plenty of job that a lecturer and a clinician have to do. People thought that we are just teaching, just like a college. some of them teaching. Yes, maybe they have a different route. Well, but in fact, if you are choosing teaching as the main task of our job, but you still have to do some supervision, do some research and publication as well. Okay, we talk about research. In order to have a research, in order to run a research, for sure, the first thing is we need funding. We cannot do research. Maybe some of them can say, I can do research without any funding. Yes, maybe they use their own pocket money. but that one of a small scale is okay. But for a big scale, you need to pay students, isn't it? You have students working with you. You have to run some sample for scientific research. You have to run sample. You have to send sample to other university, other institutions, because, well, our lab may be not fully equipped and impossible that everything is there with us. In fact, even though some of the equipment available in our university, but we still have to pay. We still have to pay with a minimum. Okay, so in order to get in order to get a funding, for sure, you need to submit a proposal. This is very competitive nowadays, actually. Funding is very little and not many as well. For sure, you must have a good proposal. From a good proposal, then you secure a grant, either from the government or from the industry as well. Yeah. And not only local, but also international as well. So we must have a student as well, either from at least a pioneer project, masters and PhD, and in fact a postdoctoral. If better, you have some visitors from other universities attached to our lab, and that one is a bit advanced, so they can work with us, collaboration, international collaboration, or local collaboration as well. There are some students from other university working in our lab. Yep. If we have the facility, if we don't have the facility, also okay, people won't come to us. So for sure, in terms of facility, we must have our own lab, equipments, and for sure computers, at least. And we work larger scale with a good networking, either national and also international. This is where we enhance our networking by attending some of the international conferences. Then we know other who are working in our field as well. So when we talk about publication, this is the thing. Everybody when putting some KPI, the university putting some KPI, not only for the lecturer themselves, for us, but also for the students who are going to graduate, postgraduate students. Right now, it's part of the requirement for graduate. So you can publish in either in journals, index or non-index, impact factors. Whether the journal is a good quota, good ranking, but some of us may be a little bit allergic when we're talking about ranking. But then if I talk about quality journal, for sure most of the quality journal they have a good ranking. Okay, maybe you can publish in the books as well as a book chapter in a conference proceeding. You have proceeding index or non-index nowadays, but most of them, if you have more visibility, is good for us to publish in the index journals, either at least a Scopus or SISI or a Web of Science. Like conferences, we appear in the presentation as part of the recognition for us as well. When we talk about index journal, the largest up-to-date collection of global and also unbiased and expert source of research is from Scopus. Well, it's not perfect, but at least because some of the journal in Scopus also been listed predatory as well. but then they won't live long actually. It will going to appear maybe this year, tomorrow, or next day, it will disappear. That's why we go for a high quality journal. All right. So it's not only in sciences, but also in life sciences, social science, physical sciences, and also health sciences. So it's plenty of coverage in the Scopus actually. So when we talk about research, for sure people will ask you on what is your output, what you produce from your research. So before that, I would like to introduce myself. Okay, even though I would like to thank the organizer who also introduced me, but I want to introduce myself a little bit of myself. I come from Kampung Air. Where about this Kampung Ai is no more like Kampung Ai anymore. It's look like a city in Kota Kinabalu actually. Well, I come from a Kampung Ai, a real kampung. I'm working in UPM permanently, and then I also went to University of Malaysia Sabah for 3 years. Born in Kota Kinabalu, as I mentioned just now, and then my education's actually all the while actually from KK in Sabah, my SRP, SPM, and then I have to go through difficulties. Father passed away when I was 70 years old. And in fact, when I was born, actually, my father already passed away. This is the stepfather who passed away in 1985. And then I have to go through my tertiary studies. I'm lucky to be accepted as a diploma in agriculture students in Bintulu, and then further for my degree and my master's in the same universities. And I was appointed as a tutor in 93, and then I further my study for my PhD study in Manchester, and graduated in May 1997. That one when I submit my thesis, everything. And I graduated as well during the graduation in July 1997. And I'm happy that my thesis is without correction, my PhD thesis. I'm married with 4 children and 1 grandson. Alhamdulillah. So I was appointed as a lecturer straight away after I came back from my PhD study in August 97 at the age of 29. And at that time, I have to put a strategy for myself. I have to be a professor by or before 40 years old. And Alhamdulillah, I managed to get it at the age of 39, which is a bit 2 months or 3 months before my birth date, my 40th birthday. So I achieved my my target actually. And then I think most of us actually, when we work also, we want to have a promotion. Well, if you want to have a promotion, for sure, you have to meet the criteria that have been set by universities. At least the minimum requirement. For example, the number of publication, number of years service, teaching load, and some of the universities also, in fact, they look at the H index and also citation. So that means we want to do research, but we don't simply do something which is not impactful, not only for the society, also for the scientific community. So nobody going to cite your paper. I'm going to show you on some of this, on the citation and so H index later on. And Alhamdulillah, I managed to, I was given some of the award by professional body and also by the ministry, by the international body, and also currently is a fellow of the Academic Science Malaysia. Right. So in the universities, we know that we have this the main job, which I have listed just now. Selectively, we have to choose which is the priority of us. In fact, sometimes also we have to contribute to the university's service. For example, some administration work. For example, the head department, dean, deputy dean, or in fact, the vice chancellor or deputy vice chancellor. With all this commitment, with all this responsibility, well, don't forget that we have to focus, to put a priority on our career advancements, which is the main job of us. For example, research have to carry out. So in order to carry out the research, for sure, you must have students. Students is very important. Student is extremely important for us. So they're going to do the research. The idea comes from us, and they know where to go. We give them guideline. We give them some strategy what should do. And then the student carry out the lab work, but we monitor the result, and so we are monitoring the progress of their work. Okay, once in a while, you must have, even though how busy, you must have a group meeting for your students as well, so that you can see the progress of their work actually. So remember that even though you are busy with any of these administration work, you have to focus, give some priority, give some time for your for your main career actually. So your publication, your students, your research, your grant. Without any grant, you cannot go anywhere actually. So nowadays also the sponsor, the sponsor from university also very little, very minimum. We have to find our own money. So this is me when I was in my undergraduate studies in 1992, which is my final year. The bottom photo is during my final year time with the lecturers. Yeah. Some of them are not there anymore. Some of them are still. I don't think so. Only 1 or 2 are still in service. No more service already. Everybody already retired already. Actually, they are only in chemistry department, UPM. This is when I did my masters, 1993, and with my supervisor at the time, Professor Mawadi Rahmani. And this is me when I was in my first years, and also we come back in 2017, 94, I started my PhD at UMIS. And you see, when I went back in 2017, the UMIS logo is not there anymore because the university was already merged with the University of Manchester. So during my study, we have what they call it, group meeting. They call it a monthly group meeting, but not necessarily monthly lah. Okay, this is me when I was graduated in 1997, and the top picture is I'm working in the lab actually with my own equipment, actually my machine, everything. Yeah, alhamdulillah. During my study time, and I have during my graduation day actually I have my first daughter. At that time is 1 year old. And also, alhamdulillah, being awarded a few award from the ministry. This is the ministry, Young Scientist Award, and also from the society as a top society from Academic Science of Malaysia, and from the this is from the Ministry of Education in 2018, and this is the latest one, the gold medal for excellence in chemistry 2022. From Institute Kimia Malaysia. So other award, Anugerah Al-Hijrah from Selangor, Anugerah Maulid Rasul, this is the national level from Agong, and also Federal Territory, Anugerah Al-Hijrah, and this is the latest one last year, Anugerah Maulid Rasul 2020 for the Sabah level, and also Anugerah award from the Agong and also the TYT of Sabah. Well, now is the time for me to talk on the research grant. As I mentioned just now, research grant is very important for us. So all the while, during when I started my career, actually, I was given very little grant actually. So that one is a seed money actually. It's like 10,000. You can see that it's only 10,000. It's only 10,000 seed money to do a small research. I want to start I want to start a research in the university. Just came back. 98, I managed to get one. And then it's only for 1 year actually, that 10,000. And the second year, I managed to get another 10,000. And also the third year also I managed to get another 10,000. We want to survive is so difficult. We want to pay the students, so you cannot pay, isn't it? So alhamdulillah, I managed to get during that time is IRPA grant with 120,000. I feel is very big, very big at that time. Okay, this is my first external grant from the Ministry of Science, Technology, Environment at that time, MOSTE, IRPA. And then from that particular grant also, this particular grant actually, I managed to pay my students. I managed to have my masters and PhD students basically. And then since I still can apply for this, seed grant, actually 10,000, and apply for another one. And then alhamdulillah, in number 6, you can see that we form a consortium actually. UPM, UKM, and also UM at that time, and we managed to get a big grant of 56 million actually, but not that one is for the whole group actually, but mine one is only 4 million. UPM is getting 4.018 million actually for the purpose of working on oxidation. Alhamdulillah, within money also I built my lab. With some of the equipment, at least I spent almost 2 million for equipment only, because all this equipment is not available in Malaysia at that time. So difficult to start something which is considered new. Actually, not many of the scientists working on the same field, not many. So I have to rely on my colleague, my former supervisor, and then I managed to contact with my external examiner when during my PhD actually, do some collaboration. Okay, and then I have the time. I have also I have advantage to work in his lab actually in Cardiff University actually. He was in Liverpool University when he was my external examiner, but then he moved to Cardiff University. So almost every year when I go to conferences, I will stop by in Cardiff. Stop in Cardiff almost every year. I mean, I managed to do a sabbatical. I also do some what they call it attachment in his university and his lab actually. I just like doing some of my PhD research actually, and then keep going. I cannot survive without money actually doing research. I mean, without any funding. So the latest one I managed to get is 1 million and just finish it, and also 1 million from Petronas, and also another. And currently, I have another 500,000, 490,000 from Petronas as well. Continue my work, and currently I have almost finishing FRGS, another one FRGS MRSA, with a total of 300,000, something like that. Yep. In terms of postgraduate student, as I mentioned, postgraduate students is very important. If you just rely on final year students, actually, well, we don't have to pay them, but then the quality of the work is not at par, actually. So you cannot expect more. You cannot expect them to write a Q1 papers, for example. So alhamdulillah, I managed to graduated. So far is about 22 PhD students and master student about 33, if I'm mistaken. And then these are the list actually. I have how many postdoc working with me previously, and now they're already being a lecturer in other universities, in UKM, in Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, and also Iraq. So for sure, I want my student to be excellent as well. So a good lecturer, a good academician, also they produce a good students. For example, I'm sharing this because some of my students managed to get award from the IKM, which is the highest award for a postgraduate degree. For example, the Tan Sri Dr. Ong Ki Hui postgraduate chemistry medal. Have 3 students directly under me, Dr. Lee, Dr. Teo, and also Dr. Loman. Dr. Loman is working in UITM Shalam. Yeah. He is one of my good students, my best student actually. I mentioned about him. If I'm not mistaken, he produced about 5 Q1 papers actually during his PhD time. You just imagine. And this is one of my students as well, during her masters, and then she also get this award. But then what interesting part is she continued her PhD under my student Dr. Lee actually at University Malaya. But basically, he's working in my lab actually, using all my facilities. But I'm happy. At least I produce a good supervisor for her actually. Good supervisor with a good background. So she managed to publish how many papers? I mean, 7 papers. All Q1 actually. Fantastic. And now at 8. In fact, it's 8. It's not 7. 8 Q1 journals, won 3 gold and 1 bronze, 1 best paper award, and 1 book chapter. Yeah, this is Dr. Ashikin. Her H index is already 22. A number of document I think is already 70. This is not the latest, with a citation more than 1,000. Senior lecturer in UKM. And this is, you can see the is wearing University Malaya graduation. And this is the students that I produce, just sharing with you. This is graduation 2015. Yeah, my research group, this is the largest, in fact, this is the largest during that time. I have more than 20 students, including the final year students, okay? And this is during during 2015 graduation. So all of them together. And this is Dr. Loman I mentioned just now. Currently, he's already promoted as associate professor in UITM actually. Yeah, he won the gold award actually, gold medal award during the convocation in 2016 of UPM. Currently, his HNX 21, 56 document, publication already in Scopus. I'm talking about Scopus. Okay, I won't include those from not index journal. No. So we're only working on during that time. In fact, now the culture in my lab actually, most of the students they won't publish in Q4, Q3. We only publish Q1 and Q2 only. Do I force them? No, I never force them. It's a culture being created in my lab actually. It's a culture being created in my lab because we only publish in a good journals. And we won't submit, even though I will tell my student that we don't submit anything in the Q3 and Q4. We go for high quality. High quality means that so that we can get more visible and more people will cite our journals actually, our papers. This is graduation 2017 with 1 PhD, 3 masters. This is in front of my lab actually in 2018, 1 PhD and 2 masters. And this is during that time, 2018. Dr. Nasa was not there. Actually, he's from Nigeria. Yeah. Actually, I'm holding his medal, actually. He won the gold medal of 10th award from the faculties in the faculty level. And this is 2019 graduation, 3 PhD. Dr. Sufri from IUITM, actually, from chemistry. Yeah, Dr. Sufri. Dr. Maha now a postdoc in UK, and Dr. Karim actually is a postdoc in UMS. This is the latest one last year graduation, produced 4 PhD and also 1 master. Well, during when I was also busy with all this what do you call it, administration work, you just cannot imagine how stressful sometimes with this job actually. But I have also managed some time to supervise the student actually. So alhamdulillah. So these are some of the product that I have. One of them is Professor Hasbi. Actually, he is the director of RMC of UMP. Professor Leong, is a former vice president of Southern College University in the north, in Johor, right? So Dr. Colin, Assistant Professor Dr. Colin in UMS, and also as a Professor Dr. Aminul Islam, he produced a lot of paper actually, 130 already, with the citation more than 5,000. Fantastic. Dr. Aminul from Bangladesh. Yeah. So we are talking about what you call index journal. So I have been focused on index journal actually, even though stuff from my early career actually. At that time, we don't have Scopus actually, but we have chemical abstract. Yeah, we have chemical abstract. They call it chemical extract. That is index for the chemistry research. So at least those paper, those journals must be indexed. Why indexed? Because it will appear more visible, and people can get access to our findings, our publications, and then when people cited our papers in any of his journal or papers, then you can increase the citation. By increase your citation, for sure, manage to get a high index, high H index, and this must come from a good quartiles paper or journals. So criteria for acceptance of this paper actually, the first thing is people are looking at the originality actually. What is the novelty? In fact, when students, when we are the examiner of these students project or student thesis actually, the first thing also I want to know is the novelty of the work, isn't it? So that's why novelty is very important. If not novel, but at least new. Novelty and new is a bit different, but then it's still new. At least it's new. And also important, finding from our work actually. What's so important? So what? People, some of them will. So what? You publish this. So what? What is the contribution? What is the impact for the society? And I don't think I have to talk about what is impact factor, all these things. I think most of us, we know how to calculate the impact factors. But what is so important, the use of these impact factors actually is evaluation tools. Actually, not only for us, but also for the journal itself, actually. Sometimes when they say that the journal is high impact factor, then we know is the citation is high. It's good. People being published in their journals. The research impact and the funding. Sometimes also people will ask you, funder, especially the funder, either from the ministry or from the other organization. Also, they want to know what is the impact of the research actually. In fact, for promotion also, faculty evaluation for promotion as well, the hiring decision for the library subscription also, and decision on where to publish. So how to increase the citation of our papers actually. So we publish more review articles, but we cannot have everything in review article as well, because review article is not our work. Actually, just review other papers and then we come up with a review paper. So it's good also, because when you publish a review article, then many people normally in their introduction, literature review, they're going to cite our journal. This is the thing. That is the trick actually. Publish some methodology papers. If you have some method which is new, then you can publish. But people, when they do some research, they're going to quote you. They quote everybody quoting your method being used to. For example, I want to calculate the BET, the surface area, for example. The people using the same article all the way. Bruno Emmett Tyler, BET, is a name for them, for three of them who published the method of calculating the surface area, for example. Okay, and we can also do some. We can also ask some author, your friend, your colleague, to cite our journal as well. Maybe he cannot access to your papers. So what is H-index? I think you should know already what is H-index. Been developed by physicists actually, and how to calculate. We know how to calculate the H-index. A very simple one, whereby by looking at the number of article and also the citation number, then the number of our H-index is similar. The number of article and also the citation number. If you publish the 6, for example, the paper article number 6, you get 6 citation, but the rest you have 33, 30, more than 6 actually. But the paper, the article number 6, you managed to get 6, which is 6 citation, and H-index of 6 mean that this author have published at least 6 paper that have been received at least 6 citations. This is a simple one. Okay, you have 20 paper, but you must have at least, for example, you have H-index of 20 means that you have 20 paper that you already received at least 20 citation. It's not easy. As the number of paper, number of H-index increase, that means the citation also have to increase as well. And when the number going bigger, and the number of citation also bigger. So it's not, as the number is going up, then it's the difficulty is there actually. You can see that the climbing of the ladder is very slow at that time already. Unless your work is impactful and is useful for others, people keep cite your articles in the journals, in their articles. That's why you can increase the H-index. So what's so important, this H-index actually? Allowed for direct comparison within discipline, among the authors, among the scientists. in fact, measure quantity and also impact by the single value, but it's disadvantage. There are also disadvantages as well for this session that does not give an accurate measure for the early career researcher, because it's going to take time actually in order to have higher citation. So during the first few years, so not many citation that we get actually. All right, that's the thing actually. But then as I mentioned to you just now, it will go with the time actually. After some time, you manage to increase the citation, but for sure, the work that you've done, it must be something popular at that time, which is very useful and very hot topic, for example, that people want to do. And for example, at one time, biotech is everybody want to do biotech, even though from not biotech background, so chemistry background also want to do something. Then suddenly biotech is down, something like that. And then now nano material, nano everything nano. And I'm working with something which is very difficult to increase the citation actually. But after some time, I have to move to something, but still within the expertise of us actually. I used to work on, for example, I just give you an example. I have, you can see that the number 46 actually, the paper number 46, I get 49 cited, okay, and 47, I only get 46. So the hash index will stop at 46. It's not 47, because the number of citation is not, the number of paper they get 47 is not there yet, not achieved yet. So this is what is all about the hash index lah. So why is indexing essential? People been asking, is it so important? Can I publish in any of the journals? Yes, you can, but then we want our work, our finding to be accessed by others as well. So if our article is in the system, which in the database, then people, you just search once. For example, they go to Scopus and then they search what type of work. Let's say I want to look at biodiesel. Because I'm working on biodiesel actually. So people just go to Scopus and then they can just find any journals on biodiesel. So easy. And including us, including our paper. If our paper is published in Scopus. If your paper is published in those journals not indexed, and it appear in only in your area, I mean in the state, in your local, in your society, which is not being accessed by others, nobody can cite your article, even though it's good. How good is it people can access? Unless this paper can easily be accessed through internet, or is open source. And another thing is open source now. Because people, anyone can access the articles actually without having go through the necessary have to go through some pay website. For example, some journals also have to pay actually. It's not cheap, also very expensive. I just want to share you with the progress of my H index actually, from 43 in 2020. Okay, it's very fast. I can see that it's very fast, move very fast. We can see the graph moving up very deep, isn't it? Yeah. 2020, and then suddenly it's 44, and then 45 move increasing, 46, and then this one. Just to let you know that I started my publication in 1993, where during that time I did my master's actually. I published at least one paper at that time in a good journal. I will show you after this. And this is July 2021 with 49, keep increasing. June 22 is already 57, jump very high. Okay, and in fact sometime our profile in Scopus also. For example, this one I have 5 documents in this profile. Then what happened is I have to ask the scopus to combine these two profile, so that the small one, okay, for example, this one is only 5 document with 1 H index. I have to move to the combine with the larger one. Okay, so sometimes that, yes, because they are not appear in the same profile. So now let me share with you the publication. Okay, when I started my work, I mentioned just now, 1993, I have published one journals, papers in Planta Medica. I'm working on natural products at that time, actually, my master's. I didn't know that it's a Q1, actually. I don't know, because this is what my supervisor sent the article. This is quite popular. Yeah, this is quite popular, and also top journals in natural product at that time. Planta Medica and also phytochemistry. You can see that phytochemistry, the impact factor is also higher than the Planta Medica. And the decision of published in phytochemistry is by the supervisor at the time. And then we also have published in phytotherapy, but this one is Q2. And then this is all from my master work, actually, but not necessarily during my master, not necessarily during the masters. After we graduated, also I still publish it, actually. You can see it's 96. Well, 96 already. I'm doing my PhD, actually, already. I started my PhD in 94 to 97, and my PhD work, from 94 to 97. So my first paper is in catalysis letter, PhD work with Q2 journal, and then another one in catalysis letter. I have one papers articles in a very good journal of catalysis, Q1 7.6, but also it's depend on the what the impact factors is changes every year, isn't it? So, and also I'm working with other people. Then they came back from my PhD. I cannot start my research, actually. I don't have any research on catalysis, actually, because I don't have facilities. So as I mentioned, I have only 10,000 for the last 3 years, actually, early stage of my career. I cannot buy any equipment, so I have to think on how to work on it, actually, by sending some sample to other institutions. But at that time also, not many institutions have the equipment that I want to use. That's the problem. And I also have co-supervised some students. My PhD started to publish already at that time, alhamdulillah. My first PhD student published catalysis letter, because I was trained to publish catalysis letter. And then, you know why? Because my supervisor at the time is also an editor in the catalysis letter. Well, among those good journals in catalysis at that time, and now it's still okay. And then I still publish my work, PhD work in 2001, actually, and trying some other journals, actually. This one I'm working on butane oxidation to malic anhydride. So the subject is not big. Not many scientists in the world are working on this subject, actually. But anyway, then my students publish. You can see that the progress. And then I've been working for this subject, actually, for butane oxygen for the last almost 10 years. Came back in 97. 97, yeah, and then in 97 I published the first paper on butane oxygen. Until 2014, I still published the same. In the same journal. In the same area of research. But then I moved already, and in 2014 already I moved already. When I started to go for other work, actually. In fact, when you look at the highest citation work for the butane oxidation, is only 46. I show you just now, actually, 46. And this, because I feel that I cannot move fast. That's why I moved to a different subject matters. You can see that I produced quite a number of students already. Then I go for biodiesel. You can see that the citation for biodiesel, something which is very impactful, which is a lot of people working on it. I can get 200, almost 300. I'm working on energy, actually, bioenergy. You can see all this, and then I'm working on aviation fuel. So the impact will be higher. So this will this will increase the citation actually. I have to go very fast because I see the moderator is looking at me and already. And I'm working on others as well. All these you can see also the review articles also can manage to get high citation. This is where it contribute to the number of citation actually. So why? How to increase the citation? Publish in the high impact factor journals, publish good reviews, have good collaborations, do cutting edge. This is what I'm saying. Do something good research, impact research, and cite your past work when it's relevant to the new manuscript, and also publish our work in the open access journal. Yeah, this is some of the review paper and also high impact factors journals that I managed to get. You can see the 400 citation, and some of them 200. And this is where contribute to the number of citation. Review paper, high impact factor journals, and so on actually. So suggestion on successful impact research, timely subject, which is a current interest, new subject matters, future potential, maximizing the research impact, and also do some the interdisciplinary research. I think I have another 1 minute. I'm sharing also the publication not only in journals, in book chapters, but also in the patent. I have more than 10 patent actually in Malaysia, in US. This one in US, this one in Japan, and so on. Okay, so in order to increase yourself, make sure that we get recognition in national and international level. Sometimes we are external examiner, reviewer, invited for talk, joint research. This is where we manage to increase our networking actually. All right, so this is I have also student mobility from Indonesia. I'm also invited as a visiting professor from Curtin University, Nagoya University, and also helping some of the students to enhance their career actually. I'm very happy to share with you, even though we have no more in this world. For example, again, this guy passed away in 2016, but his publication keep going on. The citation of this paper is still going on actually, as you can see that from the graph. And this is what I say is this is called the amal jariyah. When a man dies, his good deed come to an end, except for three things, which is ongoing charity, beneficial knowledge. This is what we are doing actually. Beneficial, our knowledge being used by other people. This is so-called the citation, and the writer's child who can pray for him actually. This is also Professor Dato' Cik Yaakob Cikman also, even though he passed away, but his knowledge being used for the others. That's why. Also, we can get coverage, all right, from the newspaper. This is the latest one. People, from the reporters from Utusan asking me why there are 3 men in the car die because of the car was the engine is on, and also the aircon is on because of the. And then this is in the TV and also some of the program. Lastly, the most important part, we are busy with everything. Our work, our consultation, so many things, paper, students, everything. But then at the end, the most important part is our family. Please take care of our own family, take care of our health, and inshallah, we will enjoy our work, inshallah. So that's all from my presentation today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Taufik, for enlightening us with the inspiring speech. It really resonates with everyone here today in advancing our careers as academicians. Now I open the session for Q&A. Dear guests and participants, if you have any questions, feel free to type your question in the live chat. Yeah? Okay, a question from the live chat, Professor Taufik, from Ms. Nur Shamimi Muhammad. Salam, Professor. Thank you for sharing. May I ask, how do we increase citation for our papers? Does type of paper like review or research article affect it? Does collaboration inter or intra-university contribute? Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Actually, the the most simple one actually is review paper actually, but that is the most difficult to prepare actually in a review article. Actually, it's not easy actually, but then because if you just started your career actually, you don't have much data, but the thing is we can collect data. I mean, we can collect the publication article from other publication and review that subject, and that one definitely will get a very high citation actually. As I shown you, I have published some review article as well. They can go up to 400 actually, at least for 200, 300, 400 of citation. So go for review. I mean, the review article. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Another question, Professor. Of all the field in chemistry, I'm sorry, this is by Miss Nur Fariza. Yeah? Okay. Of all the field in chemistry, what made you want to venture in catalyst? I believe it's catalysis, right? Yeah. What made you drawn to it in the first place?
Why
What
I
is
go
the
to
focus
catalyst
of-
actually? Actually, my master actually in natural product actually. It's nothing to do with catalyst actually. But then
Right.
when I asked to do something which is on petroleum actually, because the department is going to start a new program which is petroleum chemistry. So I become the first lecturer in petroleum chemistry. So the most suitable work is on petrochemicals. So petrochemical, when we talk about petrochemical, you cannot run away from catalysis. All reaction involve catalyst. So this is where I started the working on catalysis. And surprising, catalyst actually is the most important part of any reaction. And now when I'm working on biofield, catalysis has become very important, because in order to change from chemical to another chemical, A to B, you need the catalyst in order to catalyze them. Without catalyst, the reaction won't happen. Or it can be happened, but you need a very high temperature, high pressure, and this is not good because the energy consumption will be very high. So catalyst will solve the problem.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Taufik.
Thank you.
That is the end of your speech. Thank you for your time. It's an honor to have you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, to add to this virtual conference has the support from the Malaysian Zeolite Association, MAIZA, with the provision of special awards as a recognition for the research work dedicated to zeolites and inorganic materials. Now, let's watch the sponsor's montage presentation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to the next speech. And with that, I will hand over to our moderator, Dr. Hussein Hanibah. Dr. Hussein, floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everyone. Thank you so much to my lovely, beautiful colleague, Miss Nur Yasmin. Okay, before we proceed to the next sessions, to ensure the effectiveness of this visual conference, I would like to get your feedback regarding the quality of the visual and audio of this conference. Kindly respond by letting me know if there is anything that we need to improve or attend to. To show respect and as a sign of appreciation to our speaker, please silence your phone and mute your speaker during the session. Our invited speakers and the guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you are very excited for our next sessions. It is my pleasure to hear as moderator for I-CReST Virtual Conference 2023. I would like to moderate these keynote sessions for the field of science and technology. My name is chemist Dr. Hussein Haniba from the Center of Foundation Study, University Technology, Malaysia, Mara, Malaysia. On behalf of organizing committee, we wish to extend our warm welcome, Selamat Datang, and thank you for all participants, guests, delegates, and representatives and participants from different institutions and from locals and international participants for the I-CReST Virtual Conference 2023. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful that the conference is joined by really more than 235 participants, ranging from researchers, industrial experts, professionals, and from different fields participate in this conference. So I'm sure without further delay, I would like to, I'm sure our guests are waiting over. We have a very wonderful speaker, outstanding speaker for these sessions. Before we invite the professor for today's sessions, Professor Engineer T.S. Dr. Muhammad Rusuk Mahmud, let me go through the outstanding achievement of Professor Rusuk. Of course, Prof. Rusuk is specialized, especially in optoelectronic device fabrications and nanotechnology, and also nanotechnology for the renewable energy. It is and also he's graduate from the. Okay, about the achievement, he have more than a lot of publication, especially published in the Google citations with more than 7,000 citations in the Google Scholar, and also with the H index is 39, with the Google Scholar index with the I-10 177. And of course, Prof. Rusuk have a lot of paper been published, more than 1,000 papers, and also in the field of the nanotech, and also more than the total publications, research publications cited by Scopus in more than 4,000 paper, as I mentioned. Of course, Prof. Rusuk have supervised more than 55 PhD students, and also a lot of ongoing PhD candidate as well. And nevertheless, also have a master and PhD candidate ongoing and progressing. And of course, Prof. Rusuk have a paper in terms of copyright in the intellectual properties and membership, and a lot of, if I need to elaborate one by one, it take more than an hour for me to elaborate an outstanding performance of Prof. Rusuk. I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, you like to hear from Prof. Rusuk itself regarding the topic of a metal oxide-based semiconductor for humidity sensor application. Prof, I would like to invite Prof for this session.
Alhamdulillah, thank you so much, Dr. Hussein. Thank you very much to organizers for inviting me to share my experience in this field of research. Today, I'm going to share with you all on this topic, metal oxide-based semiconductor for humidity sensor application. So this work has been done by my PhD student in our group, Mrs. Najwa Ezra. So I'm from Nano Electronic Center, College of Engineering, and Najwa also from this College of Engineering, and also from Nano Sci-Tech Laboratory, Institute of Science, UITM Malaysia. So today, actually, I'm going to share with you all the new method, how to optimize the electrical properties, okay, by using the new method, the electrical properties of the nanostructured metal oxide. And for this presentation, we focus on the nanostructured titanium dioxide. So this is what I'm going to share with you all today. So since the time also, the given time also is not too long, so I'm going to not to speak not to spend too much time in each of this topic. So first, I'm going to introduce about what is the metal oxide semiconductor, focus on the titanium nanostructured titanium dioxide, and then the second one is on the
Just one thing, can you expand to put it in a presentation mode for the PowerPoint?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Prof.
Presentation mode. No? Actually, I already put on the presentation mode.
Slideshow presentation.
Oh, okay.
Slideshow.
Slideshow.
Yes.
So how to do it? Do I need to stop first and then do again?
Okay, Prof. Share the screen.
Okay, share the screen. Is it okay now?
It's presenting. Just a moment, Prof. Okay, Prof. Do you notice on it there's an icon for the presentations buttons on the very bottom on the right side?
Is it okay now?
No, Prof. It is still in not in the presentation mode yet.
Not in the
slideshow.
How about this one?
Just a moment, Prof.
Not okay yet?
Not yet appear, Prof.
Oh.
Maybe, Prof, if you don't mind, can we share from our side?
Yeah, it's also okay, but I have add some some slide. You can use that one. It's okay. But why it's not doing well?
Okay, Prof.
Yeah. So please use the one. I will just follow the one that I have sent to you.
Okay, Prof. If that doesn't mind, you can still share your screen on the common ones, Prof. Just proceed with that, because we have to have the same thing happen from our side.
Oh, now how about now? Can you see my slide?
Wait, just a moment, Prof. It's not yet appear. Have you pressed for sharing session? Share the screen. Okay,
how about now?
Prof. Okay, Prof is appearing. Okay, Prof, you can proceed, Prof. It shouldn't be a problem.
So this is the outline of my presentation today. First, I'm going to explain the importance of nanostructured metal oxide semiconductor, focusing on the nanostructured titanium dioxide. And then after that, the process and how we are going to synthesis and also to dope that oxide to make to optimize the electrical properties, so that we at the end, at the one number 5, able to fabricate the humidity sensor with considerable characteristic. But in fact, at the end, I'm going also to justify to you all that how we have succeeded to dope the nanostructured titanium dioxide by newly developed electrochemical anodization method, and then we dope it with another method that is categorization method, no? And then using the niobium dioxide, that not many researchers still succeed on that. So okay, this is the metal oxide semiconductor. In metal oxide semiconductor, we have various kind of semiconductor oxide semiconductor, but the usually one that we use, for example, in the device fabrication is, for example, nanostructured zinc oxide. Okay, lead oxide for the PBO. So and then titanium dioxide also they use, especially for example when we want to fabricate the for example the electronic device that deal with the direct band gap, that we need to have the recombination charge higher than the charge origination. So we need to use the direct band gap such as the zinc oxide. And then for example solar cell, for example dye sensor solar cell, usually they use titanium dioxide. Even the titanium dioxide is in direct band gap, because okay, the characteristic of one of the characteristic of titanium dioxide that is better than the zinc oxide, because titanium dioxide has higher porosity. So due to this reason, in this presentation also we are going to share with you all how we are going to synthesis the titanium dioxide that has the higher porosity, and then after that we dope with another type of metal oxide that
Prof,
is niobium dioxide.
Prof, just wondering, we are still in the first slide, am I right?
Yeah. Can you see that now? I'm proceeding.
Yeah, we can see, but you are still in the first slide, am I right?
No. No, I moved my slide to now at the. Can you see the slide is moving?
It's still in the first slide, Prof.
Oh.
Okay, Prof. Now it's moving. Now I can see the introduction to humidity sensor.
Is it due to the internet problem?
But now it's moving, Prof. Now I can see the slide number 7. Yes, introduction for the humidity. Is this the one that you are talking about, Prof?
Yeah. This
okay,
is the one. Is it okay now, but not in the slide mode, is it?
It's okay, Prof. It's okay, Prof.
Okay.
We can see.
No. Okay, because now I cannot move my slide now. Yeah, at that time it was okay. Yeah.
It's okay. Take your time, Prof. Don't worry.
It's okay, but what happened? Maybe I need to stop again.
Okay, Prof.
And just share one more time.
Commenting in visuals and also some technical error. That's a very common, Prof.
So how about now? Is it okay? Can you see?
Okay, I can see the slide. It is on a 7. Introduction to humidity sensor.
Yeah, humidity sensor. So after we synthesis the nanostructured titanium dioxide by the electrochemical ionization method, we dope it with the same system, but considering different type of electrochemical method, that is the categorization method. So that is for doping. And then after that, we fabricate the humidity sensor. So for the humidity sensor, we need to check the characteristic of humidity sensor within this range of the humidity level, that is in between 15 to 50% of the ambient, because due to the application that we usually use for the electronic device fabrication. So this is the application of the humidity sensor. Humidity sensor that we can use our device for this application. So this is the in the literature the issues why we need to optimize the nanostructured titanium dioxide, for example, the desired P-type doping. So actually in device fabrication, we can use also N-type and P-type doping, because the device that we fabricate is dealing with the MS N-type, metal, semiconductor and metal. We can use also N-type, but in fact N-type is better. But for this time, we try to dope with the P-type dopant to dope the titanium dioxide material, because to stabilize what we call that the dangling bond, to stabilize, so that we can have higher conductivity. So we aim now, because we want to use this system. We want to use the categorization method for doping. That's why we use the P-type dopant. Actually, the N-type dopant is better, because when we dope with the N-type dopant, we can increase the electron. So that kind of thing. That is a technique. Yeah? So Alhamdulillah, in this presentation, in this research, we have succeeded to dope with the P-type, even though the N-type is better. But using this system, we should use the P-type dopant. And then another thing. So in this paper, they have reported the acidic nature of polymer can lead to the corrosion of the oxide anode. Moreover, high efficiency devices require highly active metals as cathode, which easy to oxidize. So the problem they are facing when they deal with the with the metal oxide material such as the titanium oxide. So in our case, we have done that and we have succeeded to dope with the niobium. So let's we see the other one, the last one, for example, niobium dope titanium oxide being reported by Mona et al. So they said that when exposed to UV radiation with with photon energy greater than the band gap energy of the metal, the titanium oxide becomes super hydrophilic. So they said that they have done this by spin coating method. So titanium dioxide, they said that their finding was that titanium dioxide can be extending by improving the properties through doping with transition metal ion. So in our case, we have selected the niobium to dope using different system, not the spin coating method. So meaning that with our system, the proper system, that is the catalytic method, the normally the well-known method in the catalysis technology, but for us, we consider this method for the doping process. Okay, this is the problem. Okay, as I said just now. So many problems being reported in the literature. So we aim to solve this kind of problems. So being reported by reference number 22, 19, 23, 24, 25 later on. This slide also can be shared with all of our audience today. For example, reference 22 has reported the inconsistent formation growth of titanium dioxide and such. So to overcome this, we have come with the new we have considered the anodization method. So not only to, in our case, not only to aim to solve the problem in the deposition of titanium such as TiO2, but in our case, we consider this system to grow nanotube titanium dioxide. So not only nanoparticle, that nanotube. The second one was a low conductivity. So with doping using the system characterization, we also will solve this problem. And then the humidity sensor also. So after we did synthesis, we dope with the system that we process, we also have succeeded to fabricate the humidity sensor, the nanostructured titanium based humidity sensor with higher efficiency. So this is the objective already been explained just now during the problem statement. So next, for example, this is the methodology. So
Prof,
we
are still at the slide number 7, Prof.
Yeah, I don't know. I have moved already my slide. I don't know.
Maybe Prof, we don't need to. Maybe we don't need to put it in the presentation mode. Just put it in the normal. Now I can see it. Yes, now it's better.
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Now it's moving around, Prof. That will be better.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. So okay, now we go to the methodology that we want to highlight the research finding on the methodology also, as I said in the beginning. So we have divided the research methodology into two parts as well, actually. Into two parts. But when we fabricate device, to become the third part. For example, the first part is to synthesis titanium nanostructured titanium dioxide. Not only nanostructured titanium dioxide, but nanotube array. Nanotube array. This is a special one. For example, that how to prepare that preparation of solution, that is we refer to our own paper, we by literature also, we deposit that, but by optimizing the system, the anodization process, we have succeeded to synthesize nanostructured titanium dioxide nanotube array. The second one, after we prepare the nanostructured nanotube array, so in this paper we focus on the second one, step one, to dope it. To dope it using the same system but categorization method. Categorization method means we connect the negative bias. We connect the sample to the negative bias, and then we do the doping. So for this purpose, the solution because in the electrochemical deposition system, we need to use the solution. So in the solution, we change for this presentation, we change the dopant concentration. And then after that, we characterize and then proceed to the step 4 is the to fabricate the humidity sensor and to measure the device characteristic. So this is for the step 1. So synthesis process, electrolyte concentration, we fix. This one is from the previous research, the one that that is on the yellow color, that from the previous research that we already published. So this using this solution, this process, we have deposited the nanotube array, and then after that. This is the first step, how we deposit the nanotube array. After that, of course, we need to do the annealing. So this is also the one that we have we have published, means the standard process that we have go through before this to anneal the nanotube array at 500 degrees Celsius for 60 minutes. And then after that, we go for the characterization method using various kind of characterization method such as FESAM for this paper, FESAM other than XRD, and also we check also the Raman characteristic. So okay, next, this is what I have explained just now. In order to synthesis the nanotube, the titanium nanotube, and then we supply the current, and then anodization process happens here, and then we have succeeded to form the titanium nanotube array. And then after that, we do the characterization method. And then the second step, we dope. So for this purpose, we put the sample that we have deposited, we have synthesized just now. That is the titanium nanotube array at this at the cathode, and then we supply the negative bias, and then by optimizing the niobium ion inside the electrolyte solution, we optimize the niobium dopant. And then this is the properties of the nanotube array that we have deposited and doped just now. For example, on the left one, this one is without doping. So without doping, the structural order of titanium dioxide nano array shows the irregular shape. With this one undoped, we dope by anodization method. And then after that, we dope. So after we dope, the properties changing, become better. The homologies showed uniform structures with highly ordered and vertically aligned carbon nanotube. And then the average diameter also, as we can see here, this is the vertical line, and then the average diameter, this is nanotube. This one is for the one that we deposited at 5 atomic percentage of the niobium amount. This one is a 3%. So okay. Based on the result that we have obtained after we compare, we discuss with other characteristics also. Here I would like to mention that the 3% one, the 3% one. Shows the better characteristic. So the better characteristic in all of the characterization method. For example, here by FESAM, okay, the one that we dope with 3% 3 percentage of niobium shows better vertically aligned. Okay, for example, here, this condition happened due, this is the reason why that's happening. So when we dot the average diameter changing from 50 to 48 nanometer, and thickness from 2.2 to 1.8 micrometer of the sample were reduced from the film dop end. So when we dop, the diameter changing. The diameter changing means the structural properties also changing. So at the end, what we found is the other effect also the other properties. So this one is EDX that we have characterized by the same instrument, FESAM. So for the one that without doping, as we can see here, so the titanium also is there. Of course, the oxygen also is there, and then this is the atomic percentage of the oxygen and the titanium. And then when we dope, so this one we took the one that. The best sample among the dopant from 1 to 7. So the best sample of the 3 atomic percentage niobium shows this is the atomic percentage of the niobium is there, 0.3% atomic percentage is there, meaning that by the categorization method we have succeeded to dope the titanium nanotube. So okay, this is the XRD. From the XRD also, as we can see here, okay, the FWHM. So is almost same. I would like to say almost same. So based on the theory, if the 3-1, if the 3-1 is the better, it should go the minimum, but hopefully it should not affect too much by the FLHM, since the value is not too much different. So here, what is important thing is when we characterize the crystalline the size, when we measure the size, actually even the FWHM is not much different, but the crystalline size of the titanium nanotube that dop with 3 atomic percentage show the minimum size, meaning that highly crystalline. So the important thing here is even, okay, the crystalline is higher, but it's higher. Usually, based on the theory, when the crystalline is higher, usually it affects to the low conductivity. But in our case, okay, it's different. Even the crystallinity higher, based on the XRD result, but the IV characteristic shows better. As we can see here on the right side, the 3% of the IV characteristic almost more than double. Okay, the current increase compared to others, meaning that even the crystallinity become higher. It's supposed, based on theory, the free ion should be decreased. But in our case, the niobium dopant has succeeded to be doped into the titanium oxide with higher free electron. So that is the different the finding that we have obtained from this result. And then this is the conductivity, the humidity result that after we fabricate. This is the MSM metal semiconductor type of the device configuration that we have fabricated for the sample that we have doped using. We have synthesized by the ionization method and then doped with the catheterization method at 3 weight percentage of niobium. So as we can see here, okay. So before that, for the relative humidity that we have used in the system, we have considered the 40%. So for the application, it should be in range between 15 to 60. But in our case, we fix our system at 40%. So at 40% of the relative humidity. So after that, we measure the conductivity, we measure the current at different voltage, and then we calculate the sensitivity. So here, for example, in this table, we have summarized here for the undoped. This one is undoped, the one that we have deposited without doping by the ionization method and by ionization method, and fabricate the device, humidity sensor, the undoped titanium nanotube, okay, base humidity sensor without doping. So the sensitivity is 156. So for the one that we have doped, for the undoped, for the one that we deposited, we synthesis by ionization method, and then we proceed with the catheterization method to dope at 3 atomic percentage, we have succeeded to obtain the sensitivity at 258.63. Means we could get almost not double, almost double the sensitivity. Means the sensitivity become better, means more sensitive. So here we in order to confirm the characteristic of the humidity sensor that we have regulated for doped and undoped, we have gone to the we call that repeatability test. Repeatability test their behavior. So as can be seen on the right side of the figure, the relative humidity keep same, okay, keep same, the current keep same, okay, keep same for all of the time that have repeated to measure the current, meaning that the device is stable. Okay. So this is the result that we have compared. With the literature, as we can see here. So far, the humidity sensor, okay, the humidity sensor that been reported in the literature here as written in this table, okay, compared to the one that we have fabricated using our system. So we have succeeded to obtain better sensitivity, too much better compared to the literature one. For example, the sensitivity that been reported by Nitin et al. Okay, is at 0.74. And then the highest one being reported in the literature by Deepak et al. In 2021. Okay, 2021, 83.72. And then in 2018, before that, they have used sol gel method. They have used sol gel method, not the method that same with the one that we used to fabricate this device. They have succeeded to obtain the sensitivity at 84.54. So the highest one being reported by Sasi Kumar et al. In 2018 also is at 92. So the one that we have rated by the newly developed system or newly used system for this for the titanium nanotube, okay, doped with the niobium using two-step of the preparation method that I have explained just now. We have succeeded, okay, to obtain considerable good sensitivity and with the reactivity compared to others. So this is actually the mechanism or the reason why we have obtained to do this. This is actually anodization method. This is a normal, the general theory in the categorization method. That is, in the categorization method, we need to use the electrolyte. Electrolyte means the conductivity happens due to the movement of the ion. So electrolyte, it has in two different medium. One is the conductivity electrolyte. The conductivity should be due to the ion. The medium can be in solid state or in the liquid form. So in our case, the electrolyte that we use in the system, still we considering the liquid one. Okay, the liquid one. So in liquid, so the liquid that we use for the first step. So anodization process means etching process happens at the anode to form the nanostructured nanotube. Okay, as written here. So we use the T-sheet, means the one that we put at the anode is the titanium sheet. Wafer that we use as a substrate. And then after that, by optimizing. So in this case, not optimizing the process anymore, because that one we have communicated already, we have published already, and then we have succeeded to form the titanium dioxide here, the first step. And then after that, due to the reaction with the oxygen. Oxygen is the O2 minus. O2 minus. This one here, O2 minus. So came to the anode. So the oxidation happens here. The oxidation happens here, and due to that, etching happen. So etching happens by optimizing the system, by optimizing the voltage. So in this case, we have used the optimum voltage. We have used the optimum liquid. Okay, liquid that consists of titanium Ti2 plus. So we have succeeded to form the titanium nanotube array here. That is the ionization process. So in our case here, so after we succeeded to form the titanium dioxide at the anode, so we take this one. We take this one. This is the titanium, and then after that, we deposited or synthesized the nanostructured titanium nanotube on the top of the titanium that we attach to the anode. And then after that, what we do is, okay, after that, so this one is the mechanism to form the anodization, but now I'm explaining how the dopings happen. So during the categorization, the oxidation happened. So after that, we put the one that we have succeeded to synthesize the nanostructured titanium dioxide at the cathode. So at the cathode, what happened is the reduction happened. So redox, okay, redox happened, reduction and oxidation. So when at the cathode, what happened is the plus ion from the niobium. So niobium consists of Nb2 plus, Nb3 plus, Nb4 plus. So that one came to the cathode, because cathode, at the cathode it has the negative charge. Okay, negative charge, and then wanted to flow into the came to the cathode and then wanted to flow in the system, in the liquid system, in the electrolyte, because in the electrolyte it consists of positive charge. So using the system, when we put we put the sample, the nanostructured titanium at the anode, what happened is the ion, niobium ion, came to the cathode, and the doping happens at the cathode. So we have succeeded to do that, and then after that we fabricated the humidity sensor. So humidity sensor. So the substrate is the titan. This one is the substrate. This one the layer. Okay, the TI sheet. This one, the TI sheet is the bottom substrate, and then on the top of that is the niobium doped titania. So on the top of that we deposit right and left the metal, another metal such as aurum, gold, nickel, for example. Let's say in our case we use. We deposit first the nickel and then after the gold, because the work function is not too much different from the titania nanotube. So we will get the optimum current to flow in the humidity sensor. So this is, for example, a bit more related to after we deposit, we fabricated the device. So we supply the voltage. We supply voltage to the nanostructured niobium doped titanium dioxide, and then we measure the current flow, through the device. So at low relative humidity, oxygen from ambient is stable to attract to sensor surface, lead to the trapping as give in the relation. So for this purpose, what we need to do is to optimize the conductivity of the dop material. We need to optimize because we need to make sure that low trapping. That is the thing. So we have succeeded to do that. That's why we have obtained very high sensitivity level. The reaction oxygen molecules with electron form absorb oxygen. So to form this concentration of free carriers in the film reduce. So when the free concentration of the oxygen, the oxygen reduce, meaning that. So now the Dagling bond decrease, and then when the Dagling bond decrease means the conductivity increase. So this is the reason. So the purpose is the objective is we need to minimize the dangling bond, the dangling bond, and increase the ion or the holes. So in this case, we also actually aim to have a higher electron, but we use the p-type dopant. We don't use the n-type dopant. We still not succeed. Not succeed to form the n-type titanium dioxide by using the categorization method. But I think impossible to use, because categorization method considering the reduction process. So maybe we do not know, but so far we have considered only to dock into p-type, but not become to type p-type. It also comes to the level whereby the Dagling bond is already okay to minimize the to increase the conductivity due to the stabilize the Dagling bond. So that is it. So finally, we have obtained a higher sensitivity. Okay. So as a conclusion, so we have succeeded, to synthesize nanostructured titanium nanotube array. Nanotube and then array. Array means a line. Not only nanoparticle, but nanotube. Nanotube means inside it has a hollow. So with that, it has higher surface area. Due to the higher surface area, based on the theory, it's supposed to have higher sensitivity. There is one thing. And then we also then after using this method to produce it. This is also the novelty of this research. So using the ionization method to produce or to synthesis titanium nanotube array, and then after that we dope it. We have succeeded also this one to dope, to dope with the niobium dopant. So and then finally we also have succeeded to fabricate the device with that nanostructured material, the novel nanostructured material. There is a titanium nanotube array using the new method that many research still not succeed to do that. And then we dope using the same method but different process, that is categorization method. And then we fabricate the humidity sensor. Actually, not only for humidity sensor. This one we check for the humidity sensor. So we also actually can measure for the UV sensor. But for the UV sensor, okay, that is a problem, because for UV sensor, we need direct band gap is one thing, and then another thing is we for the humidity sensor we need the charge recombination higher than charge regeneration. So that's one thing. So that we need to compromise. So how much the connectivity should we need to check for that. And then for the humidity sensor also, it will be good. Usually we use for the humidity sensor, we use UV sensor. We use nanostructured zinc oxide because it has low defect, higher conductivity, and and the same time direct band gap. So for example, if we want to fabricate the LED, for example, because LED also we need higher optical band gap material, so that we can have higher combination energy. So maybe titanium dioxide is not suitable. Usually it's been reported like that. But with the nanostructured titanium oxide nano tube array, so maybe with the array the defect decrease. So it also might be used for the LED. That also possible. So many research still can be done there using this method. So Alhamdulillah, so we have succeeded to deposit, to dope, and to fabricate humidity sensor using this method. So I think that's all for the presentation, and after this, let's go for the Q&A session. So hopefully we could discuss on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof, for a wonderful sharing sessions. I'm sure our audience have plenty of things to ask to clarify some of the detail. And I'm sure our audience can ask a question directly through the platforms that using our platform. And just wondering, Prof, I get one of the question from Dr. Nozakia. Okay, she asked about how do the metal oxide semiconductor, particularly the titanium dioxide, offer an advantage fabrication's humidity sensor compared to organic material substance? It means just we are changing from the inorganic to organic material. That's is there any advantage why the titanium dioxide will be better in this study, Prof?
Yeah, very difficult to answer because we do not considering the organic material for this application. So for example, when we think about, maybe we can consider organic material as an active layer in the device configuration. Because for example, organic material, we coat the titanium dioxide with the material that has a higher absorption characteristic, for example. Is that possible? But from the beginning, if you want to consider the organic material as an active layer, that one I'm not sure, because not my area. What we are doing is to coat the organic material using organic material as a coating. That one I'm confident to say that it will be good, because it will be helpful to assist the characteristic of the metal oxide material. But directly to consider the organic material as an active layer, I'm sorry, doctor, I'm not sure on that. Yeah.
Prof, meanwhile, we can also
Yeah.
stop the PowerPoint sharing so we can have a better view of you there because our audience are very excited to see you.
Oh, no. You can just listen to my voice. It's okay. It's enough. Thank you so much.
Just maybe wondering, Prof, maybe the organic layer, is that due to the something like maybe it's much easier to undergo oxidations or something like that? That might be the reason why you are choosing an inorganic material such as titanium dioxide, Prof?
Yeah, before I'm considering that also, but nowadays they're reporting that organic material they can overcome that problem.
Yeah.
They
So
they already have overcome the problem in the cause of the oxidation.
okay.
But the problem is at the beginning how to prepare the organic material so that it will behave as an active layer for this application. That is the problem. But to achieve is okay. I'm confident because we are doing also to fabricate the organic solar cell, for example. We are using also organic material to fabricate the organic solar cell, for example. That one is as a layer to assist, okay, to assist the active layer such as the titanium dioxide, especially or zinc oxide, because with the characteristic that the organic material has, it able to increase the to make better of the characteristic of metal or oxide material. But as an active layer, I'm not sure. For example, when we want to form the PN junction, okay, PN junction, okay, as the active layer for example, N type. So we use the P type as a substrate. Okay, we use P type as a substrate, and then we want to form the N type on the top of that. So if we use directly the organic material, we face problem because very difficult to form the junction, for example. So we mix that organic material with metal material. So to have the material to form the composite, and only with that it will form the PN junction to fabricate the device. So for the device fabrication, so far I'm not sure if we want to consider the organic material as a main layer, as an active layer. But we should try. We could try on that.
Okay, Prof. I think notice basically it due to it mean the use of the organic material. It just wrap up what we have mentioned just now. The organic material still can be used, and nowadays because we have a way to overcome the oxidized procedure of this material. So that's a very a good answer and sharing, I believe. And also, Prof, there is one question from our audience about from Muhammad Nur Hidayat Mat. He's actually asking about. I know that fluid can be considered as the Newtonic or non-Newtonic fluid.
Yeah. That's true.
So is that considered? If I try to refresh back the questions, if I'm not mistaken, the question is asking about fluid. Is that considered Newtonic or non-Newtonic, Prof?
Yeah. Actually, to be sincere with you, me myself, I'm not doing on the fluid. On the fluid.
Yes.
So, but I think so. One of the characteristic of the material, okay, of the material that we should consider when we want to form the device in the fluid form, for example, we have make sure that it will uniformly how to distribute in the solution, and then for example the charge will be uniformly distributed in the solution process, that kind of things. But I'm not sure when we deal with the organic, it should be okay or not, because usually we use organic as a coating, and also when we want to form the composite, to adjust or to control the conductivity due to the, for example, use the due to the to increase the electron or to increase the holes. That only. But for the fluid, I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I cannot comment on that. That is not my area. I should not be specialized in other people's area. I should not advise because that one is not in my area. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Prof. We do understand. Just one, maybe one more questions, Prof, from Puan Atifa. So regarding what are the potential next steps of the further research directions based on the findings on this study to enhance the humidity sensor technology? I think the question is more to in terms of optimizations of the humidity sensor itself, Prof.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. That's related to my area, and then I'm also very happy to listen to that question because it's always in my mind to think of that. So
Yes,
this system is actually one of the reasons why we use this system. As I said, that we want to tackle the problem. That's why we proceed the research. So to tackle the issues, to solve the problem, we have considered this system. But actually, other than the reason to consider the system to solve the problem in the literature review, but actually this system can be considered because with this system is different from other many system, because with this system we can fabricate large area of the device, large surface, large area of the device. Okay, large area. And then this system also, the electrochemical deposition also, other than we able to fabricate in large area, because that depends on the system that we use. Okay, that depends on the system we use. For example, substrate, we use very big substrate, for example. If we do spin coating, it will be very difficult. Spin coating, because during the spinning, I'm not blaming the spin coating because we are doing on that also. But when we were to compare in the research, when we were to say something good, so we have to say that better than others. That's the reason. So it's different from others. We can make this very large system. And then other thing, with this system also, when we consider the second step for doping process, for example, by controlling the amount of free ion or free electron in the electrolyte medium of the electrochemical deposition system. I know Dr. Singh mentioned in the presentation, till now we still keep in thinking how to dope with the n-type, because categorization we need to use the positive ion. So that
understand.
Problem, still issues on that. But if we could settle on that, I believe that this system could be offer better opportunity for the researchers to consider in the nanostructure material synthesization, deposition, in the doping process, and in the device fabrication as well. I hope that could help you. Could answer to your question, Doctor. Thank you.
Yeah, Prof. Definitely, it's a very helpful and really clear about the entire of the presentation, and also the Q&A session getting very interesting. Prof, we are very lucky to have you over here, and we are from our side because you are one of our say always invited professor or the giving the for this conference. We're really happy to have you, Prof. Maybe
I'm sorry because that's only I know, and I can share with you all. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you are a very good mentor for all of us. So, Prof, I believe our audience will have more questions, maybe a bit shy over to ask publicly. Maybe, Prof, because I believe just now quite interesting question comes in, so they can reach you through the platform or me or email. Definitely, they can ask more question about this research. And thank you so much again to Prof. Engineer TS Dr. Muhammad Rusub Mahmud for the wonderful sharing sessions and also for Q&A. And again, from my side, Dr. Hussein, for this, thank you again for the presentation. And I would like to say this is the end of our sessions. And thank you to all participants for joining this conference virtually. We hope that the conference has become a platform, a good platform. Definitely, this is a good platform for academic and also researcher all around the world, because it is projected through our social media platform, especially the YouTube. They can always access to this platform again to get a more knowledge, valuable knowledge, and in the field of especially from the nano and also human sensor fields, as you mentioned just now, Prof. Again, Prof, thank you. Prof.
Thank you so much. One more thing from me. Please,
Please, yeah.
if needed, please share my slide to the audience so the audience can learn more on that. Can see more on that.
We go through
Thank you so
the
much.
YouTube channel. The comments are very positive. They are very interested, and they are very they are crystal clear about your presentation.
Thank you so much.
They are very good. Okay, so then I think my session for this session is almost toward to the ends, and I will definitely pass over my session to my next colleague, to Miss Siti Marina Amit. So see you again. Thank you so much for the lovely. Thank you so much again, Prof.
Thank you so much.
Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Hussein. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Salam Madani, Malaysia Madani, to our invited speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here as the moderator for I-CReST Virtual Conference 2023. I will moderate the second keynote speech for Social Sciences and Humanities. My name is Siti Marina Amit from Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. We are very grateful when our next speaker said yes to our invitation. She is Yang Berbahagia, Professor Datuk Nur Aziah Haji Muhammad Awal. Please allow me to read her achievements. I may not do her justice, but due to time constraint, I will read the compressed version of her repertoire. She is currently a professor of law at the Faculty of Law, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and specializes in comparative family law, child law, women's rights, and the Malaysian legal system. She was appointed as the first Children's Commissioner of Malaysia at Suhakam from 2019 until 2025, and also sits as the Deputy Chairperson of Suhakam. Prior to her current responsibilities, she has served her expertise in various capacities, representing Malaysia internationally. Not just that, she also found the time to publish 3 books, numerous articles, chapters in books of various aspects of her field of expertise. For all her services to her profession and to the public, she was awarded Tokoh Ma'al Hijrah in 2016 and 2017 by the Federal Territory Kuala Lumpur and Negeri Sembilan, respectively. She was also awarded Darjah Setia Bakti Negeri Sembilan with the title Dato. If time permits, Dato will answer questions from the audience during the question and answer session, inshallah. So are we ready, Dato?
Yes, thank you. I think I will
Without
share my
further
slide.
ado, with the presentation entitled Human Rights and Rights to Education, Role of Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, Sohakam, for 40 minutes, Dato. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you see my slide? Are you able to see my slide now?
No, not yet.
I can't hear you, Dato.
Oh, you can hear me. Hang on. Can you hear me?
All right. Yes.
Yeah, you can hear me.
Yes.
I'm sharing the screen. Let me try
right.
and see what am I supposed to be doing. Share. Oh dear. If I can't share, I think Urustia needs to do the sharing.
So you need our help?
Yes, please. Somehow or other, it's not coming out. Let me check where my slide is here.
So we will try to share for you.
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right. Is this okay? Can you see your slide?
That's right. Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
All right.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts and some things that I do. Human rights and rights to education, role of human rights commissions of Malaysia. Next slide, please. As I've already mentioned, as already been mentioned by the moderator, Dr. Siti, you see, I've been appointed the first student commissioner in 2019 until 2022. And then my term was renewed 2022 to 25. But now I'm currently the deputy vice chair of Sohakam. But I'm no longer the student commissioner. The student commissioner has just, they have appointed Dr. Farah Nini as the new student commissioner. But anyway, my paper will talk about the rights to education and also the human rights issues and how Sohakam has been able to assist or make the public aware of issues of human rights and also human rights education and how it is being now embedded in our education system. The education is both both a human right in itself and is dispensable means of realizing other human rights. As an empowerment right, education is primary vehicle by which economically and socially marginalized adults and children can live themselves out of poverty and to obtain means to participate fully in their communities. Education has a vital role in empowering women, safeguarding children from exploitative and hazardous work, labor, and sexual exploitation, promoting human rights and democracy, protecting the environment and also controlling population growth. Increasingly, education is recognized as one of the best financial investments states can make. But the importance of education is not just practical, as well as it's not just democracy, protecting, the various way. Sorry, I can't even read my slides here. And it's basically the importance of education to enlighten an active mind and able to wander freely, widely. So my paper will talk about human rights issues, what is human rights and why it is important. And also part of that is it is a human right to be educated and that everyone, in particular children, must have a right to education. Next, please. Now, as an introduction, which I've already mentioned, human rights are rights that belong to individuals as a consequence of being human. So basically, a lot of people do not understand what is human right, and often thought that these are Western values. Human right is just rights for just being human, and these are widely, basic needs and very fundamental needs of a human person. And then human rights are simply because you're human. They are not granted by any. They are not granted by any state. These universal rights are inherent for all of us, regardless of nationality, sex, ethnic group, color, religion. Yeah, and these range from the most fundamental one, right to live, right to life, or worth living, and then right to food, education, health, and liberty. Next slide, please. Rights to education. Education is a basic human right that works to raise men and women out of poverty level, inequalities, and ensure sustainable development. Education is one of the most powerful tools in lifting excluded children and adults out of poverty and a stepping stone to other fundamental rights. It is most sustainable investment. The right to equality education is already firmly rooted in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, and international legal instruments, the majority of which are a result of the work of UNESCO and the United Nations. Next. Now, when I talk about human rights in relation to education, I will talk about the rights to education under the Federal Constitution in Malaysia. And as you know, we have a written constitution. And also under UDHR, CEDAW, and CEDAW, CRPD, and CRC are the three conventions that Malaysia has signed and ratified and are bound by it. And the last one is under International Covenants on Economic, Social, and Civil relations. Yeah. So that is the three convention, the three convention that were signed, and the last one we have not signed, but we are also looking at those rights under those conventions. Next. Under the Federal Constitution, of course, we have this Article 5 to 12, actually to 13, yeah, in terms of fundamental liberties, fundamental rights. And one of the most important ones, as far as we are concerned today, is the rights in respect of education under Article 12. Now, if you look at this, next slide, please. Sorry, I did not have the slide on the education, but I will just explain to you. As far as the Federal Constitution is concerned, we have the basic human right to liberty, meaning under Article 5, for example, you have a right to do whatever you like as a person. You cannot be arrested. You cannot be killed for no good reasons or unless you are found guilty of murder. Even now, mandatory death penalty has been abolished. So these are fundamental rights. But rights to education under Article 12, that every citizen have a rights to education. Now, the most important part of this Article 12 is that it talks about rights of every citizen in Malaysia. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of undocumented children, refugees children, were not able to have any form of education, formal education under government school, because rights to education under Federal Constitution are rights for citizens. Yeah. So based on that, we now look at what other rules and regulations that we have and why some international conventions actually are in conflict with our Federal Constitution in relation to rights to education. Next. So under UDHR, this is under Article 26, everyone has a right to education. Education shall be free, at least in elementary and fundamental stages, and elementary education shall be compulsory. Technical and professional education shall be made generally available, and higher education shall be equally accessible to all on the basis of merit. Education shall be directed to full development of human personality and to strengthen of respect of human rights and fundamental freedoms. And if you look at, we do not sign UDHR, it's just a declaration. But when Suhakam has been established under the Suhakam Act, the Suhakam Act actually mentioned that Suhakam shall be doing work based on principles of UDHR. So that's how UDHR is connected to us. And under Article 26, everyone has a right to education, and education must be free at least in the elementary and fundamental stage. This should be for primary education. At the moment in Malaysia, primary education is free. It is compulsory. Parents who do not send their children to school at the age of 6, preschool, and then go to school at the age of 7, can be charged in court. And if they were found guilty, they could be sentenced to 6 months imprisonment and or to be fined, or both. So not many people knows that it is compulsory to send your kids to school at the age of 6, yeah, and then you could be sent to prison for not sending them to school. If you want them to go to homeschooling, you need the permission of the minister. This was amended, this particular Akta Pendidikan, the Education Act was amended in 2001 to insert the provisions of 29A of the Act, whereby education, primary education is free and compulsory. Next. Under CEDAW is the Convention on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. Now, to give you a background, CEDAW is a convention that we signed and ratified in 1995. And for the purpose of the convention, the term, Article 1 of CEDAW, actually, for the purpose of the presentation of convention, the term discrimination against women shall mean any distinction, exclusion or restriction made on the basis of sex, which has the effect or purpose of impairing or nullifying the recognition, judgment, or exercise of women in respect of their marital status, basis of equality of men and women, of human rights and fundamental freedoms, political, economical, social, cultural, and civil, and other fields. Now, Article 1 is very important, and CEDAW is part and parcel of our law now that we have ratified it, and we did not reserve Article 1, and in terms of why it is related to education, because it is a form of, if you do not give equal opportunity in terms of education, it is a form of discrimination. Because as far as CEDAW is concerned, everyone should have, men and women should have equal rights in terms of education and their fundamental rights. So next. And under CEDAW, we have Article 10, state parties shall take appropriate measures to eliminate discrimination against women in order to ensure them equal rights with men in the field of education, to have access to studies, and then elimination of any stereotype concept. So under CEDAW, because it is a convention on to eliminate discrimination against women, and for that matter, young girls, yeah. So this is the focus of CEDAW. In terms of education, we have under Article 10, you must actually eliminate all form of discrimination, and men and women should have equal opportunity. But I mean, in that respect, if you look what we have today in our most higher education in our universities, about 70% are now female students. Used to be long time ago, when during my mother's day, I think young girls were not sent to school. They were sent to be prepared to be married, and then of course we also need to eliminate all forms of stereotype concepts in terms of role of man and woman. These are the quite difficult issues, and it is also embedded in our culture, in our religion, religious practices. Sometimes to me it's not even religious practices, but it's more of a cultural background that we still say women must only become nurses, cannot become doctors. Used to be, when we signed CEDAW, we have to change our some of the textbooks that we have is very colonial kind of textbooks for schools, whereby if you have a photo and it say that doctor, it must be a man, cannot be a woman. And then if you're a nurse, then it must be a woman that's wearing the hat. And then nurse can only be, a woman can only become nurses, cannot become doctors. So now, as far as we are concerned, we have male and female doctors, we have male and female lawyers, we have engineers, we even have astronauts, and so on and so forth. So to me, education, of course, as being explained earlier, it is a human right, a very important human right, and it holds the key towards other forms of human rights and to actually part and parcel of eradicating poverty. Next, please. Next slide, please. We also have CRC. Now, Convention on the Right of Children basically give children a better perspective in terms of human rights. It is a very comprehensive convention, and under Article 28 and 29, it talks about education. And this is where it is state party must actually make primary education compulsory and free, and encourage development of different forms of secondary education. When I was the Children Commissioner, one of my campaign was to make secondary education compulsory. So children will be in school from the age of 6 to the age of 18, because the children are person under the age of 18, and to me it's important for them to be in school. Then they will not be doing other things. Now, that means school must be accessible. Even if the children are in custody, they have to serve certain form of certain things, like for example, they have committed certain crime, they were sent to Henry Gurney. Even if they are in detention, they must be given education, meaning that is a priority. Children must be given education no matter what. At the moment, Malaysia unfortunately has still reserved Article 28(1)(a), making primary education compulsory and free. I do not understand why, but I probably, to me, at the moment in Malaysia, primary education is free. We provide books. We even give, to a certain extent, vouchers for them to buy uniform. Even during COVID, for example, the government tried utmost best by providing laptops, handphones for those who were not able to go to, because they were not able to go to school, they must be able to join the online classes. But of course, during COVID, it was the first time that we had such problems, and we didn't realize that our country is not fully wired as such. Yeah, Wi-Fi. I mean, in Sabah and Sarawak is one of the two states that that faced a lot of problems in terms of online education, and we saw a lot that was shown in the in the Facebook mass media. Things like these children have to sit on a bridge, have to climb the trees in order to get Wi-Fi, and I have seen it myself. I was in Sabah during their PRN during COVID, and then to me, some parts are just not being reached by all this Wi-Fi. So in that respect, probably that's one of the reasons why Malaysia still reserve Article 28(1)(e). But the other is because Malaysia, under our constitution, only citizens are being able to be provided with education. Now, we have a lot of refugees in our country. We have about 181,000 refugees in Malaysia. And because of that, we need to provide, if you look at CRC, if you have signed, we look at CEDAW, education, primary education is should be made compulsory and should be given to all children for that matter. So these are one of the reasons probably because why Article 28(1)(e) has been reserved. But I do, with the Madani government, I was informed that they are now looking at various ways in making sure that even refugees, undocumented and stateless children are able to attend schools. Next, please. This is Article 29, education. State party agree that education of a child shall be directed to. These are the main areas why education should be made compulsory, and what are the things that must be there in order to give a child a better future. So development in terms of child personality, talents, development of respect, human rights and fundamental freedom, development in respect of child's parents, his or her cultural identity, language. So if you look at CRC, Malaysia has no problem in terms of Article 29 because we have sekolah rendah jenis kebangsaan, Inggeris, China, India, because children have a right to education in terms of their cultural identity, language, and values. And then preparation of child of responsible of life in free society, in spirits of understanding, peace, tolerance, development, respect of natural environment, and then no part of Article 28 shall be construed as to interfere to liberties of individual and bodies established or direct educational institution. So clause 2 is very important because state parties still have a right to plan their own national education in such a way that so that it will not interfere with the national policies. Next, please. CRPD, Convention on Right of Person with Disabilities. This is under Article 24. Now, I must mention that in terms of education, in Suhakam, we have many consultations with the person with disabilities, and their main complaint is to them, yes, you have the convention, we have signed, we have ratified, we also have ACTA, OKU, that was passed in 2008, but somehow or other, Malaysia is still lacking. It is still sort of crawling in this area of education for person with special needs. I know when Datuk Mazli became, YB Mazli became the Minister of Education, he introduced the zero rejection policy, meaning no children should be rejected from school. Everyone should be allowed to be in primary schools. Primary school must be free. But person with disabilities, even though now you don't even have to have a special school, but they can join any school. But if you have a person with disabilities, you must have special teachers. Now, these are the main complaints. They don't have sign instructors in schools, not yet. They may have teachers that probably be able to teach sign languages, but you need sign instructor because sometimes when the teacher is talking and she is actually facing the whiteboard, then the children are not able to understand what she's talking about because you need the sign language expert in front. That's one. And the other thing is but having like lifts and escalators for physically handicapped children, and these are problems in terms of education. And the other thing is that for the blind, probably, I mean, as far as law is concerned, the only university that have braille in law is University of Malaya. At the moment, none of the other universities have all the facilities for the blind. And we probably have facilities for those who are physically disabled, but we do not have the facilities for all types. And now, of course, we have different types, and a lot of the OKU Act is focusing only on issues of various areas, only physical handicap rather than other types of disabilities. Next, please. International Covenant on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights. This was passed in 1966 and enforced in 1976, and then. Excuse my chuchu is playing with us in her handphone. Now, these also actually recognize the rights that everyone have rights to education, and state parties to the present covenant recognize with the view of achieving full realization of this right. Next, please. I will just have to run. I know my time is quite limited. I can see the moderator coming out already. Next slide, please. Next slide. Can we move? Okay, we have Malaysia passed this National Human Rights Action Plan, and this was passed in 2018 until 2025. And these are the main principles. And education, if you look at, you have human rights, you have social, economic, cultural rights, which include education. We have political, civil rights, we have vulnerable groups' rights, and international obligation. I will need you to move my slide further. Next, please. This is the social sustainable development. Next is this is Malaysia commitment. We are part of UNESCO since 1958. Malaysia is a member and responsible to promote international cooperation in the area of education. Next. Okay, let me explain about SUHAKAM. We are an international human rights institution in Malaysia, and we were established in 1999. And next slide, just to show you what our mandate. We are to promote and educate public on human rights education, to advise government on in relation to human rights issues and make recommendations, to recommend to government to ratify international treaties, and to investigate and monitor any complaints of violation of human rights. Most of our job is to actually advise government. So we are now advising government to make secondary education compulsory, so that children will be kept at school and better. And we also investigate any forms of violations of human rights. Next, and in SUHAKAM we have 4 divisions in accordance to our mandate, and one of the division is Education Promotion Working Group, and with that we are doing a lot of promotion and educational program. Next, one of our programs, next please. These are the current SUHAKAM's work on education. Next. And human rights education in school, we have human rights best practices in schools program, human rights module for primary and secondary schools, and national education policy. So at the moment, SUHAKAM is applying, has already got this module on with Ministry of Education, and we are teaching at more than 400 schools the ATAM syllabus. Yeah, so a lot of schools are being informed, or they have the human rights education. Next, please. This is the best practices, started in 2009, 468 schools. Main objective is to instill, practice, appreciate human rights among students. And SUHAKAM conducted human rights training for teachers, organized various competitions for students in schools, and delivered talks to students from time to time. Next. These are just... And these are human rights education trainings that we have done a lot with the police. We also do with prison department, anti-drugs agency, and immigrations. Next. We also youth for rights program. This is done in UNIMAS. Next. And we have talks and training programs. And next. We also have human SUHAKAM bersama masyarakat. And usually we go to villages and all that, and we help them to understand what is human rights and how we could assist them in any forms of violation. Next. Next. This is literacy program and human rights modules. We also have developed it with the police so that the police would do better in terms of arresting and giving people rights in terms of their rights as a person when being arrested by the police. Next. Cooperation with universities, we have done a lot. UUM, UKM, I think UITM also, we have cooperations with SUHAKAM. Next. And conclusion, human rights education and rights to education are two sides of the same coins. It's important to understand basic needs of human rights, and rights to education is very crucial human rights. Education is the key to a better future, and no one should be denied such rights. SUHAKAM is the international human rights institution that believes that steadfastly that every human have a right to education. SUHAKAM, through its numerous activities, have been able to promote general public to promote to the general public the human rights and activities, and be able to and also rights to education. Since its inception, SUHAKAM has been able to educate the community of the importance of human rights education. So with that, I thank you for listening, and I will take some questions if I'm allowed.
Thank you so much, Yang Berbahagia, Datuk Nur Razia, for a very informative speech. Even though it's a short one, but it's full of information, and I think we learn a lot from the speech in the less than 40 minutes. So I believe it's a time well spent. I mean, I'm sure I have a good amount of information, new information. So I'm sure we have time for 1 or 2 questions. And in fact, I have question from Madam Nurul Janaki. In this question, she asks the key challenges that are faced by Human Rights Commission of Malaysia in ensuring the realization of the right of education for all citizens and how it collaborates with the other stakeholders to overcome these challenges. So they talk about the challenge and the collaboration.
Okay. As far as citizens are concerned, I think the government have done quite a lot. And our main challenges now actually is focusing on making sure that we have an online, our Wi-Fi system is properly, properly developed. Yeah, we do not have to have problems when we only realized it during COVID that some areas are just you can't even get anything on, and we did a consultation with a lot of NGOs, with a lot of parents, and we call our consultation and program the Lost Generation. So the 2 years 2020 2021 we have lost many children in the education system because they were not able to be online, and we have many dropouts because even in Kuala Lumpur, sad to say, they do not have Wi-Fi. They are not able to afford to have a line, and then they are not able to afford the iPad, the handphone, the sophisticated one, not sophisticated, but if you have a handphone which cannot even be used for education, then that's a problem. So even in Kuala Lumpur we have a lot of dropouts. That's one of the survey that we've done. And then to me now, for Malaysia, as far as Malaysia is concerned, was to make sure that as far as citizens are concerned, the country must be well wired as far as I'm concerned, and then education must be able to reach. It is access to education that we're talking about now. We're not talking about we have the proper education system, and I do know that the ministry is looking at the education policy again, looking at the dasar pendidikan kebangsaan, how we could improve, because a lot of people are questioning now the quality of the education that we have. So that's our greatest challenges. During COVID, many children had to go to school online, and even then we were surprised, pleasantly surprised with the STPM result with hundreds of A's, and that I think is the greatest challenge. And the next one is, of course, higher education. We have the so-called lambakan graduates, and they were not able to get employment. But I think we must actually separate the two. Getting employment, higher education is to educate someone, to make sure that this someone can move forward and be able to, in the end, maybe acquire a good job and do whatever it needs to be in terms of that qualification. But we are not here. I don't think higher education should be tailored to make sure that every one of that graduated from our university get a job. So that I think we must also try to think of the government have a responsibility to make sure that how the graduates are being able to get employment. But I think as far as education is concerned, we are responsible to make sure that these children, when being educated, this adult that get their university degree, then they know what they're talking about and they are able to practice what they have in terms of their degree. That's one. And the other thing, what was your second area? The collaborations in terms of with stakeholders. At the moment, in education for refugees, stateless, we have a lot of the ministry allowed alternative education. Unfortunately, the alternative education do not allow these children to take the formal exams. They do not do SPM, PT3 used to be. Now, that to me is a total mistakes in terms of policy. As far as I'm concerned, if you are going to abide by these international conventions that education is free and compulsory, then that education must be given with certain certification. So without certification, they were not able to move on. So we are now pushing for formal education with proper allowances where they could actually get to do their examination, and they can pursue that, go to higher education, go to university, polytechnics. And then, because as far as refugees is concerned, without education, it is their chances of going to a third country are very slim. So I think those are our challenges at the moment, and we would like that to be resolved in this next couple of years.
I agree, Dato, because I think part of the problem that related to social problem with refugees can be solved if they are educated properly.
Exactly.
If they are educated properly, they can think positively.
Yes,
So
yes.
I think it's helping us in sorting out the problem, the social problem relating to them.
Yeah. In fact,
We have a lot of questions, Prof.
Yeah, and I think I just want to add that I went to a workshop with Majlis Keselamatan Negara like a week ago, and they are also looking at new policies in terms of refugees and also stateless children. So we hope something good will happen, because without education, we were going to get a lot more social problems as far as they are concerned. Yeah.
Okay. We have a lot of questions, but due to constraint of time, since our next speaker is already here, so I would like to thank you so much, Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Nur Aziah, for your presentation and for the sharing of ideas and knowledge. Maybe next time our institution can call you exclusively to talk about human rights on behalf of Suhakam. So may Allah bless you with good health always, Prof, and hope to see you in the future. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of a keynote speech session. I would like to now to hand over the session to the next moderator for the first session of the invited speech, Dr. Nurul Filzah Ghazali. Thank you, Prof.
Welcome back to our first invited speaker session. To show respect and as a sign of our appreciation to the speaker, please silence your phone and mute your speaker during the session. I will present the question to the respective speaker during question and answer session at the end of the presentation. You can type your question in the YouTube live chat box and we will try to read it during the Q&A session. Our invited speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here as the moderator for I-CReST Virtual Conference 2023. I will moderate this invited speech session 1. My name is Nurul Filzah binti Ghazali from Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are very lucky today to have our first invited speaker flying far away from Japan. Without further ado, I would like to invite our first invited speaker, which is Associate Professor Dr. Yuji Sumi from Department of Life Science and Applied Chemistry, Nagoya Institute of Technology, with the title of his talk, Continuous Flow Pentafluoroalkylation Using Hydrofluorocarbon. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Yuji Sumi. Okay, Prof, the mic is yours.
Okay, thank you for the kind introduction. I will share my slide and I'll start my presentation. So please wait. Okay, so my name is Yuji Sumi. So I am a associate professor in the Shibata Laboratory in the Nagoya Institute of Technology, Japan. Now it is a pleasure to meet you. So thank you for giving me a chance to speak today. I would like to thank to the member of the committee. So my presentation title is a continuous flow power flow alkylation using HFCs. But firstly, I speak about the fluorine atom and HFC. So first of all, so let me introduce the fluorine. So fluorine atom have the highest electronegativity among all atoms and the second smallest atomic radius among all atoms after hydrogen. It is the 13th most abundant element in the Earth crust. But there are only 12 naturally occurring fluorine compounds. Therefore, all fluorine compounds around Earth are synthetic compounds. Fluorine is obtained as HF by oxidizing fluoride. This is fluoride, right? The fluorine is the hydrogen family, and gaseous fluorine is yellow-green gas at the room temperature. In 1886, first the fluorine gas was isolated by Professor Henri Moissan of France, who was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1906 for this achievement. So this slide shows an example of the use of the fluorine compounds. Fluoride salts such as sodium fluoride are used in the toothpaste. And also the fluorine is widely used as a polymer such as PTFE, which is used as a coating agent of the fluoropolymer. And organofluorine compounds are also widely used in pharmaceuticals and agrochemicals. And also, the fluorine is used in various fields, such as coolants and H-glass and more. So our society strongly benefits the gain from the fluorine. This slide shows the example of the use of the fluorine compounds for the pharmaceuticals and the agrochemicals. So organofluorine compounds contribute greatly to the development of the pharmaceuticals and the agrochemicals. Here are the percentage of the organofluorine compounds in the commercially available pharmaceuticals and agrochemicals. Organofluorine compounds account for 25% of the pharmaceuticals and 30% of the agrochemicals. This graph shows the percentage percentage of the fluorine compounds in the small molecular drugs approved by the US FDA. As you can see here, so the percentage of fluorinate compound is increasing year and by year. So including the compounds in the clinical trial stage, the nearly 50% compounds are fluorine compounds. And fluorine is now an indispensable element in the development of the pharmaceuticals and agrochemical. So next, I'd like to introduce one of the problems of the organ fluorine compounds. So chlorofluorocarbons, CFC, have been widely used as a cleaning and cooling agent. However, they were found to have the highly ozone depression potential, and it was decided to abolish them and in the Montreal Protocols. So therefore, hydrochlorofluorocarbon, HCFC, was used instead of the CFC. So this is the low ozone depression potential. So however, in the Kyoto Protocol in 1997, called for the reduction of the greenhouse gases. And thereafter, the hydrofluorocarbon, HFC, as focused on the instead of the HCFC. HFC is ozone-friendly gas, and the global ozone depression potential is 0. So instead of the HCFC, the HFC is widely used in the world. However, so the HFC have been found to have a much higher global warming potential, about the 15,000 times that of the carbon dioxide, as shown here. And also the HFC 32, HFC 125, the HFC 125 and HFC 143A are also the 4,000 times higher than carbon dioxide. Therefore, in 16th Kigali revision, Kigali amendment requires the developed countries to phase out the HFCs by 2012, and HFCs to be phased out by 2050. But the HFC are stored in large quantities throughout the cities, and currently deposited by incineration. Therefore, the issue of the HFC has become an avoidable problem when dealing with the fluorine compounds. Against this background, we wondered if HFC could be reused as a fluoroalkyl source. So you can see here, HFC 23 and HFC 125 are the smallest unit of the trifluoromethyl groups and pentafluoroethyl groups, respectively. Therefore, if hydrogen of this HFC can be extracted and used under synthetic reactions, it will be the highly useful method for the synthesized high volume fluorine compounds from industrial waste HFC. This figure, following figure below, shows the typical reagent for the introducing the trifluoromethyl and pentafluoromethyl groups. These reagents are widely used because they are stable and easily handled. Therefore, however, these reagents are some problems such as expensive, low atomic efficiency, and they generate the waste from the reagents. So the use of the HFC is fluoroalkyl source would be highly useful method, not only from the environmental standpoint, but also from the cost standpoint. However, there are two problems in using the HFC-23 and HFC-125 as a fluoroalkyl sources. First, the hydrogen of the both HFCs has a high pKa. So strong base must be used for the deprotonation. The second problem is that the resulting fluoroalkyl anion, both anion unstable and easily decompose. In the case of the trifluoromethyl anion, because electric repulsion of the anion and the lone pair of the fluorine, this trifluoromethyl anion is partially decomposed to the difluorocarbene and fluoroanion. In the case of the pentafluoroethyl anion, the anion in the carbon center flows the neighboring orbit by negative anionic hyperconjugation. So fluorine pentafluoroethyl anion easily decomposed to the tetrafluoroethylene and fluoranion. Therefore, the key to utilizing the HFC-23 and HFC-125 is how to tame these anions. So this slide shows a typical example of the use of trifluoromethyl anions. First, in 2011, Gulshin groups reported the method to generate the trifluoromethyl kappa and using the trifluoromethyl anion. First, HFC-23 is react with the base and to generate the this trifluoromethyl anion. The following react with the DMF to generate this intermediate. And thereafter, the kappa iodide was reacted with this intermediate to produce the trifluoromethyl kappa in the over 19% yield. The following year, they reported the improved method using the potassium tertiary butoxide. In this method, they used the HF tritiramine for the stabilization of the kappa trifluoromethyl kappa. By using this method, they succeeded in the trifluoromethylation of variety of the substrates, such as ribonic acid, allyl iodide, and the beta ketones. Furthermore, in 2014, they reported the flow synthesis of the trifluoromethyl kappa from the HFC-23. The flow synthesis method enables large-scale synthesis. Therefore, a flow method is an excellent method to consume HFC-23. The details of the flow synthesis method will be explained later. On the other hand, in 2012, Professor Prakash group achieved the trifluoromethylation of the various substrate by using the KHMDS as a base and with the low temperature. They found that the use of the potassium cation was important and succeeded in the trifluoromethylation. They obtained the various substrate, which is not be synthesized by previous method using the DMF. And later, so in 2014, they reported the trifluoromethylation using inexpensive potassium tertiary butoxide and crown ether. This method is a good method for comparing the highly expensive KHMDS. So our laboratory also found that combination of the fluoroalkyl anion with the bulky cation can suppress the decomposition of the trifluoromethyl anion. You can see here the organic superbase P4 is a bulky, so that the trifluoromethyl anion become naked here. So which effectively proceeds the trifluoromethylation reactions. In 2018, we also reported the method using grime. Since the grime forms the bulky onium salt, as shown here. So in this case, the same as a P4 base, the trifluoromethyl ion becomes naked, and the next trifluoromethylation is proceeded smoothly. So as introduced so far, so methods using the HFC-23 have been developed and using with metals, potassium-based, low temperature conditions, and our bulky cation method. By the way, the flow reactions are known. One of the methods for handling unstable intermediate. So flow reaction allows the reaction to be carried out in a small space and in short time. So flow reaction attracted attention from the industrial side as well. Since the reaction divides the compact, as shown here, very compact setups, and we operate continuously for large scale synthesis. In general, flow reactions are carried out by pumping the reagent into the microreactor or T-shaped reactor, as shown here. Reaction conditions can be optimized by changing the temperature and the reactor, adjusting the concentration of the solution, and changing the method of the mixing. In addition, the gas liquid type flow synthesis is also possible. Therefore, if the reaction using HFCs can be performed in the flow reaction, it is an ideal method for large amount of the consumption of the HFCs. This slide shows an example of the flow trifluoromethylation using the HFC-23. Ray groups also reported the different method. And our group also reported the flow trifluoromethylation using the HFC-23, as shown here. So as I talk about until now, the trifluoromethylation using HFC-23 have been developed not only as a batch reaction, but also as a flow reactions. And further improvements are still ongoing. So on the other hand, our groups have recently studied the pentafluoroethylation using HFC-125, as shown here. So we have achieved the pentafluoroethylation of the carbonic groups in batch reactions. So from these success achievements, we next tried to develop the flow pentafluoroethylation using HFC-125. So from now, I will talk about the flow pentafluoroethylation. At first, based on the flow trifluoromethylation using HFC-23, we set up these three components, the flow apparatus, as shown here. So here is the optimization the studies. At first, we carried out the same reaction conditions in the case of the HFC-23. In trigram or tetragram the solvent, and the potassium tertiary butoxide the base. The product was obtained 74% over 60% yield. When solvent was changed to the DMF, the product obtained 92% yield. And we changed the other solvent or changed the base or lowering temperature is not improved the yield. So we decided the entry 3 is the optimized reaction conditions. So next, we examine the substrate scopes, as shown here. So various carbonyl groups was investigated. In the case of the benzophenols, most of the compounds smoothly transformed to the pentylated compound in high yield. In the case of the aldehyde, carbon, and also provided the corresponding pentafluoroethyl compounds. Also, we tried this method for the bioactive carbonyl derivatives. In these cases, the product obtained in good yield. So next, we try to the pentafluoridation of the esters. We optimize the reaction conditions, and the product the pentafluoride ketone was obtained in high yield. So this is the substrate scopes. The electron donating groups, electron allogens, and both these substitute compounds, and also the alleles. All compounds provided the corresponding the pentafluoride ketones in high yield. So, as shown above, we achieved the flow pentafluoridation of the various carbonyl groups. However, all of them are racemic reactions. So we next try to the stereoselect pentafluoridations. Here is an example of the stereoselected pentafluoridations. In 2010, Prakish groups succeeds in the stereoselected pentafluoridation using this chiral sulfonyl imines. And also, cell groups and food groups also reported enantioselective pentafluoridations. But today, only these three reactions as known was reported as the stereoselective pentafluoridation. So before we engaged in the development of the stereoselective pentafluoridation using the HFC 125. We already reported the same similar reaction, stereoselective trifluoromethylation using the HFC 23. So based on this reaction conditions, we developed this reaction firstly in batch reactions. Now here is the optimal reaction conditions. So when using the KHMS as a base, the product was obtained the 97% yield with the high stereoselectivity. In this case, SS type of the product was obtained in the major compounds. On the other hand, using addition of the tolyglyme, so product was obtained in SR type the product of the obtained in the major product. So we assume that the proposed reaction mechanism as shown here. So in the case of the addition of the glyme, the potassium cation creates the complex and the naked pentafluoride anion attacked to the space of the chief phase attacks to provide this R-type product. And without of the glyme, chelated transition state was formed, and the reaction was proceeded in the here. So here is the substrate scopes of the in-batch reactions. So now time is short, so I don't explain everything, but in all cases, we obtained high yield with the high stereoselectivity. We next tried the compound from the amino acid. So in this case, the product also obtains the high yield with the high stereoselectivity. So we next tried the microflow pentafluoridation in this system. Based on the previous pentafluoridations, we set up this the system and the optimize the reaction conditions. Same as the batch reaction conditions. When glyme is used solvent, product out obtained the R isomer. And also when without the glyme conditions, S-type product was obtained in the high selectivity. So here is a summary. So today I will talk about the pentafluorization used HFC 125. So now we are successfully obtain the various pentafluoridated compounds in batch and also flow conditions. This is the acknowledgement. The all reaction studies was performed in the Nagoya Institute of Technology and supervised the Professor Dr. Norio Shibata, and also the many students generated in these studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Yuji Sumi, for very informative talk regarding on the hydrofluorocarbons. So now I open for Q&A session. So is there any question? Okay, I may ask one question. Prof, it seems that
Yes.
your HFC 125 and 123 is conducted under temperature below 0 degrees Celsius. So it's just I want to ask, is it stable under room temperature, HFS 125 and 123?
Yes, this is a good question. In the room temperature, HFC 125 is a gas, so it's difficult to handle. So we then we started the reactions. At first, we reaction solvent is cooled to the minus 78 degree, and then HFC 125 is dissolved in the solvent. In that case, the HFC 125 is liquid. The boiling point is around minus 40 degree. After that, we generate the reaction temperature, and the reactions ongoing, solving the solvent solution and the air conditions.
Oh, so basically it doesn't require like air sensitive reaction or need to conduct under nitrogen gas, isn't it?
Yes. So when the equivalence of the amount of the HFC 123, we 125 nitrogen gas is added instead of the other gas. And when we use the flow reactions, and directly add the HFC 125 gas to the microreactor.
Okay. Now I understand. So thank you, Prof. Yuji Sumi, for answering my question. So once again, on behalf of organizing committee, we would like to express our thank you, Professor Dr. Yuji Sumi, for willingness to give to share an informative talks with us. Okay. Thank you again, Prof. Yuji Sumi.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next I would like, I am pleased to introduce our second invited speaker, which is Professor Dr. Muhammad Roslan Muhammad Noor, to give his talk on the role of Islamic scholar in the development of science and technology civilization, ethical and Islamic perspective. So welcome. Please welcome Professor Dr. Muhammad Roslan Muhammad Noor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Nurul Filza Ghazali, for the introduction. It seems that we have met before, but
Yes,
I do not know when actually. Probably we have met through online.
Yes, we already met through online.
Okay, lupa biasa. Orang kita orang Melayu mudah lupa.
Itulah.
Okay, thank you for the introduction, and please allow me to share my slides and my presentation for today. First of all, I would like to congratulate the team of UITM for organizing this important conference
and it is timely to discuss issues that related to our life and that impacted our daily life. And inshallah, my topic today is about the role of Islamic scholars in the civilizational development of science and technology, ethical and Islamic perspectives. Probably I will not touch much on the ethical and Islamic perspective per se, but rather to give like a general overview on what has been stressed by Islam, the focus that has been put forward by Islam when looking at this science and technology development. Of course, when we look into the historical, the past, we notice that there are a lot of contribution that have been made by Islam towards the world civilization. I don't want to say that it is only confined within the Islamic civilization. Rather, it is contributing to or contributed to the world development and world civilization itself. So this is something which we have to look into it, and we have to maybe to study what have been done in the past for us to work towards making our future great again. So in Islamic history, we notice that Islam has arrived to Europe as early as during the 1st or 2nd century of Islam. In 711, for instance, there was a mission to cross the Gibraltar Straits from Morocco towards Spain, and then the Islam has established the ruling era in Andalus, for instance, for more than 800 years. I mean, starting from 711 to 1492, a century, which is almost 800 years that Islam has ruled what we call it Andalus, and has contributed a lot in terms of knowledge in that kind of area. So in this introduction, I would like to say that as Islam spread northward into Syria, Egypt, and the Persian Empire, it came face to face with sciences of antiquity whose heritage had been preserved in centers which now became a part of the Islamic world. The result of this extensive effort of the Islamic community to confront the challenge of the presence of the various philosophies and sciences of antiquity, and to understand and digest them in its own terms and according to its own worldview, was the translation of a vast corpus of writing into Arabic. As a result, Arabic became the most important scientific language in the past of the world for many centuries, and the depository of much of the wisdom and the sciences of antiquity. The Muslims did not translate the scientific and philosophical works of other civilizations out of fear of political or economic domination, but because the structure of Islam itself is based upon the primacy of knowledge. Nor did they consider these forms of knowing as un-Islamic, as long as they confirm the doctrine of God's oneness, which Islam considers to have been at the heart of every authentic revelation from God. So when we discuss about the contribution of Islamic scholars in terms of civilizational development in science and technology, we will come across so many names and so many figures that has been contributed in this kind of field. Yeah? For instance, I put it here in the field of chemistry. For instance, Jabir ibn Hayyan, and also known as Abu Musa, in the 9th century. He was born in 721 Masihi, and he died in 815 Masihi. So he lived in the 9th century of Masihi. Alchemist, known as the father of chemistry, he studied most branches of learning, including medicine. After the Abbasid defeated the Umayyads, Jabir became a court physician to the Abbasid Caliph Harun al-Rashid. Jabir was a close friend of the sixth Shi'in Imam, Ja'far ibn Muhammad, whom he gave credit for many of his scientific ideas. Not as much to focus on the Shi'in Imam, but to say that this Jabir ibn Hayyan has contributed in the field of chemistry. So this is one of the example of Islamic scholars that contributed to the civilizational development of science and technology itself. In the area of mathematics, algebra, astronomy, and geography, we know that one particular scholar with the name of Al-Khwarizmi that also lived in the 9th century was a researcher of mathematics, algorithm, algebra, calculus, astronomy, and geography. He compiled astronomical tables, introduced Indian numerals, which became Arabic numerals, formulated the oldest known trigonometric tables, and prepared a geographic encyclopedia in cooperation with 69 other scholars. Maybe Dr. Filza may be well versed in this kind of discourse, in this kind of discussion in terms of science and technology. I just look into the historical background and historical development, how these Islamic scholars they contributed to the development of science and technology. And in the field of physics, philosophy, and medicine, we will maybe come across with several other names. One of them is Ar-Razi, for instance. Two most significant medical works are the Kitab al-Mansuri, which became well known in the West in Gerard of Cremon's 12th century Latin translation of the work, and Kitab al-Hawi, the comprehensive book. Among his numerous minor medical treatises is the famed treatise on the smallpox and measles, which was translated into Latin, Byzantine Greek, and various modern languages. As well as Al-Farabi, he lived in during the 10th century, excelled in sociology, logic, philosophy, political science, as well as music. Abu Qasim al-Zahra visited Andalus, and I come across to one of the street with the name of Al-Farabi, and when I walked down, I looked that there was a statue of Al-Farabi, and then they stated in that statue that Al-Farabi lived during the time of Maimonides, one of the famous Jewish scholar during that time. So I was wondering, how did Muslim and non-Muslim live in Andalus during those times? So when I read through the history of Al-Farabi, we kind of understand that during this era, they focus on the development of scientific knowledge, and then they focus on the development of knowledge itself, not only confined within a certain knowledge, but they open up to master some other branches of knowledge. So for the case of Al-Farabi, for instance, it's not only that he excelled in sociology, logic, and philosophy, but he also in communication with Maimonides to resolve mathematical problems, a mathematical theory that he tried to discuss with Maimonides during that time. So this is several other names which I don't wish to read them all, but we can see that this is some part of the contribution. Before I move to other slide, one of the probably Islamic scholars which always come to our mind when it comes to the contribution on Islamic scholars that contributed to the development of scientific knowledge and also the science and technology is Ibn Sina, Avicenna. This is, I think, a most famous and probably someone which has been quoted a lot by researchers, whether they are Muslims or non-Muslim researchers, and they look into Ibn Sina or Avicenna, which he lived during the 11th century. He was a scientific of medicine, and he has a book on Atib, Kitab Atib. This is the book of medicine. And that book of medicine has been translated into several languages, and it became a textbook for the students who studied medicine at least until the 19th century. Even though nowadays when we discuss with those students who study medicine, they do not use anymore the reference of Avicenna, but when we look into the history, at least until the 19th century, the student of medicine, they used the book of Ibn Sina before the West developed some other areas in the medical area. Contribution towards technology, Islam inherited the millennial experience in various forms of technology from the peoples who entered the fold of Islam and the nation which became part of Darul Islam. Developed many forms of technology on the basis of earlier existing knowledge, such as the metallurgical art of making the famous Damascene sword, an art which goes back to the making of steel several thousand years before the Iranian plateau. Likewise, Muslims developed new architectural techniques of vaulting, method of ventilation, preparation of dyes, techniques of weaving, technology related to irrigation, and numerous other forms of technology, some of which survive to this day. This is apparent when we visited some places which has so many traces of Islamic civilization. For instance, as I always like to mention, Andalus, for instance, they have a lot of examples which, in terms of architecture design or in terms of what we call it, the contribution of the Islamic scholars or the Muslim scholars, when it comes to innovation, for instance, in building an area, this is something which we feel like we wanted it to again repeat in our time, in our modern time. So we would like it to happen in our modern time. We would like it to again, Islamic civilization, Islamic traces, contribute again to the development of the world. Okay, so how this contribution were possible? So this is where I want to come to look into what has been said by Islam in terms of education as well as the adab and ethics. So as we are in the era of IR 4.0, which brings not only optimism, but also immense anxiety in society, it should become everyone concerned to prepare competitive and productive future generation. At the same time, Society 5.0, which is being driven by Japan towards creating super smart society, we need some inputs that probably Islam can play around to look into and try to push forwards what we can imitate to make sure that our society as well not been left behind in terms of this new civilizational building. Okay, there are challenges that the higher educational provider, for instance, should be looking at. We know that we are working at the university. Most of us probably familiar with the university kind of education. So we are a part of institutes of higher learning institution that provide higher learning education. So we need to look into this to prepare the future generation what we want them to be. And then for Islamic studies, for instance, there is a need to revisit the approach so that the strategic action could be constructed for the survival of what we call it this new post-modernism era. Can I continue?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. Well, when we talk about this IR 4.0 and Society 5.0, this all focus on the development of science and technology, which with a particular focus probably on the Internet of Things, the speedness of the information, as well as the artificial intelligence and so many other which probably related to what we call it the current society development. So this the West perspective on what is happening at the moment in terms of science and technology, they group it as the Industrial Revolution or IR 4.0, while in the east part of the world, which is when we look to the east, to the Japan especially, I do really like when I listen to the first speaker from Japan, because this is a kind of something that we have to learn from them. They are very rajin, very hardworking people. So the new society that they are looking at, they are not just looking at the information information revolution, but they also look into how we need to make sure that our society can adapt to the current development of the world. So what is the trigger points and the challenges? I look at it when looking at the Islamic scholars' contribution to the civilizational development of science and technology. What we want to make sure that how we can imitate this kind of contribution from them. Although we would like to have as much as imitating this contribution, we also need to look into the challenges that we are facing at the moment. So one of the challenges, something which always been discussed among the Islamic scholars is that Islamic studies fail to produce a good and balanced nation. So this is something which triggered to my mind as well when we faced with this kind of question, how we would like to move forward. So this is part and parcel of what Islam stress or give some sort of priority, which is seeking true knowledge. Seeking true knowledge. Kita kena belajar ilmu yang betul. Nowadays, there are many people who studied without looking at the authenticity of the knowledge that they receive. That's why past few days, 2 days ago, we been informed that there are some Muslim people in Malaysia, they are influenced by the new teaching, which is we say it is a kind of deviant teaching, sihab. Biasa dengar ke, Doktor? So this is a kind of what Islam asks us to do is to seek a true knowledge. So the word knowledge itself is repeated 750 times in the Quran. 750 times in the Quran when it comes to knowledge. Al-ilmu, al-ilm. So hence seeking knowledge is one of the attributes which has been given priority and become a sustainable way to educate human being. So this is a kind of priority which has been given by Islam since its early days. And no wonder when we look into the SDG parts, SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, which has been set by United Nations, one of the elements is to give access. Everyone has access to education. So Islam has put that as early as in the 7th century, I mean the 1st century of Islam, in the 7th century of Masihi. So we faced with this kind of global challenges in terms of providing a good nation with a good adab and with good ethics. So we need to relook the roles of the institution in the past. Islamic institution around the world, be it pesantren, ma'had, darul ulum, kutab, madrasah or university, in any parts of Muslim countries or non-Muslim countries in Indonesia, Egypt, Pakistan, Nigeria, Malaysia, Britain and other are constantly being seen as against secularism and fail to respond to modernism. So this is something which we like to look into it, because in terms of for the Islamic scholars to give a contribution, then they must understand that we are living in the era, what we call it, some say like postmodernism, some say like a new postmodernism at the moment. So we cannot be like someone who are against the establishment or who are against the development which are happening all over the world at the moment. So Islamic studies must be beyond normal tradition in terms of this, in terms of looking at how we can look into this contribution. So when it comes to the Islamic studies, there where I want to come now, which is the focus on the ethics itself. If you were to look into the term education from an Islamic context, in general it refers to several terms, such as tarbiyah, ta'dib, and as well as ta'lim, with tarbiyah being the most popular term. The most popular term for education in Islam, we always use the word tarbiyah. However, one of the words which also attributed to education, ta'dib, is not being well articulated in the Muslims kind of education. So that's why when we revisit this, we need to look into the word ta'dib, which comes from the word adaba. So meaning that to suggest this, or to be cultured, refined, or well-mannered, and suggest the social dimension of a person's development in social behavior. So according to Al-Attas, in this matter, Professor Syed Naqib Al-Attas, ta'dib or ethics, ta'dib or giving adab, give ethics, teach ethics, teach adab. Actually, ethic is not that strong word. Adab is more stronger than the word ethics itself. Because ethics ni can be translated into Arabic like akhlaq, or can be translated into Malay also. We have also the Malay word akhlaq. But adab is something different than ethics. Adab is adab. You need to be like, it's a more kind of comprehensive understanding of akhlaq is adab. So ethics is not too strong, not too strong word. So I do prefer to use the word adab rather than ethics. So in terms of this, according to Al-Attas, the term ta'dib itself is the most suitable word to describe Islamic education, or to educate people, or to educate our students, as it covers many aspects which include knowledge, justice, wisdom, lesson, and good care. So when we give knowledge to them, they can survive in the world. But when we give them adab, they can survive not only in this world, but also for the world hereafter. So this is something which I think is very important for us to understand on this issue. How many minutes that I have more?
Actually, only 5 minutes for Q&A session.
Okay, only 5 minutes. So I would like to conclude. let me just go to the conclusion. Before I go to the conclusion, this is one of the important as well. I would like to say that according to our statesman, John Mahathir, he mentioned while the Europeans were making new discoveries, the scenario in Arabia was quite different. The Arabs at that time were still debating on minor issues of fiqh and other issues regarding which school of thought is more superior to others. So this is something when the Western civilization on the above, the Islamic civilization on the down, we are discussing a very tiny issue, minor issue, which are not giving so much contribution to the development of the new civilization that we would like to have. So in this regard, I would like to conclude to say that in terms of Islamic scholars' contribution towards the civilizational development of science and technology, in the past, yes, we have so many names and so many examples. But when we look into our modern time, this is something which we need to, we need everyone to think together and come together how we can do this kind of things and redevelop our nations by not forgetting that Islam also stress on the ethical aspect, which is adab, to make sure that all the development of science and technology is not go beyond the Sharia, which has been our way of life. We don't want AI, for instance, artificial intelligence. The development of artificial intelligence is very rapid. We don't want that one day our nation, they don't get married to a man or to a woman, but they get married with robot. We don't want this to happen in the future. So by that, thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my thought with every one of you. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, and thank you, Prof. So I learned a lot today because it memorized and refreshed me with how great our Islam scholars in science. Okay, Prof. Now I open for one or two questions. So we have one question here from Puan Rauzah Muhammad Said. So Prof, her question is actually, what is your opinion about learning Islamic studies using AI?
Wah, ini dah soalan susah saya nak jawab ni. This is very, very good questions and very timely questions. We are living in the era of development of AI. Is very rapid at the moment, and then many people, they before this they just learn Islamic studies, or they just learn Islamic knowledge from YouTube, from internet. But now they have ChatGPT. They have what we call it chatbot. Chatbot, not only ChatGPT, but we have other also chatbot yang lain kan. We have Bard, and then we have some other chatbot yang has been developed. What come to my attention is that there is one scholar which he created the Islamic chatbot. Islamic chatbot with the name of Ansari, if I'm not mistaken. Ansari.chat, if I'm not mistaken. But we have to check again. I forgot about that. But then we have to be really careful in terms of where the source of knowledge that we get from. AI is just giving us the answer, but it's not giving us the reason behind. In terms of seeking knowledge in Islam, I still feel that we need to look into a combination. Technology, we do not reject the technology. Yes, we use the technology in terms of seeking knowledge in Islam, But at the same time, we have to look into the hadith of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the long hadith, the second hadith in Matan Arba'in, in the 40 hadith of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which has been compiled by Imam An-Nawawi, 40 hadith Imam An-Nawawi. The second hadith, which talks about Iman, Islam and Ihsan. What I would like to share is that the first paragraph of the hadith is Ibn Umar says that iztala alaina rajulun shadidu bayadi siyabi wa shadidu sawad sya'ri la yurahu alaihi asarus safar wa la ya'rifu ahadun minna. And then when he come to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, fajalasa fawada'a kaffaihi ala fakhizaihi, fajalasa rukbataihi ala rukbataihi wa wada'a kaffaihi ala fakhizaihi. This is the words. Yeah? So Ibn Umar says that one day there is one guy which from the look he has a very dark hair and very clean white clothes that he wear, and then doesn't have any sort of indicator that he is a musafir, meaning that he is not musafir because his clothes is not dirty, his clothes is clean, and then the hair also is is really dark hair, no dust in the hair. So when he come to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he get very close to Prophet. He get very close. He sit down and his knees bump to the knees of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Lutut berlaga lutut kan? And then he put his hand on the laps of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Dia letak tangannya di paha Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Then he start asking Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. What I would like to say is that this is the adab of those who would like to seek knowledge, which has been shown by this malaika who came to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Where at the later stage of the hadith, that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam says that he came to teach you your religion. Atakum yu'allimakum dinakum. He came to you guys to teach you your religion. So this is the adab of someone who come to ask knowledge, to ask about information or something like that. So it shows the adab again, and then it shows how we for me, we cannot 100% depend on the AI to study Islamic knowledge, but we also need to find the right guru or the right ustad, the right mashayikh, the right murshid. And then this is also mentioned by Al-Imam Shafi'i. He says that there are 6 conditions for those who would like to seek knowledge. One of the conditions is wa irsyadi ustazin. So meaning that with the showing of the right guru. You need to have the right guru. Terima kasih banyak Dr. Nurfiza. Sorry saya banyak pula saya jawab.
It's okay, Prof. It's like thank you, Prof, for your answering the question. So it shows that ADAB, adab, is very important as Muslim scholars and especially for us lecturers in order to teach or educate our students. Okay. Once again, thank you, Prof. Muhammad Ruslan, for sharing with us with a very informative speech. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for having me. Thanks.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed with our third speaker for this session. I am pleased to introduce our third invited speaker, Dr. Farah Shazila Yahya. Currently, she is the Director, Center of Data and Information Management, University Malaysia Sabah. The title of her talk is IoT for Education Sustainability, Utilizing Beacon Technology in Mobile-Based Attendance System. Please welcome Dr. Farah Shazila Yahya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Is my voice clear, moderator?
Might be you have to higher a little bit, Doctor.
Okay, wait. Is it clearer now?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, let me share my slide. Okay, is it okay? Can you guys see my slide?
Slideshow. I think you have to click for the slideshow, Doctor.
Okay, hold on. Let me just stop presenting this. How about now?
Yes, much better.
Okay, I'll move my slide just to test it.
Okay.
Can you see that it's moving?
Yep.
Okay, all right, great. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon since it's 12:08 p.m. Thank you to the moderator, Dr. Nurul Filza. Also, thank you to I-CReST organizer for the opportunity today. I would like to also take this opportunity to say well done to the organizing team, which I believe is the UITM Foundation Study Center. Also, welcome to everyone who are here watching online. I was listening to Prof. Dr. Muhammad Roslan's speech just now. It was very interesting. It was an interesting speech because it also touches the on technology, on emerging technologies in the IR 4.0 era and the Internet of Things. So this is closely related to the theme given by the organizer to me, which is the Internet of Things or IoT. So today I will share on IoT for education sustainability, utilizing beacon technology in mobile-based attendance system. So I am Farah Shazila Yahya. Currently I'm the director of Center of Data and Information Management, and I'm also a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Computing and Informatics. And currently I'm attached with University Malaysia Sabah. So thank you for this interconnected world, internet. Wherever we are able to gather today and have this session. So just a little bit content here on introduction, and then Internet of Things. Then we'll go to IoT for education sustainability, beacons utilization, and also we'll share a real case scenario where we use Smart Hadir with beacons in University Malaysia Sabah. So let me introduce myself a little bit. I took my PhD in University of Southampton, United Kingdom, and as you can see here, I'm an UITM alma mater. So I'm a proud UITM alumni. So I took my undergraduate degree and also my master studies in UITM Shah Alam. So that's my position. So previously, unlike maybe some or most academician, I come from industrial background. So I was a practitioner for 12 years before I joined the academic. So it was like what I have now is a crossover between the industry or what has been practiced with the academic domain. Most of my research interests or area evolves in the cloud computing, cybersecurity management, data analytics, and also data management. Some of the awards that I have received or my team is recently on the I-CReST, the International Borneo International competition. This is all innovation competitions. And besides that, on the other hand, I also enjoy camping, glamping, or these two, and also traveling. But this has put into halt during the COVID-19 era. Yeah, so hopefully I can travel soon. Okay. Now, this is some introduction on IoT in education. So IoT, as we know, there is potentially the integration of Internet of Things in various domains. So it has revolutionized the way we interact. Just like today, even though we are at different locations, but we are gathered here today in a hybrid arena and watching the same program which is being broadcast using YouTube, for example. So in the field of education, IoT holds tremendous potential to enhance sustainability and efficiency. So let's look at the Internet of Things timeline. So we'll go into since the 60s until today. So this is adapted from a paper. So if we look here, the Internet of Things is based, it started actually in 1999. The idea of Internet of Things was coined by Kevin Ashton in 1999. So his idea was basically assigning ID to objects. And afterwards, we can see the development where most of the things that we have nowadays are connected to the internet. Some of them might act as a sensor where it receives data, and some of them even distribute or remit data and signals. Okay, so we can see here the development. Initially, it started from the internet, and then it starts to connect all these sensors or devices. And nowadays, we can see that with this IoT integration, with the data that has been collected, it is used to be processed by other emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, and also blockchain, to name a few. So in simple terms, IoT is any network of devices which is connected to the internet for the purpose of exchanging information with one another. So it can also collect data or control processes. So sometimes when you're at home, you can connect to through an app maybe, or a system that can connect, maybe control your Internet of Things devices or sensors at home. For example, maybe your robot vacuum, or maybe your pot watering system. So you're at the office, okay? You're at office doing your work, but at the same time, you can control all the things that is happening at your home. So IoT enables many sensors, objects, and devices to form a network with adjacent devices and to interact with their surrounding. So this is what happens now. So even though we are everywhere around the world, okay, we can connect to IoT, so any device, anywhere, and perform any business from where we are, even though we don't belong to we are not physically at the place that we wanted to perform the business. So this also enables the relationship between objects, as well as between objects and human beings, to exchange various types of information through the internet and sensors. So let's see what is the expected adoption growth of IoT devices. So if you can see here, those were the days when we have just a normal supercomputer and then personal computer. And we can see during the 20th century, there's a rise of laptops, okay, personal computers, and also like tablets. So you can see here, our devices are starting to get smaller and smaller, you know, cute, makin cute kan. Okay. Okay, from supercomputer to very big computers, personal computers, CPU. I remember when I was a student, we had to carry our CPU when we wanted to do a presentation and so on. But nowadays, our students, we can see they're using their laptops or their handheld tablets or phone to present their work, right? So nowadays, we can also see that all this, for example, our personal tablets, our personal devices are connected via the internet to interact with other devices or other machines. So in this case, for example, cars. We don't know much about our cars. For example, like Tesla cars is connected in a way. If it has internet connection, it will be connected to the main system. It will do some automatic updates and so on, and it will tell a lot of things, do some diagnostic and etc. And nowadays we can also see that we have a personal, small wearable devices like watches, smart watches that tells us how is your movement today, are you doing any exercises and so on. So it will also tell how far have you maybe ran or exercised from your home, and it helps you to do some analysis like maybe you for example, like Farah, you are only sitting on your chair for the past 10 hours, for example, and not doing exercise a lot of times. So these are examples of the evolution of IoT devices. And it is expected in another many more years that IoT devices will help our life much more tremendously. Okay. All right, so IoT for education sustainability holds tremendous potential to enhance sustainability and efficiency. So these are examples of applications in education because of COVID-19. So we adopted really fast on the use of IoTs or whiteboards, digital whiteboards. We help students, we use IoTs to help get interactive, deliver and receive interactive knowledge, also learning at any time and anywhere. Also in what we'll be sharing today is on attendance monitoring system. So among the IoT devices or the IoT technologies that can be used to deliver IoT in education is beacon or beacons. So beacon is a small Bluetooth low energy device that can operate by a cell, battery, okay, or some can operate with external power supply. And beacon devices are small sensors that transmit signal to nearby mobile devices and enable proximity-based interactions. Beacon can also be used to automate attendance tracking, reduce paper consumption, and administrative overhead. So in this presentation, we'll be sharing on attendance automation using beacon utilization. Let's look into some of the related works on attendance system. So most of the attendance system available are basically like barcode based, RFID enabled, NFC enabled, GPS based, biometric based, and so on. And in the literature, the landscape shows that the major shortcoming of the existing system usually requires the availability of power. So in the event of power outage, sometimes there will be no substitution for attendance recording. And some of the existing solution might need a reader to capture the attendance. And sometimes this will inquire, this will need a setup and maintenance cost. So this will require additional equipment, and student may lose their card, attendance might not be captured, and the device might be malfunction. So another issue is some of students may pass their identification cards. One student may bring several cards from different friends, and for QR code, if they scan and if the lecturer has already started their class, the learning process might be interrupted. If a student just came and then they wanted to scan the attendance. Okay, so we'll be sharing on the real case scenario where we apply IoT and smart attendance system in University Malaysia Sabah. So the team has developed Smart Hadir and Beacon. So if you're interested on the full video, you can scan the QR code. Okay, so what the Smart Hadir apps does is it's able to record the student attendance using Bluetooth signal from the Beacon device. The Bluetooth signal is then matched with the system. So there's also a web system, which we call an OBE system, that records the information between the Beacon ID and the learning course or subject. And the capture attendance can also use, besides Beacon, the capture attendance can also use QR code and NFC. There is a prerequisite though. There should be an internet connection to work, okay, for QR code and NFC. Okay, so this is an overview of Smart Hadir app. So we have this two version, which is the iOS version and also the Android version. And the development, the IDE for iOS is being developed using Swift and Xcode, and for the Android, it's being developed using Android Studio and Java. All right, so this is an example of how the beacon scanning. So the beacons are installed in classes, and students can just scan for the beacon and their attendance will be captured. All right, so this is example of the interface. This is for the Android interface and also for the iOS user interface. And this is the example of attendance report. So once the student has scanned, it will capture their attendance. But first of all, the lecturer must create the class, and then the beacon, they scan the beacon and the attendance will be captured. So if you can see here, some students, for example, if you can see there's M and R here. So M is mostly on students who are able to attend. For example, they're absent and we can ask them for reason. And R is for students who have emailed their reason. Okay, so this attendance report was very useful, especially for audits. For example, the MQA audits, and this is one of the evidence of the attendance report for students. Okay, then after the data has been captured, of course, we process it and we want to visualize our data. So this is example of our reporting dashboard. So as you can see here, we can do some analysis and statistic of our students' attendance. You can see here. So what is the percentage of students and what is the reason if the student is absent and so on. So the next, in terms of innovation, Smart Hadir for QR code and beacons has been registered under copyright in 2021. And we also joined innovation competition, and we won the Pertandingan Anugerah Inovasi for Sektor Awam Sabah in 2019. And this was when Smart Hadir was only having the QR code, and then we innovate it more with the beacon. And then this year we joined this competition again with that innovation, with that improvement, and we also won on the category for bidang penyampaian and perkhidmatan inovatif under Anugerah Khas KP Mampu, and we have been shortlisted for Anugerah Khas Ketua Menteri. So the team has pitched it last week, so hopefully we will win the 30K. Besides that, I would also like to share like this the IoT technology opportunities. Utilizing Beacon can help real-time attendance updates. It can help minimize error. Okay, so it can also generate valuable attendance data for analysis. For example, the dashboard just now promotes sustainability. We've been moving Smart Hadir apps was first developed in 2017, so it's more than 5 years. So the evolution starts from automating attendance in the first place, systemizing it, digitalizing it, and then it has evolved from QR code and then NFC and then beacon based. So this also eliminates paper-based attendance, like what I remember I did during my years of study. So a lot of signing, manual attendance, and only once in a while, the lecturer will call your name and verify whether you are in the class or not. So this also saves the instructional time of the instructor or the lecturer. So some of the implementation challenges, if I may share, in the first few years was the data security. Of course, we looked into it. We implemented encryption. We use HTTPS, so there is a secure channel for it. And we also went for the ISMS accreditation to ensure that our process is being audited and complies with the standards security management processes. Other than that, some technical issues when we integrate several systems like the apps and the web system. And also, last but not least, the user training. This might be the hardest because we need to ensure that our students know how to use it. Besides a user manual, they are like a user support to teach students how to log in, how to use the system, and so on. So just to conclude my presentation, so potentially the integration of beacon technology with any mobile-based attendance system can offer more efficient, environmentally friendly, and data-driven approach to attendance management in education. So UMS Smart Hadir, which is a mobile-based attendance system, is integrated with emerging technologies since 2017 from the QR-based NFC and now beacons to capture students' attendance. As throughout these years, there have been numerous modifications due to end-user requests and evolution. But recent advances by using beacons has shown improvement of data gathering, analysis, and also data visualization. So if you're interested, do drop me an email. We can always discuss. If you're interested to use Smart Hadir, you can also drop me an email. So this is my team. So if you want to go fast, you can always go alone. But if you want to go far, we can go together. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Farah Shazila Yahya, for a very informative sharing session. And it seems that UMS Smart Hadir already won a lot of innovation in innovation competition. Congratulations, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we open for the session for Q&A. So it seems that I have one question from Puan Rauzatul. Oh, she is one of our CSC lecturer. So the question is there any risk assessment being conducted for this system to cater any security measure such as unlawful surveillance?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. Yeah, definitely, because our center, we are besides I've mentioned just now, encryption and so on, we are also accredited for the ISMS, which the ISO 2701. So we have being audited for it. So we have to follow all the process, and this also includes the risk measurement. So to answer the question, yes, we have being assessed on the risk management. Would that be all right, Dr. Nurul?
I think you already answers Puan Rawzatul question clearly already, Doctor. So thank you once again, Doctor, for willing to sharing some information with us and spends your time with us today.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed with our fourth and last speaker for this session, Dr. Hajah Halimatul Radiah, Datuk Seri Setia Haji Metasin. She is the head of At-Tamayus Unit, Center for the Promotion of Knowledge and Language, Islamic University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali, Brunei Darussalam. So please welcome Dr. Hajah Halimatul Radiah with a speech title, Using ChatGPT in Higher Education, Case Study of University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Dr. Radiah. I'm the head of At-Tamayus Unit and Center for Promotion of Knowledge and Language. Yeah, I'm based in University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali, UNISA in Brunei Darussalam in Gadong campus. Yeah. So first of all, I would like to say that it is an honor, yeah, to be one of the invited speakers, and I'm actually delighted to share with you my presentation today, which is on the usage of ChatGPT in higher education. Yeah, right. So next slide, please. Okay. So before we move on to what is ChatGPT, yeah, we need to first realize that technology is advancing rapidly. Yeah, without any delay. Yeah, so it brings new concepts and innovations to various aspects of our lives. Yeah. So among these concepts, so AI, artificial intelligence technology, yeah, it has become an increasingly prevalent in recent years. So thanks to extensive research and development efforts, yeah. So one of the most talked about this AI application is actually the AI chatbot, yeah, which employs deep learning algorithms trained on vast amounts of data to generate human-like responses to user queries, yeah. So here, I introduced to you guys ChatGPT. Yeah, so this is actually a language model that allows people to interact with computer in a more natural and conversational way. Yeah, so GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformers, and is used and is the name given to a family of natural language models developed by Open Artificial Intelligence, yani AI. Yeah. So this is also known as a form of generative AI because of its ability to produce original results. So can we go to the next slide, please? Now I'm telling you on how ChatGPT works. Yeah. So it uses natural language processing to learn from the internet data, providing users with artificial intelligence-based written answers to questions or prompts. Yeah, so ChatGPT is designed to communicate and interact with people in a manner similar to human interaction, and it can respond in various languages. Yeah. So while ChatGPT was initially intended for online customers, yeah, online customer service, it is now utilized for diverse applications and purposes. So we now have like healthcare, software development, content creation, language translation, and we can actually use ChatGPT to increase business efficiency and also to reduce the cost, yeah, and customer service through the utilization of AI. Yeah, so therefore it is possible to assume that AI, artificial intelligence, and chatbots such as ChatGPT will continue to evolve with the advancement of technology. Yeah. Next slide, please. Right. So this is how the home screen of ChatGPT looks like. Yeah. So here you can see under the send a message box down there. So you just put in any keywords that you want to search in. Yeah. So to produce more relevant results, yeah, you need to provide ChatGPT with prompts about how you want it to respond. Yeah, respond. So for example, you can just type in, tell me how, and then you add your query, yeah, perhaps in 50 words, yeah. And then the other way is perhaps you can start off with, okay, you ask the ChatGPT, you type in, behave as or act as an actor, let's say, yeah. Not an actor. Behave like as an accountant. Yeah, I want to know this account. How do you calculate it? Let's say, yeah. Or you can just write down under the send a message box right there. Write a 4-paragraph essay about, let's say, about Tun Mahathir. Let's say, yeah. So that if your query does not produce the intended result, yeah. So you need to change the prompt again and again, and so the ChatGPT will run the query again. Yeah, so that's how it works. And before that, you need to create an account just for you to run the ChatGPT. Okay, right. Next slide, please. So now we have the opportunities of ChatGPT in HE, as in higher education. Yeah. So although it's still a recent development, ChatGPT has already been applied widely in different functions of higher education. Yeah. So in the coming slides, I will touch on the different opportunities of ChatGPT in teaching and learning, yeah, research, administration, and regulation. Yeah. So here we have teaching and learning, right? I hope I'm not going too fast. I know it's lunchtime. Everyone is, I think.
No, it's okay, doctor.
Okay, dah.
Okay.
It's almost the lunchtime. I'm afraid that people will go hungry.
No, we are still listening.
Okay, continue with the slides, yeah. Right, teaching and learning, yeah, with GPT. So due to its ability to generate and assess information, yeah, so ChatGPT can play a range of roles in teaching and learning processes. Yeah, so together with other forms of AI, ChatGPT could improve the process and experience of learning for students. Yeah, so to do this, ChatGPT can be used as a standalone tool, or you can integrate it with other systems and platforms used by higher education institutions. Yeah. So ChatGPT can perform many simple or technical tasks. Yeah, for example, basic research, calculations, or proofing, and other stuff. Yeah, and the examples, as I shown here on the slide, yeah, it shows how GPT can be incorporated and used to augment teaching and learning. Yeah, so if the first thing is to the first one is where is it? Yeah. First one is AI generates, AI generates alternative ways of expressing an idea. Yeah. So here we can say that AI allows you to do possible to run it, you can run it and generate ideas. Yeah. So for example, students write queries in ChatGPT, yeah, and it uses the regenerate response function to examine the alternative responses. Yeah. Secondly, we have the AI acts as an opponent to develop an argument. Yeah. So for example, it can be as an I-CReST opponent. Yeah. So this is where the student enter the prompts into the, the send a message box right now that I showed you under ChatGPT. Yeah. After after the student enter the prompt, yeah, then the teacher can ask the student to use the ChatGPT to prepare for discussion. Yeah. So this is in a way you can initiate discussion in the classroom. Yeah. The third one, AI helps groups to research and solve problems together. So here we can see that ChatGPT is acting like a collaboration coach. Yeah. So you can, for example, you can work in groups with the students. You can ask the students to use ChatGPT to find out information to complete the task and assignment with the help of ChatGPT, of course. Yeah. Then the fourth one, AI acts as a guide. Sorry, AI acts as a guide to navigate physical and conceptual spaces. Yeah. So here, for example, ChatGPT can help the teachers to generate content for the classes or courses. For example, the discussion questions, and advice on how to support the students in learning specific concepts. Yeah. So here, AI ChatGPT can act as a guide, for the teachers. And then number 5, it will be the tutors, AI tutors. Each student and give immediate feedback on progress. Yeah. So here ChatGPT can act as a personal tutor. Yeah. So when we say personal tutor, the difference between ChatGPT and us, for example, ChatGPT, it can provide personalized feedback to students based on information provided by students or teachers. Yeah. So here, for example, the test scores. Yeah. So if let's say you give out tests to the students and you get the scores, then you can provide, or you can have a feedback created from the ChatGPT. Yeah. And then next slide, please. Number 6, we have AI assist throughout the design process. Yeah. So here, ChatGPT acts like a co-designer. For example, when the teacher asks the ChatGPT for ideas about designing or updating a curriculum, or for example, rubrics for assessment, and focus on a specific goal. So for example here, how to make the curriculum more accessible, an example lah, the goal, right? So next one, AI provides tools to play with, explore and interpret data. So here ChatGPT acts like a exploratorium. So teachers can provide basic information to students who write different queries in ChatGPT to find out more. So ChatGPT can be used to support language learning. So if let's say you want to translate English to Malay, you can able to use ChatGPT. In the most conversational way compared to Google Translate. Right. The next one would be AI helps the student reflect on learning material. So students can explain their current level of understanding to ChatGPT, and you can ask for ways to help them study the materials. So ChatGPT could also be used to help students prepare for other tasks. For example, let's say you want to, before students go to internship, some organizations, they would want the students to be interviewed before they got accepted as an internship. So now the students can ask help from ChatGPT on how to prepare their job interviews. So this way the ChatGPT acts as a study buddy. Next, AI offers games and challenges to extend learning. So this way it can also act as a motivator. So teachers or students ask ChatGPT for ideas about how to extend learning, students' learning after providing a summary of the current level of knowledge. For example, the quizzes that they had, or the exercise or assignment, and so on. Lastly, ChatGPT will be acting like a dynamic assessor, whereby AI provides educators with a profile of each student's current knowledge. So in this way, students interact with ChatGPT in a tutorial type dialogue, and then ask ChatGPT to produce a summary of their current state of knowledge to share with the teacher or assessment. Can we have the next slide, please? Right. Next, we move on to the challenges. So in this case, the academic integrity more frequently discussed in the recent articles, on ChatGPT, rather than discussing on the opportunities for enhancing learning and teaching using ChatGPT. So to some degree, therefore to some degree, it can be predictable, because here we tend to be, as general readers like myself, and I believe you guys too, you tend to be more interested in controversies about cheating rather than good teaching practices when you read the news article, because it really caught your attention. So academic integrity researchers, they have observed that plagiarisms in the stories in the media, they can frequently occur, and as they tend to attract the attention of the large audience of readers, basically. So therefore, it is important to reflect on the implication of such, as it can be a trend, So positioning the use of ChatGPT as a tool for cheating more than a tool for learning can influence the perception that general readers have on the value of a university education. So academic views on other institutional responses and the thoughts on how such tools could be used in appropriate ways. Next, the student perceptions are especially crucial in this case, as social norms can impact the likelihood of cheating. So students reading multiple articles about students using ChatGPT, may make them more likely to engage in that behavior themselves. Therefore, it is to ask universities to be more moderate. Therefore, universities cannot moderate the media articles that are published, but academics can redesign assessment tasks in such a way that they cannot be completed as easily by AI tools. So in this case, large-scale research looking into student rates in committing cheating, for example, it needs to be highlighted, in this kind of research, So one of the strategies to minimize this possibility could be adopting more personalized reflective tasks contextualized to subject content. It needs to be subjective. But it is also important to note that ChatGPT is consistently evolving. The next minute it changes, then the next month lagi it changes. So the limitation of AI tools actually and the detection software may quickly be superseded. So we need, as common as academic integrity concern, ways to encourage students to avoid using ChatGPT. There are many articles out there that reference universities changing their course, syllabus, or assignments to be less vulnerable to ChatGPT output. Moreover, many academics and universities were portrayed as moving back to invigilated examination as primary response. So for example, we've got lecturers saying that, you do need internet. We don't provide internet to the students when they do the exam. You need to put them in the classroom with no internet access, with just pen and paper and no technology at all, for example. So, but however, in some articles, they highlighted that the universities should be avoiding the easy option as AI has power to liberate learning. And this focus on redesigning tasks to be authentic and measure critical thinking. But other articles that I've come across suggest that we need to revise the assignments, the assignments that we give to our students. Previously, it was perceived as difficult for students to do. Now the students opt for using the ChatGPT. So in that case, we as an educator, we need to be extra proactive in giving out the assignments to our students. So rather than giving out assignments and simple instructions in the assignments, why not we give them an oral presentation? For example, just so that ChatGPT cannot emulate. Or we can do laboratory activities. where you need to do experiments, different kinds of experiments, or initiate group work, or have the students give us a handwritten work rather than typing it out. Yeah. And then other examples that I could think of would be maybe you can ask the students to participate more in the classroom so that they can be more talkative, yeah, rather than everything has to be written down by the computer and print it out and give it to the lecturer, yeah, for example, right? So there are also articles that emphasize ChatGPT should be avoided because it was likely to make errors, yeah, errors and errors and had inherent limitations, yeah, so it can produce incorrect information, yeah. So other limitations, including the ChatGPT, could not offer an option if limited to events before 2021, yeah. So due to the high demand, the free version of the ChatGPT that you can access to, yeah, it may be unavailable or run very slowly. So data used to train ChatGPT responses only goes up to 2021. So this means ChatGPT has no knowledge about anything that has happened or been created since 2021. However, some browsers, they integrate ChatGPT to enable it to connect to more recent information. Yeah, so there is no way that ChatGPT can verify information it provides or assess its reliability. So it also does not provide references and it makes mathematical mistakes. It also lack of creativity and critical thinking in its writing style. Yeah, you can easily observe the writing style. It is, one might say that it can be robotic, a bit robotic lah. Yeah. Lastly, ChatGPT also raised issues such as copyright, privacy, and security of student data. Yeah. Next slide, please. Now we have the research usage. So ChatGPT can be used by researchers at different stages of research process. So here we can see in the slide, yeah, we have the writing up, data analysis, yeah. We also have research design and data collection. So it is actually a cycle, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is how it can help throughout the research process. So ChatGPT has also been trialed in other processes relating to research, yeah, such as completing the technical parts of the research grant application. So here, for example, we can ask the ChatGPT to complete the communication plan or the Gantt chart, let's say, the draft and all that. Yeah. So an experimental use of ChatGPT to assess its ability to provide peer review academic papers found that it may be able to aid in predicting whether a paper will be accepted. Yeah. You can ask them to generate an entire academic journal article. Yeah. However, this opens up an ethical debate. Yeah, whether or not whether a non-human author can be considered as a contributor to the creation of knowledge. Yeah. And so in this case, you are asking the ChatGPT to generate the whole entire academic journal articles. Yeah. However, no consensus had been reached. Yeah, it's still debatable whether ChatGPT can be accepted as an author or not. Yeah, so some people have argued that ChatGPT cannot take responsibility for the content or integrity of the article. Yeah, and therefore it cannot be an author. But others, they hold the opinion that it can still be accepted as a co-creator role. Yeah. It's still debatable, basically. Yeah, right. Can we move on to the next slide? Right. Now we talk about the challenges in the usage of ChatGPT. Yeah. So when we use ChatGPT, it carries a high risk of plagiarism. Yeah. It has the risk of plagiarism is quite high. So to combat this, as an educator, it is recommended that the combined use of plagiarism checkers and AI detection tools to be used. Yeah. So if the use of such tool is not possible at all, yeah, then the manual examination of the text remains, which is necessary for the evaluation anyway. Yeah. Then we have the reference. The reference are from non-existent literature. Yeah. So we as an educator, we need to give a thorough check of the reference, make sure that it exists, and a validation of the reference literature is very important, to be carried out. Then there is also the quality of the text. Yeah. For if we use the ChatGPT, you can see that the line of arguments or the line of the text flow, basically, you can see that there are flaws in it. So as an educator, I think it's recommended for us to do an additional oral examination, just so we can see that if the students have written the work originally or not. Yeah. Right. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next slide touches on the opportunities. So in this case, we need to see that ChatGPT do not deplete us from using it. Yeah, so we need to seek out the other way around. So now we demand a documentation of the examination process. Yeah, so throughout the examination process, everything has to be documented. So therefore, now we take use of the protocols. So protocols can be utilized and evaluated as well. Then we have the potential added value in the expected increased focus on research design and result sections of the papers. Yeah. So if let's say you give out your effort, you put on the documentation, the protocol is there. Now we give out an added value. Yeah. So therefore, we can have a higher quality of scientific education in return as we are using ChatGPT. Yeah. All right. Next, please. Okay. This is touching on the administration and regulation. Yeah. So now we have universities. Yeah. Describing themselves. Not describing. When we ask about ChatGPT, the regulations, their policy, they would want to update, to review, or to consider the policies, because because we don't want universities to rush into a new policy, given the fast evolving situation. So it is best to sit down and thoroughly look into it. So therefore, yes, it can be time consuming, especially for seeking approvals through various governance and committees and all that. But it is very important to do so because we do not want to be left out behind this advanced technology world. So universities actually they need to act proactively. Then we also have practices here in this case. We need to discuss exactly what practices are needed to be considered thoughtfully. So the availability and the degree of sophistication of AI tools are unprecedented. We need to think ahead. What are the practices that needed to be practiced? Is it you want it to be course by course basis or as a whole in the university or how? So we need to follow certain perhaps stringent rules or not to be disclosed or acknowledged in the assignment. Maybe. Then the third one would be providing a clear guideline. So this needs to be published. This needs to be established. For respective university staff and students as how to ChatGPT could be used in ethically appropriate ways. So perhaps in this way, for example, you need the students to acknowledge it, whether they use ChatGPT or not. So if let's say they are using it, they need to acknowledge it, and they need to be much more transparent in how they use it. So that's one of the ways. Right. Next page, please. Okay, this is on necessary action. So here there is a need to shift the discussion about ChatGPT to a more constructive student-led discourse. Yeah, so for higher education sector and its respective institutions to ensure students use AI tools appropriately and ethically, then they must be necessarily involve students in the conversation. Yeah, because students are our main client in education, higher education. So to include their voices, not only students but also the stakeholders. Yeah, and this can lead to a more sophisticated discourse around AI. Yeah, so in practice, yeah, student association and student partners can take a proactive role in collaborating with university staff in policy development, educational resources, assessment design, and communication strategy. Yeah, communication strategies. So here, university-wide approach to student partnership improves student engagement and retention, and it should be a key part of institutional approaches to artificial intelligence, yani AI. Okay, right. Can we go on to the next slide? All right. Here in UNISA, yes, I took the opportunity to ask the academician, the university lecturers, yeah, on how they use the ChatGPT. So most of them, yeah, they use ChatGPT for writing assistant. They use it for language learning and concept exploration. Yeah, and that is the most answers they give. Yeah, the next best answer on how they use ChatGPT is they look ChatGPT for research support. Yeah, and learning accessibility, and also study aid. So basically, these three functions lah. But the least usage of ChatGPT that they take, yeah, is personalized tutoring, career guidance, collaboration and group work, and continuing education. I think they would prefer Google over this. Yeah. So the most would be writing assistant, language learning, and concept exploration. Yeah. Can we have the next slide? Now, when I asked them, the lecturers, yeah, on how ChatGPT is a form of cheating or not, so most of them did not agree. Yeah, they think that ChatGPT is not a form of cheating, and they perceive ChatGPT as ChatGPT is a form of cheating. Not as a procedure. Sorry about that. I think there's a typo there. They do not view ChatGPT as a form of cheating. Yeah, they view it as a writing assistant. Yeah, the previous slide punya three main form tadi lah. Yeah, and then when asked about the ethical rules and regulations, yeah, many agreed that the university should impose ethical rules and regulation when using ChatGPT in any academic setting. Yeah. So basically, if you want to use it as a research support or writing assistant, then they need to have a clear guidance, which we currently don't have. Yeah, maybe perhaps other people are working on it, but there should be a clear guidelines on how to use ChatGPT in academic settings in UNISA. Yeah. Now we move on to the next slide. Right, so this is the limitation of the case study that I conducted. Yeah, there are less response rates. Yeah, were recorded due to several reasons. So when I ask the questions, they choose not to answer. Perhaps maybe because it was not done anonymously. Yeah. Then many lecturers were on leave at that time because before the time that I asked, yeah, there were many lecturers. The applications to go for an annual leave had been frozen due to the recent conference organized by UNISA and other higher education institutions. So therefore, when I was asking them the questions, most of the expat lecturers went back to their countries and they weren't able to answer the questions. Yeah. And then they were not able to participate in the study. Yeah. The other reason could be that they lack of IT knowledge or information on what ChatGPT is, because the they don't seem to know what ChatGPT is. Yeah, and then lastly, student feedback on the usage of ChatGPT is not included in the study case. Yeah, so as for the future research, yeah, if we want to pursue in this topic much more deeper, perhaps the student involvement would be important, yeah, and more lectures should be included in the study. Yeah, right. Next, right, for conclusion. So while there has been plenty of controversy surrounding the release of ChatGPT and its implications for higher education, yeah, there are clear opportunities to enhance student learning and access, learning and teaching. So the literature also reveals, yeah, a lack of students' voice in the conversation so far, and there is a potential for AI tools to enhance students' success and participation, especially from those who come from disadvantaged backgrounds. Yeah. So academic and university representatives, they should be aware of the frames they choose to discuss when engaging with the media, or as the news coverage influencing the social norms towards student cheating behavior and public perceptions of universities. So there is a need actually for further research and discussion about the implications of AI tools, including ethical use, innovative teachings and learning practices, as well as the research processes, and ensuring student engagement or involvement in educational opportunities. Yeah, and lastly, as these technologies, yeah, they continue to advance from day to day, it is important for universities to adapt and embrace the use of AI tools in a way that it supports the students' learning and prepares them for the challenges of an increasingly digital world. Yeah, as well as in Brunei's case, we want to reach the Brunei Vision 2035. So we cannot leave out technology behind. Yeah, so it needs to be incorporated within the education, especially in higher education itself. Okay, I believe that would be all from me, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Hajah Halimatul Radia, for your presentation and the sharing of ideas and knowledge. I believe that if we talk about ChatGPT, the time required today is not enough, because ChatGPT is actually a very long debate among all the educators and the students currently. Okay, now we are open for the Q&A session. So it seems that we already have one question in YouTube chat box. So the question is from Puan Atifah. The question is actually, what is your comment on student teachers over reliance on ChatGPT?
Right. When it comes to ChatGPT and how you can use ChatGPT, of course, some teachers they may be over reliant. Yeah, it is. I won't say it's cheating. Yeah, but you need to look into a different angle in a more positive way. Maybe perhaps it could improve. Yeah, the teaching and learning in the process. But of course, you cannot be too reliant. You need to initiate critical thinking within the students and the teachers as well. Yeah, we are not robots, and we need to exert our human instincts or feelings or emotions along the way, especially in the field of education, where you need to look eye into eye to the students. Yeah, there has to be a human interaction involving the psychological part, emotions, the feelings is there, it needs to be there. I think that would be a very important features in education, especially with teachers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for your answer. So I hope that Dr. Hajah Halimatul Radia answers can help Puan Atifah. Okay, so indeed, we as an educator need to adapt and embrace the use of AI tools in a way that supports student learning and prepares them for the challenge. So once again, we on behalf of the committee, thank you, Dr. Haja Halimatul Radia, for your time and willing to share your knowledge with us today.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me in the conference as well. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and to all the participants, if you have any further queries, please go on to our website. So this is the end of our session. I would like to thank all guests and participants for participating in this conference. Stay tuned for the next session that will be start at 2 p.m. and will be moderating by my colleague, Mr. Imran Daniel Krish Abdullah. We hope that this conference has become a good platform for researchers, academicians, and industry players to broadcast and disseminate their valuable knowledge in their respective fields. Knowledge shared indeed will be useful and beneficial to all. Till we meet again in the future, stay safe and thank you.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, selamat datang, and a very good afternoon to our attendees virtually. Welcome back, everyone, to our afternoon session of our virtual conference, the 4th International Conference on Research and Practices in Science, Technology and Social Science, I-CReST 2023. I believe you had a good lunch during the lunch break. And our theme for this year is leveraging technological advances and multidisciplinary research for a sustainable future in education. Before we proceed to the next session, if you have just joined us for the very first time today, a gentle reminder to all our virtual attendees and our guests who are on today live at our conference, that is to ensure the effectiveness of this virtual conference, we would like to get your feedback regarding the quality of the visual and audio of this conference. Kindly respond using our live chat, even in the YouTube chat room as well, by letting us know if there is anything that we need to improve or be attentive to. And to show respect as a sign of our appreciation to the invited speakers this afternoon, we would be very grateful if you could have your phones on silent mode, and as well your microphones on your computers muted during the entire session. Thank you. This year's conference is even more meaningful for all of us at the Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara, as this online academic gathering this year is made possible through the collaboration with the Ibn Sina Institute for Scientific and Industrial Research, ISI-SIR, and University Technology Malaysia, UTM. And to add to this virtual conference this year has the support from the Malaysian Zeolite Association, MISA, with the provision of special awards as a recognition for the research work dedicated to zeolite sand in organic materials. It is my pleasure to be here this afternoon as the moderator for the I-CReST Virtual Conference 2023. My name is Imran Daniel Krish. I'm from the Center of Foundation Studies, University of Technology Mara, Malaysia. And I'll be moderating this first half of the afternoon session. We have 2 sessions. We have 6 invited speakers, 3 of whom I will be introducing to you shortly. And in the second half of the afternoon session, we have another 3 invited speakers, which will be moderated by my fellow moderator, Puan Janaki Manoharan, thereafter. And to carry on with the afternoon session, the first half of it, of our invited speakers, I would like to call upon our first invited speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Shahir Shamsher Omar from the Faculty of Sciences in University Technology Malaysia. Now then, before we invite the professor, please allow me to run through a short description of his illustrious credentials. Professor Dr. Muhammad Shahir Shamsher Omar has been conferred. He has a PhD degree holder from Biological Sciences, Computational Biology. He was conferred a degree in 2005 from the University of Exeter, United Kingdom. He is a Registered Technology Transfer Professional, RTTP, and currently he is the Vice President of the Innovation and Technology Managers Association, ITMA Malaysia. His background is in biology, systems biology, but he has spent most of his time providing leadership in research and innovation development across various institutions that include University Tun Hussein On Malaysia, the Institute of Systems Biology, as well as University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And his tasks include managing research strategy and enculturation among the core values and principles of the institutions in support and collaboration with members of the management and staff. Right, so without further ado, I would like to invite our invited speaker for this first session. Ladies and gentlemen, a distinguished audience, please welcome Professor Dr. Shahir Shamsher Omar from University Technology Malaysia to present his speech entitled Artificial Intelligence and Personalized Learning. How are you, Professor?
Alhamdulillah, I'm okay. Thank you very much, Imran.
It's nice to know you. I wish this is an in thing now. Everybody's asking lots of things about artificial intelligence, and I would like to. The floor is yours. Please.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Professor.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you for the great and excellent introduction. So thank you everyone. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. Okay, so I'm gonna spend my lecture. I have given time approximately about half an hour. So we'll do a quick presentation and I welcome any Q&A. So kita boleh mix it up a bit, bahasa Malaysia, English, and let's see we can generate interest on this topic. So I'll be talking about AI and personalized learning. So I've been told that the secretariat will control the slide. So we know that AI has been introduced, quite recently with the first, glamorous AI tool that has captured the imagination of people around the world. So ChatGPT, and then from ChatGPT, you have a lot of offshoots of other software. And for example, if you look at on the digital image side, you have Midjourney. You have Stable Diffusion. Okay, and then you have a lot of tools. So we're gonna talk about AI in education, and how actually AI has to be managed by yourself, students as well, and as well as the education team, the lecturers and the managers and whatnot. So we're gonna look at that for the first, half of the session, and then let's discuss about it. Okay, next slide, please. So if you look at the evolution of AI, it is not something new. It's not when ChatGPT came into the scene about 10 months ago. ChatGPT is the fastest tool adopted. Dia managed to get 1 million users in a few hours, and I think now around the world there's about 10 to less about 100 million users lah. So it is the fastest tool, I would say, online tool being adopted, faster than Instagram, faster than Facebook, faster than Snapchat and TikTok. So if you look at the evolution of AI, okay, it started just purely from the research perspective, talking about the availability of content kita ada from the literature. People have been talking since the 70s, 60s, 70s, and you can see the evolution started from something automation, something automated to respond these 80s to solve problem. Biasanya in the AI sphere ni, there a lot of computing problem, mathematical, anything that is I would say human computer interface that allows the interface to happen. So starting in 2010s and 15 above, dia dah mula mimic human like responses. And then now if you look at ChatGPT or look at Microsoft model or Google model, some of them is good enough so that they can actually beat the Turing test So now you can see that with the advent of inclusion of big data, okay, the data set, you have these customized responses. So customized responses to this AI, and ChatGPT is a LLM, large language model. So large language model ni, they're very strong in language processing. So you can see that using big data, accessibility, having internet, for example, you have the Google Bard, you have the Bing Chat sekarang integrated dengan ChatGPT. Okay, you have tools to read papers, listening I/O. You are there now, consensus AI. You have perplexity AI. Okay, so all of this now utilizes the big data. So you can see the provision, and then in the diagram you can see this is not new. Google Classroom dah guna AI 2014. Even in 2016, University Georgia Tech, they took Watson. Watson is the IBM punya AI. And they redesigned it to become a tutor to help a student. So student can answer question online. So they call it Jill Watson, bukan James Watson, Jill. So at the end of the semester, even the student doesn't know that Jill Watson is AI. They thought there was a human being behind answering their question because their interface is always through chat. through WhatsApp-like interface, text-based interface. So they thought that they are dealing with a human being. Padahal even in 2016, the student punya engagement tu is so realistic that we only realize it now when it's open to the masses. But the student has been dealing with it since 2016. Okay, next. So how does AI happens in the future? So previously we have what we call rote learning. Semua orang belajar standard, dia ada buku teks sama, everybody has to go, bab 1, bab 2, bab 3, chapter 5, 6, 7 and so forth. So learning path in the future we are AI, because now you have the data set to understand you and also the capability to keep track through digital means, because your self is always interconnected with a digital interface through social media or through your mobile app or through your digital device. So you can actually now catalyze what we call learning path. So everybody will be using different path to achieve dia punya learning ambition, learning target dia. Okay, so this learning path is unique to you. Okay, imagine your own Alexa. Okay, macam contoh kita tengok Alexa, what is the weather? Google Assistant. Okay, hi Google. Okay, where is Damansara? Okay, navigate to Damansara. So the same thing that we use for Waze, we use for Google Maps. Okay, we'll create that so-called individualized learning path, and though you can have this learning path adapted to the capability of the student. So laju sikit, slow sikit, susah sikit, senang sikit. So you have all this, the adjustment of the difficulty. So sebelum ni pensyarah tak boleh adjust. Kalau you ada 40 orang, you have to adjust 40 means or method or path or even stages. Now you can have AI to help you, because if you have the interactivity, for example, now with contoh paling basic lah, ChatGPT. The ChatGPT itself will be able to keep track of you. Okay, and then they also push the boundary of lifelong learning lah, because now you can learn by asking, asking question. We learn by knowing, by asking. So there is a perpetual educator at our hands, available 24/7. Kalau dulu nak tahu kena Google, sekarang tak payah Google. We just say that, okay, bilakah Melaka ditawan oleh Portugis? Dia tulis sebut 1411. Bagaimanakah Melaka ditawan? So nanti ChatGPT akan jawab Melaka ditawan dengan bla 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 bla. So lifelong learning. Also you have real time feedback. So dulu kita bergantung kepada information that is based on textbook. Now your textbook is the open available data. So let's say you have changes in the knowledge or the information, adaptation. So we talk about for example, maklumat-maklumat baru yang tidak lagi belum sempat dimasukkan di dalam textbook. Now you punya learning process is based on real time data, immediate feedback and immediate knowledge, immediate and relevant knowledge. Okay, alright, next. So there is some risk to this. So masalah dia, apabila ada this kind of tool, people tend to be lazy. They have what we call over reliance. So dia tak nak fikir kalau dulu orang kena fikir, now dia tak fikir. Kalau dulu, sekarang orang nak makan, dia kena fikir, nak masak tom yum, nak makan tom yum, nak kena fikir, then start engine kereta, start off your engine, or at least if you want to cook the tom yum, you have to go and buy and plan and do all the spatial and time planning. Berapa lama masa nak masak, what kind of things that I need to do, what kind of action that I have to conduct in order for you to get your intended outcome. And now tak payah. Again, kita dah over reliant. Okay, lapar, WhatsApp Grab, call Grab hantar, tak payah fikir. So with that over reliance, there will be a very shallow thinking development, especially for students. So student dia tak develop that critical thinking process, understanding. Dia kira apa susah nak makan tom yum, tak susah pun, order je lah. Tapi the logistic, the difficulty, apa yang perlu dalam tom yum, you don't get to learn by doing lah. Okay, and then lack of critical thinking, you're going to have problem with how you criticize, because you always have an AI yang, because information the cost of knowledge consumption is zero tau, is zero. Kalau dulu nak pandai, nak knowledge, kena pergi belajar, kena spend duit, kena pergi library, kena buka buku. Now the cost of knowledge consumption is zero. So with that, critical thinking will be diminishing lah. Okay, so because of tidak ada kesusahan, so you tidak ada opportunity untuk develop. Macam kita nak kuat, kita kena pergi gym, we have to put resistance training. So there is no resistance training in our mind lah. And also, yang ketiga is reduction of human interaction. So previously we interact with people, we talk, we learn on how to engage, how to ask questions. Now we can get all the knowledge without any human interaction. So the context will be different in a way. The kind of knowledge you're not gonna have any resistance. Contohnya kalau nak pergi belajar ilmu tajwid, kena pergi jumpa ustaz garang. And then nak kena belajar adab berguru. You have to know your place, you have to know your time, you kena tahu all the necessary etiquette and the necessary ritual. Now those are gone. Okay, next. So we have means untuk mitigate this. So we need to increase. Now if interaction with computer human interaction increase, because our dependency on ChatGPT will increase. Okay, so the balancing tu kita terpaksa upkan lah, kena upkan kita punya human to human interaction. So we have to balance, not actually sekarang ni tak balance, sekarang ni dia akan keciciran. So we need to up the human interaction. Kita kena promote active learning, because with only active learning you gonna have human interaction. Lepas tu through this interaction we have creativity, because sepandai-pandai AI is only as clever as the cleverest human, because all the data derived from AI is actually derived from prior human knowledge yang combined into its database. So creativity will never come through AI, they come from human that can think beyond AI capability, because AI dia tak boleh fikir, dia just link knowledge together. Okay, so you also have to emphasize on critical thinking lah. Lepas ni semua assignment dalam kelas and what not semua, dia mesti involve critical thinking. Dia tidak boleh lagi tulis satu essay mengenai sejarah kejatuhan Melaka, ataupun anything, things that you can actually utilize. The solution is apparent, so your tool must be smart enough so that you force the student or force your future lecturers to be immersive lah in terms of dia punya learning process. Okay, next. So AI in education, we see strength in AI for STEM education, personalized. Kalau dulu nak belajar matematik susah, sekarang ada AI nak ajar matematik. So we hope that dia balance out. Kalau dulu cikgu ajar matematik kan, kalau budak ni macam tak faham, because cara belajar matematik dia tak sama dengan kawan-kawan, dia akan tercicir. So we have opportunity to increase education performance dekat STEM, because STEM is easy to teach using AI. Lepas tu you have AI for global education. So kalau dulu tempat-tempat remote areas you don't have access kepada knowledge, now with connectivity, for example kita ada Starlink, kita ada accessibility to knowledge, so kita boleh ajar kanak-kanak yang in resource constrained environment, in limited environment untuk belajar faster, because now AI will pace you according to your performance, and then at least on the basic rudimentary level, semua education level around the world will increase lah. And also learning will be interactive. Kalau dulu kita belajar, kita membaca, now we have AI that interact with us and menjawab semua soalan lah. Seorang cikgu yang tak pernah penat lah jawab soalan lah, bahasa mudah dia. Okay, next, last, before we end, we look at it as empowering lah, empowering each student, from a from a deficient resource environment. So we have to look AI through that perspective lah. Kita tak boleh lihat AI from a perspective T20 lah senang cerita. We have to look the benefit AI from the benefit of the B40. So AI is something that will help equalize and help marginalized student, help marginalized society, and also senang cerita level out the playing field lah. So if you treat AI that way, it will be a force of good lah, rather than kita risau sangat pasal dia T20 cheat on their assignment, mengelak because they use AI, ChatGPT and Quillbot to answer the assignment lah. Okay, alright, so back to Imran for the Q&A.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Prof, thank you so much for your long
Yep.
of AI, the evolution right from its beginning and the challenges for the future. So very informative. Okay, let me go. Oh yes, okay. All right, Prof, thank you so much. So now the question is that we've got one little question from chat room. Yeah. Now, since the data that's being fed into the data set of this AI, if it's human provision, if human provided data, now will there be a certain biasness in the data that's being fed readily in the database before we retrieve and access it? Will there be a certain biasness, or is going to be widely on the positive and the negative? That the data that's being set, being fed in by the the programmer.
Okay. My take on this, yes, for every data there will be bias. If, for example, you have a blank AI and you feed it data about, for example, British colonialism. Okay, we talk about benda yang perspektif like grey area. We don't talk about absolutes. And satu campur satu is dua. You know, you cannot be biased on that. So if you look, let's say British colonialism, you have positive change. Okay, you feed all the positivity about the British colonialism. Obviously, somebody using that system will get that feedback. So it will, and if you feed it with negativity, okay, negativity, you get the negativity. But if you feed it with both, okay, the AI should be giving you its account of what it knows. It knows. So kalau you tanya dia, okay, so is British colonialism good for tanah Melayu or bad for tanah Melayu? So the AI will look at all the data, and if the data 10 kata positif and 2 kata negatif, dia akan report apa yang ada dalam database. Based on the data information that I have, it is the positive fact because this is the 10 list of things that is positive and I only found 2. Macam itulah.
So it's human controlled.
Yeah, it's a human control.
But it provides the data in return within seconds. That's the beauty of it. Yeah. Matter of seconds. That's the wonder. Okay, that's very interesting, Prof. Also, we have another question here. Yes, the issue that a lot of people have come up with this notion of cheating. What's your take on cheating by students? You ask them to write a quick essay within, let's say, there's this one test we have in UITM, English exit test, within 30
English exit test, okay.
And it's online. We used to do it online, and the question is fed by the students. I think earlier they used Quillbot, if I'm not mistaken. Now they're using ChatGPT. Is that considered cheating?
Well, when you say something or somebody is cheating.
Yeah.
Cheating means it doesn't follow your rules.
Yeah.
If it doesn't follow my rule is this, if you don't follow, you're cheating. So the problem is the game has changed. The game has changed. So you are still trying that. You nak lari 100 meter, for example, but your rules say, okay, untuk participant ni, you cannot take supplement, you cannot take, anything that help you, for example, if you look at steroids and use, why not? Tapi now you have advances in supplements. Okay, now that if you look 10-15 years ago, people will say, oh, this is performance enhancement macam steroid. But no, now because the things have changed and people say, okay, we don't use performance enhancement because the rule has been changed. So what will happen is that this thing will be available. It is okay. The cost of creation. Okay, dulu you want to look at content consumption, mahal. You kena tengok Astro, betul tak?
Yeah.
Kena ada TV3, kena ada TV. So the cost of consumption of media turun. Now the cost of creation turun. Dulu, in order to create an essay about British colonialism, you have to spend time, you have to read, you have to go to the library. You have to do all this. Now, the cost is coming down, ChatGPT is free. Okay. So therefore, the way kita menilai student, how we assess students is no longer, we cannot do it online. So online is gone now. You cannot do anything online because anything with the computer interface will be cheated upon according to you lah. Okay, so we have to change the way kita nilai. We have to change the way the student being assessed. Okay, and then everything will be macam dulu lah. Kena pergi jumpa tok guru menghadap dalam bulatan. And you have to measure the activity, the means of articulating what they learn. Macam tu lah.
All right, thank you. Prof, that seems to be a good answer, right? We've got another one as well. This comes from Dr. Ahmad Marzuki Amiruddin Osman from our chat room. Yeah, his question is: how can employers be prepared for the threat of AI? Employers, as even now, employers also complain that graduates cannot do the work, simple work. What for the future? Your comment, your take, Professor? From
Employer will embrace AI. Employer will not be threatened by AI because AI will introduce a lot of cost saving. Okay, if I think ramai sini, all the veteran dalam ni, some of them maybe my age, approaching 60 retirement age. So dulu when you want to write a letter to somebody, you have to have steno ke typist ke apa ke, you duduk, you cakap, you dictate, and then that person will draft, tulis atas kertas, and then type for you, and then type, you tengok, you kata okay, baru you sign, and then baru surat to post. Okay, so that is a one step, it's a multiple step process lah. Okay, and that is not only for pengarah-pengarah lah, even dulu pegawai pun, we have, steno. Sekarang, because of the email is a digital platform, human to human through digital platform interface. So what happened was, dah tak ada lagi tukang ambil surat, tukang dictate, tukang tulis, tukang type, tukang apa. The pegawai sendiri will write email. Okay, suka cerita dimaklukkan bahawa bla 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 bla. Only pengarah-pengarah level saja, maybe timbalan pengarah, you have PA, pembantu and what not lah. Tapi as AI is being introduced into the working environment, they will actually raise the bar of performance. Okay, kalau macam dulu, let's say kita ambil contoh arts. Dulu kalau nak melukis you have to have artist kan. Even simple diagram pun you ada artist. Now with Midjourney, okay, with Midjourney, with Stable Diffusion, with all AI yang boleh generate image, so image yang of acceptable standards tapi simple, people can generate within 3 seconds. Okay, so student yang bekerja, yang tadi tu, yang kata graduate tu, yang hanya kata, okay, I can make this level of image, they won't get employed. They want somebody yang higher, yang require human creativity, etc., yang boleh create the level of artistic lah. So, company will embrace AI because it will improve dia punya bottom line lah. That's what I would say.
So thank you, Prof. It was Mike who was muted. Thank you for the very elaborate answer of our gentleman tadi. So it depends on the individual, so to speak.
Yeah, depends on different individual. I mean, kita semua ada anak kan. Imran, you have a son, daughter?
Not quite, but yeah.
Not quite.
Yeah.
Belum lagi.
Yeah. But I've got nephews. Yeah, nephews and nieces. They are very good, day and night. You got to put parental control on the device, and stop, the duration. Let's say you time it for 3 hours, etc. But on another note, on a frivolous note, I mean, on a more what you call that, non academic note, it always brings me to this point: Skynet. Remember the Terminator movies? That's AI, right? And what do you think about that? How does that go to the future? Skynet is built, and where we built Skynet, and then they become more intelligent. They assume the intelligence of people
yeah, and then
Okay.
the destruction of human beings.
Okay.
Come to that stage.
Macam ni lah. In my opinion, James Cameron might be angry with me lah, tapi I don't know. My take on it, Skynet tu tak pandai. Skynet tu tak pandai. Dia AI dia pandai, tapi the movie itself, even though dia shows the paradox of the timeline and what not, bila John Connor and the Terminator, etc. So if you are as smart, because remember the Skynet that they made in the 90s for the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, they're based on what they know about AI pada masa itu. But AI, if you know now, AI, okay. You familiar with Midjourney kan? Midjourney, the AI to yang design all the images, the AI for images nama dia Midjourney. So dia ada a few companies, tapi the biggest is Midjourney lah. So Midjourney generate almost millions of AI image, okay, per day, okay. The staff, the company yang Midjourney tu, staff dia yang is now ranked number 1 AI for image generation ada 11 orang saja. Okay, 11 orang saja.
Small number.
Okay, 11 orang je. 11 orang je. Okay, so it means that the AI is very, very, very smart. Okay, so with the AI yang paling smart macam ni, just for image generation ni belum benda lain lagi. Okay, belum benda lagi. Kalau you are Skynet, you will not send a Terminator to kill Sarah Connor. There are other smarter ways to remove Sarah Connor. Okay, Sarah Connor, you can manipulate market. You boleh manipulate bursa saham. You boleh manipulate using Twitter. You boleh buat social engineering. Okay, but AI sebenarnya, in my knowledge lah, dia sebenarnya there will be no reason to remove human lah. Dia sama ada dia akan jadi what we call a utopia. Bayang cost abundance utopia, maksudnya semua orang senang lah, we gonna have lah universal basic income, UBI, okay, you're gonna have all this or the other opposite is a happy and a gracious dystopia, di mana budak-budak ni, bayangkan your niece and nephew tak dapat kerja, okay, tak dapat kerja because their job entry level AI dah take over, but then the government bagi UBI, universal basic income, semua orang dapat duit, semua orang makan because the economic engine is being run by AI, so you dapat free money bulan-bulan 3,000, so you duduk, you layan handphone sampai you tua lah. There's no, if you don't have a sense of being who you are, bahasa mudah dia kalau kita Islam, kalau tak ada iman lah, kalau tak faham kenapa kita wujud, in the land of free money. Okay, energy is plentiful. Energy lepas ni solar. The cost of energy consumption will be zero lepas ni. So imagine that I would say abundant dystopia lah, if you want to take it that way.
The dystopia is it contradictory?
Yeah, it's contradictory.
Interesting. So anyway, yes, okay. With that, Prof, I think we've come to the end of your very valuable and interesting discussion with us here, and enlightening us and really going deeper into it, and something that we expect to happen in the future of AI, and so we've got to consider how to contain the abuse of AI. It is so to speak. Would you agree? And that will take a lot of things.
Yeah. It will slightly, just to add a bit. Malaysia will be delayed because we are not as connected as, for example, USA. As lagi terkebelakang negara tu, technically lagi selamat because in order for it to move forward, they have to adapt new laws and new things. So there will be time. Macam itulah.
Okay, true enough and fair enough. So that is the end of the session. Very a very, very informative speech. That was our professor, Dr. Shamshir Omar from the Faculty of Science, University of Technology, Malaysia. For a very interesting subject, your title on artificial intelligence and personalized learning. So with that, on behalf of the entire committee and I-CReST 2023, we'd like to thank the professor, the distinguished professor, for his very ingenuousness of looking through AI and the future of it in the world. Yeah, as it is. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Shahir.
Thank you.
Yes, it's been nice talking to you.
Yeah.
Okay, now, so distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our first invited speech for this afternoon. Moving on, next on the agenda for this afternoon is our next invited speaker, the second invited speaker for this afternoon, Professor Dr. Abdul Rahim Abdul Samad from the School of Business and Economy, University Putra, Malaysia. He's going to be presenting a speech entitled Greening the Economy Towards Boosting Well-Being and Prosperity. Before we call upon the professor, just to check, Professor, how are you? Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me, Prof?
Yeah, I can hear you. Waalaikumsalam, Imran. Thank you for having me here.
Imran, yeah. So before we
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, yeah, it's loud and clear.
All right.
Excellent. Yes. So before we invite the professor, Prof, allow me to please present to the audience some of your illustrious credentials. Yeah. Now, up next is Professor Dr. Abdul Rahim Abdul Samad. He's a professor of economics at the School of Business and Economics and also the head of Laboratory Agricultural and Food Policy Studies, University Putra, Malaysia. Yeah, he has served as economic advisor to the Department of Wildlife and National Parks, Peninsular Malaysia. And his research is on academic publications and operational work, have a focus on the economic efficiency, environmental services valuation, socio-economic impact, and the cost-benefit analysis, and the policies needed for an effective, sustainable environmental management and social well-being. Currently, he is the managing editor of International Journal of Economics and Management, University Putra. And among his accolades, he was the main author of the policy report on the socio-economic of Orang Asli in Gerik Belum in Temenggor, Perak. And that study was financed by the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. Right, so without further ado, let us present our next distinguished presenter, Professor Dr. Abdul Rahim Abdul Samad from the School of Business and Economy, University Putra, Malaysia. His speech is entitled Greening the Economy Towards Boosting Well-Being and Prosperity. The floor is yours, Professor. On to you. Over to you.
Right. Okay, thank you, Imran. I want to share screen the
yeah, please do.
Slide. Can you see the slide? Can you see the slide?
Yet to come.
Oh, yet to come.
Masih loading.
Masih loading, okay.
I've not seen anything yet. And so far, nothing on the screen yet.
If you can see my slide, please signal me.
Prof, we're just wondering if you are sharing the screen or sharing the window. Ada the two functions there, if I'm not mistaken. They're sharing the window, sharing a tab, and sharing the screen. The entire screen.
Yeah, let me try once again. Okay, could you just help me to?
Okay, we will.
Screen.
One moment. Okay. Prof, if I may help you, you know in the middle, in the center.
Okay, yeah, let me try.
Emoji. The next one is there's a square box with an arrow.
The entire screen, right? Entire
Ah,
screen.
then
Okay. Let me.
we recommend you try a window yang tengah-tengah. Boleh?
Okay. What about now?
Ah, nice. Is that all right?
Can you see my slide? No?
Yes. You got it.
Alhamdulillah. Right.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, floor is yours, Prof. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Imran. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon. Okay, Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad. Okay, this is the topic of my presentation today. Greening the economy towards boosting well-being and prosperity. My name is Abdul Rahim. Okay, I'm a professor. Okay, this is the presentation outline. Okay, I'll start with the introduction to Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, and then followed by effects of industrial pollution. Then next, business and green practices, and then last but not least, I'll talk about food system transformation. So let's start with the introduction to Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, as you can see clearly, okay, started in 2015. Okay, we do have 17 goals. Okay, and basically focuses on the balancing of social, economics, and environmental sustainability. During the Industrial Revolution, we just focusing on achieving a certain level of economic growth, focus on production, focus on consumption, but we pollute the environment, and then even the social also being affected. That was in the industrial revolution era, but now, okay, it has been introduced for this SDG, and in a way we achieve a certain level of growth. We would not harm the environmental and the social aspect. Okay. So as you all know, this is the 17 in morning in this conference. We have heard from Dato' Azia also talk about human rights and to education. You can see number 4 here, the Sustainable Goal, Development Goal number 4, quality education. Even Prof. Roslan, Islamic stress on education. Islamic education, I still remember he talk about adab. Okay, is very important. So this is also related to one of these SDG goals, fall under the number 4 here, quality education. So what I want to explain further is about sustainable city, and community. Okay. Sustainable city is one designed to address social, environmental, and economic impact through urban planning and city management. Okay, then we talk about responsible consumption and production. It's about promoting energy efficiency and providing access to basic services, green jobs, and a better quality of life. Okay. So as you can see clearly on the slide here, on the screen here, social economic system change for the sustainable future of humanity. You can see here in terms of one of the key factors here is coalition. Okay, so the world on a coalition course and the need for a new economy. Okay, coalition here. Okay, what does it mean? Coalition here even worse, with the issues of overproduction, overconsumption, and overexploitation of resources. The second one is about global commons. Okay, so we share the same ocean, we share the same air, and we share the same biodiversity. Okay, and related to carrying capacity, okay, below carrying capacity, so it would benefit all. Okay, so it means there is still room for growth and expansion within the economy, within the ecosystem, without putting excessive strain on the available resources. Okay, and in dealing with these global commons again, tragedy of common tend to happen. Well, what is this? What is this tragedy of common? Okay? So common pool resources, overgrazing and overfishing, for example. So we need to have a kind of social contract, make an agreement, okay, best interest of the group versus individual interest because of the objective, the main that we're gonna achieve, the main objective that we want to achieve based on group and individual will be totally different. Speaking about the individual, okay, we always look at when we want to make a decision, okay, we always think about ourselves first, self-interest, selfish, and we can ignore just the society. Okay. And why tragedy? Okay, why tragedy? When short-term self-interest, okay, leads to tragedy for all. For example, fish in the ocean belong to everyone. Okay, so I take as many as I want. So it will lead to overfishing. Okay, and in the long run, it's not gonna sustainable. Okay, and speaking about this social transformation, so 4 key economic system need to be transformed. Okay, the first one, change our cities, sustainable city, green city, okay, and change energy system. Okay, decarbonize, net zero carbon. Okay, and then the third one, change production and consumption system. Okay, sustainable and traceable supply chain. And then the fourth one is change food system. It is why you notice just now in the last presentation outline, I talk about food transformation, okay? Food system. So avoid food loss and food waste from upstreams to downstream. Now food security is really is global issue. Even in Malaysia, it's really controversial issue. Okay, we talk about food, for example, Malaysia is highly depending on imported food product. Okay. Okay, so this is the wedding cake, we call it here. Okay, transformation through 2030 to 2050, sustainable Earth society and economy. All right. So selected system to be transformed the world in 2050. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. SDGs prosperity, social inclusion, sustainability, resilient. Okay. So what will the world look like in 2050? How will complex forces of change affect our global society? And how, with so many unknown uncertainties, should we think about the future? We talk about change, So change can be, towards our demography, okay? The environment, finance, technology, and ideas of governance, okay? And the world in 2050 is an essential projection, okay? It's important to project for anyone worried about what the future holds, okay? So if we understand how our world is changing, we will be in better position to secure our future in the decades to come. Okay, in the future, we would see a robot would dominate factories. That's part of AI, like being mentioned by Prof. Shari just now. Okay. For example, self-driving technology is part of AI, okay? And then also in the future, you can see majority will be electric vehicle. So slowly we can see petrol station will be reduced and replaced by electric charging station. So let's move to the second line, the effect of pollution. Okay, so this is the one that I mentioned in the earlier on, industrial revolution, Okay, so look at here. The main purpose is to increase production, to achieve a certain goals, okay, of economic growth and a business activity rigidly operate. The environment is depleted due to man-made pollution. So environmental impact, okay, we can't, we just ignore, okay, just ignore. Let's achieve the certain level of growth, although its impact on the environment. So when we achieve, it means the curve is rising up. Okay, we achieve, the higher the growth of our economy, the higher the environmental impact. But we want to see that the curve is inverted U shape. Okay, after a turning point, then we can see a certain level of growth. Then after that, after turning point, the second stage, we can see that the higher the growth, the lower the environmental impact. That's what we are talking now in terms of initiating the SDG 17. Okay, now it's talking about conventional business activity, burning coal, burning fossil fuel like oil, etc. So untreated gas, untreated waste, untreated chemical waste released to the air, released to the river water, which can in fact can lead to the water pollution and air pollution. Okay, here also, the key things that will be affected in terms of biodiversity, habitats destruction. Look at here, extinction of flora and fauna. Okay, a situation in which something no longer exists. For example, in Malaysia, we do have badak sumbu last time. Okay, but now no more. Look at now Malayan tiger, based on the recent statistic revealed by WWF, Worldwide Fund for Nature, Malaysian WWF, Worldwide Fund for Nature. We just have 150 tigers left now. So is the harimau Malaya going extinct? Okay, so yeah, we need to seriously think about that. Okay, then now, in terms of causes of pollution by industrialization, lack of policy, and sometimes the policy is there, but issues of enforcement, issue of monitoring, okay, it's very challenging. Okay, the natural resources are used to make food, fuel, and raw material for the production of goods. So these are the effects of industrial pollution on our environment. Look at here, water pollution, as I just mentioned. Okay, without treating it before the industrial release to the environment, to the air, to the river water. Yeah, water pollution, soil pollution, air pollution, wildlife extinction, as I just mentioned, global warming, biodiversity, and etc. So based on this, WHO is aware that due to industrialization or business activities, the world experienced major climate change. Okay, that will affect this one called REF, sea level rise, droughts, disaster, and could be many other effects. Okay, the third presentation outline is business and green practices. So what is green business practices? Okay? So environmentally friendly or green activities. Okay, something like activities adequately address current environmental concern while maintaining profit. Okay, so green industry businesses aim to use a little water, less energy, less raw material as possible while cutting carbon emission, or find ways to utilize this material in renewable and eco-friendly way. So we can save resources by reducing the opportunity for wasting valuable resources. Now we look at to the energy efficiency and enable energy saving. Okay. So the question is, what are the things of what are the things your organization, most of us come from university, probably from institute. So what are the things your organization does, my organization does, okay, to help sustain the environment? Okay, what we doing our part, okay, in sustaining the environment. Okay, yeah. In terms of green business, I describe as green if it matches the following 4 criteria. Look at here, principles of sustainability in business decision and environmentally friendly, as mentioned just now. Okay, talk about environmental principle. Okay, based on Malaysian budget 2023. Okay, we have heard about the initiative made by the government in terms of green campus initiative. 10 million allocation for that. Okay, and 100 million for ecological fiscal transfer. Ecological fiscal transfer. The government would fund states that gazette new protected area from development. The incentive is to increase conservation effort of land and marine biodiversity area. Then we also have the allocation for green technology financing scheme, okay, which amounting to 3 billion. And then speaking about this green initiative, it has been extended to 2025, 100% income tax exemption for manufacturers of EV charging point. Okay, so yeah, this is the SDG 13 supported the green business activity. Take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. So what the green business can do, okay, reduce waste and decrease costs, earn eco-friendly incentive and rebates, attract green customers, and so on and so forth. Okay, so basically it's sustainable green practices. Allow companies to reduce their negative impacts on the environment while still allowing the business to make a profit. So these are the top companies that are going green. Okay, you can see here that Tesla, okay, maybe here in Malaysia, okay, then McDonald's and so on. So speaking about this Starbucks, okay, they do recycled coffee ground. Okay, recycled coffee ground in terms of can make pest repellent, fertilize a garden, okay, compose it for later use, and also cosmetic. Okay. Okay, so this is the entities in Malaysia responsible for the green program. We have Suruhanjaya Tenaga, okay, and so on. Okay, Malaysian Timber Certification Council, and so on. All right. Okay, here Global Green Tech, Lembaga Getah. Okay. Okay, let's talk about food system transformation. Okay, here food system are key for sustaining the earth, life and health. So look at here the planetary boundaries food system, okay, and the health boundaries, okay. So we talk about sustainability here, okay. So by 2050, the global food system must be able to supply healthy food, okay, and the sustainable boundaries of the earth system, okay, well-being of humanity here, and then sustainable value change. So when we talk about sustainable value change, okay, from the whole chain, okay, supply chain or value chain, from the upstream at the farm level up until the downstream, the end user. Look at here, the end user, okay. So the issue here is food loss and waste occurs at these stages, okay, these value chains. there are a lot of food loss and waste. Okay, here, okay, 1/3 of food produced for human consumption is lost and wasted globally. Okay, the issue of population, okay, human health well-being, okay, faced or acute food insecurity, okay, 130 million. Okay, then yeah, this one is overweight and obesity. Okay, and then poor quality diet, okay, unsafe food costs for low and middle income economies. And we talk about environment conservation. A quarter of this agriculture, forestry, and other land users contributed to emission, GHG emission. Then this one, 80%, okay, based on this food system, okay, of the land use change leads to biodiversity loss. Okay, then yeah, issue of population lack access to affordable fresh food for a healthy diet, and food crop, livestock, okay, could create methane emission. So this is something that the new policy, the new practices, speaking about these green practices, okay, sustainable agriculture plantation to minimize the impact. So unsafe food costs, for example, foodborne diseases caused by contamination of food and occur at any stage of food production, delivery, and consumption change. All right, then I think this is the last slide. Okay, for growing better, 10 critical transition to transform food and land use. We start here at the top here, healthy diet, nutritious foods. Yeah, the things that we need to see, okay, in the future, okay, to boost this healthy diet, okay, to encourage this healthy diet, okay. We would like to see that taxes and regulation on unhealthy food, reduce consumption of sugar, salt, and highly processed food. Sweetened beverages need to be taxed. Okay. Then here we talk about nature-based solution. Okay. The productive and regenerative agriculture based on the government and business side. Okay, they need to scale up payment for ecosystem services, soil, carbon, and agrobiodiversity, plus improve extension services, training farmers, okay, all the supply chain value now, and access to technology, seed, fertilizer, and extra. Specifically for Malaysia, we have to make a quick change. Government have to make a quick change, have to make a drastic policy and so on to stop depending on imported product. Okay, not even just end product, but even the input product, the input used. The input use also, we are highly depending. Malaysia is highly depending on the imported good for fertilizer, for example. So that is why the cost of producing food, agriculture is expensive because of the input. Also, we rely on imported input. So we have to do something about it. Okay, otherwise it's not going to be sustainable. Then we look at here. Protecting and restoring. Protecting and restoring nature. Nature must be protected and restored. This requires an end to the conversion of forest. No more forest conversion. Okay, and other natural ecosystem, and massive investment in restoration. Okay, how to restore forests and so on, the ecosystem services overall. A healthy, productive ocean, okay, sustainable fishing. We have to encourage. We have to promote. Policy need to be formulated to encourage sustainable fishing and aquaculture. Essential habitat, wetland, mangrove forest, coral reef are protected and restored. Okay, and then diversifying protein supply, okay, increase R&D spending. We need to increase R&D spending in alternative proteins, especially those with large benefit to lower income consumer like B40. Okay, then regulate and incentivize companies to report on and reduce food loss waste. Okay, then yeah, I think yeah, that's the end of this presentation. So leave it this question: what kind of role can stakeholders? We are part of the stakeholders, the community, the government, the agencies, NGOs. Okay, so what kind of role can stakeholders take in mitigating global climate risk? Okay, thank you for your attention. Over to you, Mr. Imran.
Thank you so much, Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Prof. Dr. Abdul Rahim. That was a very good question. What do the stakeholders have to hold? Well, I think well, the answer we can put into the question and answer session to get our virtual audience take on it. But we've got one question from Dr. Pierre Mauro. Prof, so would you like answering this question? Now, the question reads, when you talk about prosperity, is it just a hope or is it something concrete? He's asking this because the impacts are unknown and can be foreseen in advance.
Yeah, that's why recently I've talked a lot. I've talked a lot with the government through many platforms. Okay, I even visited few ministry. I even talked in the social media, television, newspaper, and so on. Government has to do something in terms of this prosperity and to prosper our nation, our society. Unique action, unique plan, different from the others, need to be taken. Okay, it has to be from the government, then down to the community. Okay, it has to be work together. So, but we want to see something different in terms of policy formulation, how to strengthen. Okay, how to strengthen the society, and we just take maybe just start with one sector first. Let's say try to strengthen our agriculture sector. Try to strengthen our agriculture sector. Try to reduce the dependency on imported product, either end product or intermediate product, the input that we use. Okay. For example, like we now importing like 30 to 40% of our rice, our rice. So why don't try to make it zero import of rice? Try to expand the productivity. Try to educate and train the farmers, the pesawah. Okay. So that like I said just now, the supply chain, every supply chain, right from farmers, the community, okay, and every supply chain up until the end user. So all will be benefiting, and inshallah we gonna achieve this prosperity that I'm talking just now. But it's not an easy. They have to start from the government. Government has to make new policies, new way of thinking. Okay, we talk about AI just now, ChatGPT. Try to come up with something new that we have not seen before, and the impact has to be quick, fast impact. Only then we can achieve. Otherwise, it would just again and again. It would just happen again and again, and you're not gonna achieve. The farmers still. A lot of farmers, you look at I'm just focusing on the agriculture sector in this discussion, because now I'm head of this agriculture policy and studies. Farmers are still at the same level, B40. Okay, so we the government talk about how much that we subsidize, how much money that we give to the farmers and so on, to the smallholders. So the thing need to be changed. We should talk about something like, how many percent of farmers, how many percent of smallholders has been shifted from B40 to M40 or something like the socio-economic change. Only then we can see the prosperity. Otherwise, for now, the farmers, the smallholders, they are still the same level of income group. But something drastic need to be done. Okay, start from the government. The Prime Minister need to play a bigger role, the respective ministry, and cascade it down to up until to the society. Yeah, hope I'm answering the question. Back to you, Imran.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Abdul Rahim. Yeah, I wish that answers question from Dr. PM Maro in his chat room. Anyway, it's a tale of overs, overgrazing, overfishing, over harvesting. I mean, to conclude your all in Malaysia we have a over. The comedians. So I think it's leading to a very disastrous situation with El Nino knocking on our doors towards the end of the year, isn't it? Again, El Nino is threatening our climate change. And so it's again sustainable the day. Yeah, Prof, thank you so much. Yeah, for that explanation. Depletion of resources due to man-made pollution. We are killing the world, so to speak. And so we have to sustain it by hook or any other way, etc., etc. All right. With that, I think that's the end of our session, the second session from our distinguished professor, Dr. Abdul Rahim Abdul Samad. He's the from University of UPM, University of Putra Malaysia. Thank you so much on behalf of the committee from the I-CReST 2023, Prof. Our hearts up to you. We have sincere thanks. Thank you so much again.
You're most welcome, and thank you for having me here. Okay, right.
Right. Thank you, Doctor. So moving on next on our agenda, right? We have the next speaker, the third speaker for the first half of the afternoon. Before I present to you the third speaker, invited speaker, Professor in Senior Dr. Muhammad Shukri Abdul Majid, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Technology, University of Malaysia, Perlis, UNIMAP, who will be presenting his speech entitled Turning Agricultural Products Waste into Industrial Commodities for Sustainable and Eco-Friendly Materials. Prof, Assalamualaikum, are you online? Can you hear me?
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes.
All right. Just before we bring Professor to the mic, let me just give you a quick description about our distinguished speaker. Professor in Senior Dr. Currently, he serves at the University of Malaysia Perlis, UNIMAP, as a professor and as Dean at the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Technology. He's an advocate of interdisciplinary research. His research interests include materials area, with an emphasis on the composite piping. Your thesis was entitled the behavior of composite pipes under multi-axial stress. Wow, interesting. And also you're looking at the performance of composite structures, NDEs of composites and natural fiber green composites, and biodegradable composites. Wow, that's true to its name. And your speech is also connected to it, turning agricultural products waste into industrial commodities, for sustainable and eco-friendly materials. Very, very connected to our current situation in our world, destructive world. So without further ado, it is our pleasure from the committee of our I-CReST 2023 today, this afternoon, to bring you the third speaker, Professor in Senior Dr. Muhammad Shukri Abdul Majid. Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Imran. Thanks, I-CReST, for having me. Let me try to share the slides. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to all, and a very good afternoon. Okay, so for this session this evening, I'll be delivering talk on this turning agricultural products and waste into industrial commodities for sustainable and eco-friendly materials. Basically, this is I'll be sharing with you guys on the stuff that I've been working on for the past few years, and also recent project that we just conclude with Newcastle University. So just a little bit on my profile. I'm from Distinguished Police. This is my Google Scholar and Scopus profile. This is some recognitions from my work. I was one of the recipients for Malaysia Research Award in 2017, and as recently for the TRSM last year. So just before I go into the findings or the recent or the stuff that we're working on, just a little bit introductions on what is natural fibers, why we are interested in natural fibers and the current application today, and my talk will be focusing on the napier grass and puff, something that is not quite prevalent compared to kenaf fibers in Malaysia, and progress that we made so far, and things that we are working at the moment. Okay, natural fibers, basically in a simple definition, they are basically not a man-made or not synthetic or man-made. They can come in three resources: animals, plant-based, or minerals. But most of my works basically is a cellulose-based or plant-based from napier grass and puff. Puff basically stand for pineapple leaf fiber. Okay, this is basically the general generic state of structure of biofibers from plants. So basically, plant-based fibers contain of cellulose, most of it, about 50 to 60% of it, and the rest of it hemicellulose, pectin, and lignin. So these composition of chemical composition of cellulose, hemicellulose, basically govern the strength and the properties of the fibers, basically. So these are the chemical composition of some of the common natural fibers found. In Malaysia, we are more prevalent with kenaf, but they are also from flax, bamboo, jute, hemp. You have pineapple there. Flax and hemp more we found those in Europe more. But Malaysia, as we know, I think everybody hears of kenaf fibers. Why natural fibers? There are some of the fibers with comparison to glass fibers and carbon fibers in terms of their physical properties, density, elongations, as well as their mechanical properties, tensile strength, their moisture absorptions, and Young's modulus. Okay. You can see that in terms of natural fibers, what interests them is basically their, although their absolute strength is not as good as glass, but we're referring to the specific strength. With their low density, this would give them advantage in terms of the specific strength. Okay, why we go for natural fibers? These are some of the advantages concerning natural fibers. They have like I mentioned earlier, they have a lower specific strength, specific weight, does have a good high specific strength and stiffness than glass. They are renewable resources, production with low investment and low cost, low abrasions, therefore less tool wear, non-toxic, abundantly available or easily to grow. For example, like pineapple leaves, basically they are from waste of pineapple harvest. They are biodegradable, and thermorecycling is possible for a certain type of polymer. Okay, so these are the current some of the current application that use natural fibers and become more and more in terms of the usage. This is example of door panel using a flex fiber composites. This is another example of hemp fiber used for the interior of automotive car. And this again, a fuel tank from flax fiber composites. They are also being used in food packaging product, which is obviously biodegradable instead of these harming polystyrene based package. And also we have other usage material like this is casing, for example, some casing from flax, knauf and ham, recycling bottles, craft, again some packaging and it's like cover for a laptop and now even used in more industrial applications like the helmet. Even I think Samdabi Malaysia also been working on natural fiber based helmet for their workers. So these are the examples of applications of natural fiber composites. So today I'll be sharing you guys the findings or the work that that we did on Napier fiber, in particular, and puff fiber, whether they are another alternative for knauf fiber. Okay, again, natural fiber composites, they are basically a combined plant derived fiber. In this case, Napier and pineapple leaves with the polymeric matrix, which can be any polymer like epoxy, polyester, and so on. They are very flexible and designed to meet a specific requirement, sustain and supply and most importantly, they are environmental friendly, depending on the metrics as well. There are less processing energy required, meaning that less carbon footprint. Okay. Focusing on Napier and puff, as I mentioned, this has been the most of my work in the past year. Napier grass basically now, before it was used for feedstock for animals, for cows, and we are easily grown, quickly grown in very less in terms of maintenance. Such work, I think we are targeting to convert or rather than just being an agricultural product, then we can become a more high value product. For pineapple, pineapple is normally basically is a waste from the harvesting of pineapple. Napier fiber and the pineapple leaf, basically the fiber can be extracted from the leaves, which is a great sources for natural fiber, and this we can use this natural fiber and puff fiber and generate eco-friendly substitute for synthetic fibers like glass and carbons. These are just to show you what Napier grass looks like. As I mentioned, before they are mostly used for a feedstock for animals. Like because of their easily grown, but they also have a potential with a very good fibers that can be extracted from the grass. They are known scientifically as a penicillin purpurine fibers and compose about 50% cellulose. And another is pineapple leaf fibers, which is from the leaf itself. You can see also in terms of fibers, it's very nice. They have a very strong fibers compared to knauf. The only problem at the moment is the method of extracting the fibers. Okay, this is one of the earlier publications on characterizations of natural cellulosic fibers from Napier grass that were published from our group sometimes back, 2015-16. So we look at all the characterization of the fibers, looking at the chemical and mechanical characterizations, their thermal analysis as well. So these are some of the results. Basically, we look at the untreated fibers as well as fibers that were treated with chemically treated to improve the surface of the fiber. These are some of the results from their mechanical properties, the ultimate tensile strength, the strain and break, and their Young's modulus for the untreated and up to 15% treated fibers. And this is the previous data I've shown you earlier. So compared to the earlier findings, so this is the physical properties and mechanical properties of Napier fiber. We can see that the most distinct features that from Napier fibers is that their density is very low, which means that they are very low in density and high specific strength. Their absolute strength, tensile strength may not as good as other fibers, but they have a very good low density, and also they have very good properties with they are less susceptible to the moisture absorption compared to Knauf. Okay, next. So this is just a optical image of the single fiber of Napier grass, which is the diameter average in between about 2.15 to 0.25. And this is their micrographs of their fibers with a porous structure, and you can see a very good lumen there. Okay, so from the fiber, basically these are the four applications that you are looking at from the development of Napier and pulp-based composites. First is the bio-based plastics for food packaging. Second is on the mechanical-based applications for like the example I've shown earlier, maybe for the interior parts of automotive and others. Also some on the electronics, where we were studying on these their dielectric properties as well as their electrical insulations properties. And finally, there are also a potential for this fiber to be used as an implant in and potential application in tissue engineering. So basically, all of my works basically looking at this potential of applications. I will share some of it. Okay, so when we looking at the development of the Napier or even puff-based composites, these are the items or the factors that we are looking into. They are fiber loadings, meaning that how many fibers compared to the metrics needed in preparing the samples. So obviously the fiber will act as a reinforcing material, basically taking up all the loads, whereas the matrix will act as a binder. And then also we look into the chemical treatment, how we can improve the consolidation between the fibers and the matrix. So we need to look at the chemical treatment or surface treatment of the fibers. Matrix selections, looking at the type of matrix used. Fabrication process, we have different kind of fabrication method that we can use. Each would, of course, give a different types or different features of properties of composites. And another something that also I've been working quite a lot is on the hybridizations of the natural fiber composites into glass fibers. So basically, we still using glass fibers, but we are reducing the dependence on the glass fiber by replacing with more with the natural fibers of Napier and puff. Okay, this is some of our publications on Napier polyester composites. We look at the mechanical properties of it and the effect of water absorption. As mentioned, water absorption in one of the drawback of natural-based composite is they are very susceptible to water, and if not addressed, they may lead to failure of the composite, or may lead to the short-term failure of the composites. So this is something that quite significant in terms of the use of the composite, how they affect with the water absorption. This is the performance of the tensile strength after as a function of a moisture exposure after we put some cuts, basically, just to see how it would affect the tensile strength of the composites. This is some micrographs of the fracture. We just want to see what sort of failure that we would observe after the Napier polyester composites fracture. You can see a micro cracks, fiber splits, and that sort of type of failure. This is what happened with moisture absorptions, where we would the metric would go into plasticization, and then the water would seep through into the composites, and the fiber would swell after moisture absorption. This would create some capillary mechanism that would allow the more water molecules into the composites, and obviously this would lead to more cracks, and ultimately would there would be a debonds between the fiber matrix interface. Okay, this again some of further work on hybrid Napier glass epoxy composite, meaning that we, instead of just having just a Napier fibers, we hybridize it with the glass fiber, and then we go look into the how this their performance affected by the moisture absorptions, and also we also look at their performance under certain temperature, elevated temperature basically, and look at their thermal behavior and their dynamic mechanical analysis. This is how we prepared the samples. We are using vacuum infusion. Basically, we place the fibers on like a sheet of glass, and then we vacuum the system, and then the atmospheric pressure will push the resin into the vacuum bag, and then would wet the fibers. Okay, and this is how you can see that this is when this become vacuum, then the resin will flow into the bag, and after then we leave it at room temperature for 6 hours, and we will have a composite plate, and then after that we went for a post cure. Okay, and these are again the properties of the tensile strength of the and tensile modulus of the hybridized Napier glass composites after with the as a function of the glass volume. And this is looking at the interface, or looking at the consolidation between the glass natural fibers, in this case Napier and epoxy. So you can see the more finer fiber is the glass, and then we have metal cracking, the fiber, the Napier, and the voids. This you can see that this could, because of the interfacial bonding, poor interfacial bonding, that will eventually would lead to failure. Then this is some results that we obtained for their thermal stability, or these TGA curves of Napier glass hybrid composites. And also we look at their performance under the tensile strength performance of untreated, treated fibers, treated Napier, at room temperature as well as at elevated temperatures of 40, 60, and 80 C. So basically, this is room temperature. This is slightly at higher temperature. This is at close to glass transition temperature. And this 80, basically, we want to see what are the effects or what are the strength, residual strength after over the TG or glass transition temperature. Okay, you can see that obviously after glass TG or what we call it a glass transition temperature, we can see they lose almost all of their strength and their flexural strength. This is for tensile and this is for flexural. This is the results for the storage modulus and loss modulus from the dynamic mechanical analysis for the untreated 5%, 10% Napier glass composites. And we also been working on the effect of these moisture and temperatures on the impact response, meaning that we again we apply the same condition on moisture and elevated, but now we do this drop impact test, looking at different energy levels of 7.5 joules, 15 joules, and 22 joules. And then from that, we can see the absorbed energy of the composites and the deflections at impact point. And these are the damage observed during the 7 joules, 15 joules, and 22 joules impact. You can see that for a lower energy levels impact, you can see this is basically a delamination. However, you can still manage to absorb most of the energy. Whereas at 15 joules, you can see for 10% PG or PGRE, you can see a slight penetration. But for 15 joule, you can see a clear penetrations of the impact of the striker. We also been studying on how we can use these pineapple leaf fibers, Napiers and Ham as a filler to improve the scratch resistance of composite materials. These are some of publication on our works on this scratch resistance. Okay, just a little bit on the our work on these biomedical applications on soft tissue applications. We also been using Napier as to develop our Napier PLA biocomposite scaffold. Scaffold basically can be used for regeneration of bones or ligaments. So our first look into it was when we published looking at the mechanical and thermal and morphological characterization of 3D porous biocomposite scaffold. We produced a scaffold and we subjected to all these mechanical, thermal, and morphological that with respect to the requirements of biomedical scaffold. And then from that, we also look into the in vitro degradation. How would the scaffold would behave under PBS solution, which imitate the solution in a body. So this is how we produce the Napier penicillin pepperoni, as I mentioned, is a Napier PLA biocomposite scaffold. So we produce this scaffold via particle leaching method. So from the scaffold, we subjected to all these tests. Basically, it need to be a porous because you need to have you need to allow for the blood to flow and proceed with the regeneration or healing process. So for this one, we only managed the earlier trial. We only managed to create up to micro size pores. This is the VSAM images showing the micro scale pores of a porous Napier PLA biocomposites. However, still yet to achieve the requirements of the scaffold needed for the biomedical applications, because they are looking at nano size. So we proceed with the extracting not just a fiber, but now we are extracting a nano fibers from the Napier CNF, cellulose nanofibers, and we use the nanofibers to again reproduce the nano scaffold. This is again the published article from 2021, and then we subjected to the scaffolds to the in vitro biodegradation, cytotoxicity, and biocompatibility of. We look at how the scaffold would be able to compatible with the PBS solutions, which similar to our fluid body fluid with our body fluids. Okay. And finally, we're also working with using nanofibers. Sorry, not just from the Napier, we extract nanocrystals or nanoviscous, we call it, to produce bio nanocomposite films to be used as the plastics for biodegradable plastic for food packaging. So this is again another publications from us to when we extract the nanocrystals before we develop and characterize the film packaging, and we do all sort of tests looking at their biodegradations, their UV. This is the nanocrystals or nanoviscous that we extracted from the Napier grass. Okay, and then we produce this thin film. Then we do all sort of film tests in terms of their tensile strength, their modulus, the elongation, their soil degradations, their UV and many more. Okay, so that's our work on Napier, most of it, and some on PAF. Just again, I think I got a couple of minutes still to again share with you guys on our recent project on development of low-cost natural fiber reinforced composites for a lower limb prosthetic socket. This is what we used to produce this socket. In this particular project, we use PAF fibers. This is a project with Newcastle University's project. Basically, this is a feasibility study to explore the step change development of a low-cost. We call it LLPS, but it stands for lower limb prosthetic socket, using a natural fiber reinforced composites. So objectives are to evaluate and the design parameters of the LLPS and to ensure that it's consistency with the principle of green engineering. And we look at the environmental impact of the product using LCA, life cycle analysis, and engage the relevant stakeholder from Malaysia, basically, and works toward LLPS as sustainable products. Okay, this is the team, myself and my team, as well as from Tom, Joyce, and Prof. Dr. Ken from Newcastle University. Okay, there are three phases. First, we look at the LLPS types and their specifications. And then we look at and then we design and fabrications, and of course finally we do the testing and design finalizations. So some literature, we look at what are the issue with the current socket. Basically, it's quite easy to make with the current socket. It's just that it's quite expensive. And also they are made from a PP sheet, which is a polypropylene sheet. Okay, we are trying to look at the potential of how we can replace it with the natural fibers from puff pineapple leaves. Okay, so in order to do that, we engage related authorities for data acquisition through research collaborations. First of all, we met our contact from HUSM, University Science Malaysia, Kebun Krian, as well as Hospital Tunku Fauziah, looking at their prosthetic research. We visited their orthosis and prosthetic lab at HUSM, Kebun Krian, Kelantan, and see the process of making the prosthetic socket. Then we also meeting our colleague from UTM, looking at the manufacturability of the socket if you're using the natural fibers, because we want to ensure that if you are to replace the natural fibers, in this case using a puff fibers to produce the socket, the method or the process must be is easier to process, easier to manufacture. Okay, then we also met with personnel from JKM Police. We met with Ministry of Women, Family and Community, JKM Police HQ, looking at discussed on the data numbers of amputees and in police, whereas maybe it's not as big demographic compared to Malaysia, but we just to have a clear or some ideas on number of amputees in police. Most of the amputee basically from diabetic lah. And you can see that cost of prosthesis is quite expensive. Per person is about 5K. Cost for the socket is about 1,000. And then if you need a new prosthesis, because some people, they especially the younger one, when they're still growing, their shape and their may change, so they may need to change their the socket for better comfort. Okay, so these are the costs basically from the data obtained from JKM Police. And we also met local authorities, which is in this case Malaysian Pineapple Industry Board, looking at the process of how they produce the pineapple leaf fiber, and in terms of the process and distributions, because we need all this data in order for us to conduct the LCA, the life cycle analysis. These are some of the pictures of our visits to HUSM, HTF, Singapore General Hospitals, perniagaan benang serat in Johor as well, and Artal Leaf, which produce the private company that produce prosthetic limb. So then we look at the second phase, which is the LLBS model development. First step is to assess measure casting. Basically, till today, the first thing to do is still very much custom, bespoke, where they have to go to see the patient and do the mold on the patient themselves, because there's no fit to all socket. You need to have like proper. You need to put a cast on the patient and use the cast to produce the socket. Second is the rectification process, where they put smooth out the the cast, and then they would use the as I mentioned, PP sheet, polypropylene sheet to produce the socket, and then modifications, assembly device, and then fitting and adjustment. Sometimes when they do the fitting, the patient may not be comfortable, so they have to do some amendment or some rework on the socket. So what we are doing now is we just like to remove the step 3 and replace it with the natural fiber composites. So in this case, we still are using the mold from the patients. So then we would apply the POP, which is the plaster of Paris, bandage on the limb, so that we can produce a positive mold layer. And then from that mold, we will proceed and produce the socket. So in this case, for our study, we have 3 section. One is to prepare sample and do the mechanical testing, and second one is to produce a socket, and then finally to have a fit to finalize the design. So this is sample preparations. This one is just produce the plate for the testing, so that we know that for that number of layers, what will be the strength, the properties in terms of strength, modulus, flexural, and sebagainya. So this is the results obtained for the testing, okay, which is quite good. And this is where we produce the socket. Yeah, we use the mold, and then we do the layering with the pineapple mat, and then we do the vacuum baking process, and have the wetting process with the epoxy.
Excuse me, Prof. May I interrupt?
Yes.
Sorry. We're running out of time, actually.
Yeah, just two final slides.
Okay.
Okay, very quick one. So this is the final. I lost. Okay. So this is prototype, and we produce number of prototype at different layers. So we finally we come up. We agree with on the 4-layer composite for the most suitable layer for the LLPS. And then finally we do the testing on the what we call it static structural testing on the toe-off testing. What we call it toe-off testing, just to see the fitting on the socket. And finally we do the finalizations. So this is the final sockets for the lower limb prosthetic. This is some of the contributions and what we expecting to move forward on the commercialization potential for the LLPS. Okay, that's it for next. I mean, this is the stuff that I've been working on still on the fatigue performance, tribological properties, the in vivo study. We did the in vitro studies on the biomedical composites, but we are also interested in looking at the in vivo study and some machine for the yarn making and for the impact crash protein properties. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for taking maybe slightly over the time.
Yeah, it's okay, Prof. Thank you so much. So sorry, our apologies that we are running out of time. But I would say if it constitutes to cheaper production of cars, it's one thing I can see. Cheaper door, yeah. In the future, right? That would be really beneficial for our depleting of resources, and we use them. Right. So with that, Prof, thank you so much, Prof. Dr. Shukri, Muhammad Shukri Abdul Majid from the.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yes, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Technology, about natural fibers. Yeah, the topic was turning agricultural products waste into industrial commodities for sustainable and eco-friendly materials. And he's from the University of Malaysia, Perlis. We are truly honored to have you here, Prof, on behalf of the I-CReST 2023. I wish we could have a longer discussion. So interesting.
Sure.
Natural fibers. We all save our pineapple Napier wastes, etc., from now on. So anyway, with that, we end the session of the third speaker for this afternoon. A long afternoon we're having here. And for the next 3 invited speakers, I will hand you over to my co-moderator, Puan Janaki Manokran. But before that, it's a big thanks to all the three first speakers, who hear this from 2 o'clock, from Professor Dr. Muhammad Shahir to Professor Dr. Abdul Rahim, and we had Professor Engineer Dr. Muhammad Shukri just a few months ago. So before I hand you over to the next three presenters, we have a few messages from our supporting partners here. With that, I'll hand you over. Just bear with us. Here are the messages.
Afternoon to everyone. Our invited speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here as the moderator for I-CReST Virtual Conference 2023. I will moderate this invited speech session 3. I am Janaki Manogaran from the Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. On behalf of the organizing committee, we wish to extend our warm welcome, selamat datang, and thank you all participants, guests of honors, delegates, and representatives from the participating institutions, foreign and local participants to our 4th I-CReST Virtual Conference 2023 by Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara, Cawangan Selangor, Campus Dengkil. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful that the conference is joined nearly by 235 participants ranging from researchers, industrial experts, and professionals. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite our first invited speaker for this session. Please welcome Dr. Wajio from Universitas Sumatra Utara, Indonesia, with the speech entitled Education for Sustainable Development Campuses, What, Why, and How. The 30 minutes is ours, Doctor. The floor is yours now. Please welcome.
Thank you so much, moderator, giving me time to present my title. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoons. All right, in this time, I will present entitled Education for Sustainable Development Campuses, What, Why, and How. So I think the title is the part of my research project about the sustainable development in North America. Because last year I have a program in United States, in making research on sustainable development in campus North America. So this present is a part of my another paper that I will present on October in Massachusetts Institute of Technology on October in this year. So I do really happy invited as a speaker by UITM. Thank you. And yes, in this case, I want to present about what goal and why, how, and challenges, and hopefully maybe helped by moderator can control my presentation that I have sent before.
Yes,
All right.
sure.
Thank you so much. And then maybe in the next slide, I want to focus in the concept before about sustainable development. Okay, sustainable development is the systematic long-term use of the natural resources as defined in the Brownland report, so that these are available for the future generation. Here, the concept refer to country and local policies. And beside that, the modality of development that enable countries to progress economically and socially without destroying their environmental resources with references to country policies. And next, I think I want to explain about the sustainable values in education. You know, education for sustainable development, or we call I-CReST, promotes the knowledge, skills, understanding, values, and measures needed to create a sustainable world, ensure environmental protection, and promote social justice, and promote economic sustainability. And what is the problem? My opinion, and we have experience, education, research, innovation, and climate change factors are unequivocally apprehended in the number of sustainable development goals, where universities enjoy a first-hand role in addressing this. And of course, university claims to a non-partisan position, and they have higher in the society. This nature directly demand them to educate the public and private sectors on the importance of the implementing the SDGs, of course. And of course, university under their true research credential and expertise have a vital role in the provision of the necessary and reliable knowledge, evidence-based answer, and coinages to support achieving SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. So, what is the goals? For my opinion, we have three goals. The firstly, knowledge of issue linked to sustainability, and which are of most interest to universities, and where there is a keen willingness to learn more about them, like transport, energy, waste management. Without awareness of such issue, no focus is a possibility. The secondly, knowledge of the attitude of the university personnel toward sustainability, so that the necessary focus may be placed on the changing pattern of the behavior at the institutional level. And thirdly, knowledge of the interest of the student, who that they may be more actively engaged. And the next slide, I think, if we're looking the sustainable development goals that provided by United Nations, there are many issues. So the picture that I background my presentation is the University of Delaware. Last year, I was there and doing research in there about the sustainable development. And of course, when I visited many universities last year in United States and doing research about the sustainable development, I think it's very interesting because many issues and link it with the sustainable development goals by provided United States and practicing in the many universities in United States. And in next slide, I think the question is why, because the holistic handling, of the sustainable development issues, integrating them with social and economic matters, as well as with the biological and ecological issue, hence enhancing the quality of the education provided to the students, as well as the quality of the research. And of course, encourage development of the conservation ethic among students, staff, and other groups. And of course, motivating people to play their role in the process, leading to a better use of the natural resources and in the way they consume goods, purchase, or even food. And building among participation on sustainability courses and awareness of the end of support environmental conservation policies, regulation as a whole, and conservation in general. Yeah, of course, the university leadership, like rectors, vice rectors, and of course, dean, workers within the university administration, university teaching, and research staff, and of course, the last is students. And if we look at the issue of the sustainable development focus on the education in university, we have many roles. We have many laws that we could implementing in universities, like the Magna Carta of European Universities in 1988 and the Tolokers Declaration at the University President for the Sustainable Future in 1990. And of course, the Halifax document creating a common future, an action plan for universities. And the organ appeal from the CRE to the preparatory committee of the UNCED. That yes, many the rules that we could base our activities to the universities on the education for sustainable development, of course. So the problem is how? The implementation of sustainable development at the universities is therefore not only a matter of policy, because university blueprint or strategies, declaration or action plan are useless. So when I was doing research in a North American university last year, I found many blueprint that university has and declaration, the action plan about many things, like buildings, like the environment issue, like the waste in canteen campuses, universities, and the other settings. And unless they can be backed up of concrete action, yes, in one of the more of the following areas. So I think this is very important. If we give what is the focus that we can done about the issue of the education for sustainable development. The first is about the curriculum greening. This is very important because if we have our university has curriculum greening, it is the capital point, and it's very important to make sure their curriculum connected with the education for the sustainable development. And of course, campus operations. This is needed to action plan. What the campus we can done about it, and of course about research and extension, continuing education and further education program, and the last concrete projects. I think this is the area focus that campuses can be done and link it with the education for sustainable development and to make sure their activities. And of course, I want to little bit about the explain about this issue. You know, the first we must make sure about the background. Yes, maybe the next slide. Yes, the firstly is next slide. Maybe is it all right? Is about knowledge. You know, it is very important. Yes, how to make sure education for sustainable development in campuses. The first is knowledge, information on the meaning of the sustainability and its implication. Now, like many campuses, like in Indonesia too, I think now they are focused on this issue and to make sure the center has built in the universities. And government now very supporting in this issue. So I want to make sure the one of issue is important to implementing this how to education for sustainable development is the we must give attention full for the knowledge, that is information on the meaning of the sustainability and its implications. And the second is about a background. Yes, the nature of one of the training often influence on the individual degree of receptivity to the sustainability issue. Yes, I think staff and maybe the leader of university must taking this issue, giving training, yes, for the staff maybe about the issue sustainable development on education, because that is a very basic how to understand about the sustainable development implementing in the campuses. And the third is about experiences. A previous experience with environmental and social issue facilitate this and understanding of the role of the sustainability. So, I'm not sure about the experience many campuses in Malaysia, for example, because as I know, many university in Malaysia has experiences about this issue. So I think it's very important for the background of the experiences for the universities. And of course, we must make a perception. The integrated view of environmental, political, and economic elements enables a broader perception of sustainability. So, giving positive perception in or for the universities is very important to make sure the sustainable development in the education working is very well. And of course, the fourth is about values. Due to its high degree of the complexities and individual values often determine whether his or her attitudes are favorable to the sustainability. So I think this the great issue in this case is about the values, not just about the institution, but the individual that a part of the university's activities. And of course, the last is about the certain context. Yes, the context is means sustainability is not only related to the ecological components per se, but also entire items such as economics, politics, and social matters. However, links with the latter are often ignored by universities. So that is the how to implement. And I think the last my slide, I think about the challenges. How can we can implement the education for sustainable development universities? So I think the first challenging is about issue the need for the broader interpretation of the sustainability. So I think we must know to make sure everyone, from the high level and up to maybe in the start, I think we must same opinion how to build sustainability in education for the universities. And of course, it's about the need to translate sustainability to the different audience and to different nation. So it means we need a comparing, yes, good practice from the many universities, like from the United States or the maybe from the Europe universities, and we implement in the Asia experience, like Indonesia or maybe the Malaysia. That is very important to make sure this issue. And of course, it is about the need to operationalize sustainability. So because so many issue in sustainability, so we can more, I think, make sure, yes, the parts of the sustainability and give not difficult, yeah, to the many others of people in the universities. And the last, I think, of course, the need to raise more support the sustainability. So I think this is the challenging, the issue in education for the sustainable development, yes, in the campuses, yes. So based on my experience when I was doing research in many universities in USA last year, I think I'm not sure their experience can be implementing in the campuses in Asia, but I think they have a best practice that we could the positive experience. I think this is my slide in this issue. Thank you so much. I will give the time to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wajio, for the enlightening speech. So the takeaway here is it is our joint work together to transform to a sustainable development campuses, yeah? So we have to work together to make this possible. Now, I open the floor for Q&A session to our Dr. Wajio. So Dr. Wajio, there is a question here. If a university or campus is strong in research and teaching, but lack in services, is it acceptable for a sustainable development campus, or it has to fulfill all the three core activities, which are research, teaching, and services? It has to be all, or it is sufficient if they are strong in any two to be a sustainable development campus?
Yes, of course. Services is a part of the sustainability and must fulfill in the activism in the universities because not just research, yeah, but services is I think is a part the important if we link it in the sustainable development, of course, based on the education for sustainable development.
All right. Thank you, Doctor, for the answer. We have one more question here. How can universities integrate education for sustainable development into all their areas to contribute more effectively to future-oriented society? Thank you.
Yes, I think this is a good question. Yes, the problem is sometimes we have a problem is about communicating about this issue. If we have a good communicating to the all the level in the universities and connecting with the policy the university, I think it is more I think yes, giving a good the way to the universities to gather goals in the education for the sustainable development. So this the pace of an activation that integrated in the many issue. Yes, not just communicating, but I have presenting. We have a challenging yes about the how to implement education for the sustainable development in campus. One of the we need for the broader interpretation of the sustainability. So because many definition about the sustainability, especially in the based on the campus's perspective. So I think the peoples in the university must want a voices to make sure about the how to make education for the sustainability development. And of course, we need to translate sustainability to the different audience. I mean, not just to the high levels, yes, but for the staff, for the maybe not the people, not just students, but maybe the guests that maybe linked with the government. I think this is very important. We need to translate sustainability to the different audience and to a different nation based on the comparing experiment, I think, and or experience. And of course, we need to operationalize sustainability. And yeah, that I have thought it's about the how we need to raise more support for the sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wajio, for the wonderful explanation. So again, it is about teamwork and collaboration to make this possible. Thank you very much, Dr. Wajio, for your presentation and the sharing of ideas and knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much and great for the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you. It's our pleasure, Doctor. Next, I would like to welcome Associate Professor Technologies Dr. Adiba Shuaib from School of Mathematical Sciences, College of Computing, Informatics and Mathematics, University Technology Mara, Selangor, Malaysia, with the speech entitled Mathematical Programming Models and Response Time Optimization of Ambulance Routing and Location Allocation Problems, a review. The next 30 minutes, Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me share the slide first. Hello. I thought I have done that. Okay, just okay. Give me 1 second, yeah?
Sure, doctor.
All right. Okay. Can you see the slide?
Yes, doctor, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you again. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Excuse me,
Assalamualaikum
doctor.
and good afternoon to everyone.
Excuse me, doctor.
Yes.
Maybe you can make it a slideshow mode.
Okay, it's already slideshow.
But it's showing.
Is it lagging? Okay, let me just do it again. Yeah.
Sure, thank
Okay.
you.
Is it now slideshow?
Not yet, doctor. Still waiting.
Okay. Or maybe I have to share it once again. Okay, let me just do this again. All right. Is it okay now?
Is it okay?
Not yet?
Not yet, doctor. No
Okay.
problem. Take your time.
Okay, I don't know why because I already have the slides too. So let me just stop presenting and do this again.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And once again, I already have the slideshow. Is it okay over there?
The slides are open, but it is not projecting as full screen, doctor.
It's not projecting as full screen.
Yes.
I'm not sure what's wrong,
Up
but it is full screen in my
in your.
yeah. All right. So I have tried it just now, so I'm not sure. So let me just see what I can do. Okay. Let me check what I can do. Okay. I'm so sorry, everyone.
No problem, doctor.
Is it okay now? Still not okay.
Maybe you could move to your next slide. Let me just check.
Yes, okay. Does it move?
It is still in the first slide, doctor.
Yeah, so that means something is not right. I am not sure why.
Okay, now it's moving already. Table of contents.
Oh, okay.
Already.
All right. So I think I can go back. Yeah. Okay. Is it now in the cover page?
Yes, doctor. Now it's cover page.
Okay. Is it now in slideshow?
It's not in slideshow, but it's better this time.
It's better this time. Is it clear?
It's clear. Very clear.
Okay. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Okay. Because I cannot see how does it appear.
Yes, no problem.
Okay. So let me once again start. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to everyone. Yeah. I would like to thank the organizer for having me or giving me the opportunity to share on this topic, which is mathematical programming models and response times optimization of ambulance routing and location allocation problems. This is just to share some methods and approaches regarding the ambulance routing and also location allocation problem. This presentation will contain some introduction and a discussion on ambulance service management, thematic analysis, some way forward, and the conclusion. First, let me introduce you to the emergency medical services. I think everyone is familiar with the ambulance services as part of the emergency medical services. As for the definition, the EMS ambulance services has been the key role or playing critical role in providing urgent pre-hospital treatment.
Excuse me, doctor.
Yeah.
We are in the first slide still.
You are still in the first
First slide, yes.
I don't know why it's lagging. So let me just, I think it's internet problem. Let me just use my mobile data. I think the internet connection is not so good. So let me just change to mobile data rather than the internet. Yeah. Okay. Let me just.
Okay, now it is in EMS slide.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just change to the
Mobile data.
yeah, mobile data. So
Thank you,
hopefully
doctor.
that it will be much better.
Yes.
I think that's the problem. Yeah. Okay, let me check the internet. I think that's the problem causing it to lagging, etc. Okay. All right. I'm so sorry for the technical problem. Everyone, can you see the slide?
Yes, doctor.
Yes.
Now it's first slide.
Okay. Is it in a slideshow or still in the slide?
This is like the previous one. Not in
Okay.
slideshow, but
Not in
better
slideshow.
view.
Okay. All right. So let me just continue. Okay. I was explaining about the emergency medical services. Yeah. Can you see the slide now regarding the emergency medical services?
This is at the first slide.
The first slide.
The title
Check.
slide.
Yeah, the first slide on this. Yeah. So basically what we have here is that EMS will be concerned with out of hospital medical care and also transporting the patient to the hospital. So how do we refer this as emergency? This is based on what the paramedics or the staff or the ambulance crew and the dispatch in the call center, yeah, deciding whether the calls should be considered as emergency and what level of emergency. So from here, we can see that any injuries caused by accidents or any illnesses, yeah, chronic illnesses, especially such as cardiac arrest and stroke, yeah, are example of incidents which require the ambulances. So in low and middle income countries, that's from these incidents, yeah, could be resulted from inadequate or delay, yeah, in receiving this pre-hospital care because the ambulance does not arrive, yeah, in the expected time. As for Malaysia, the ambulance has been seen as playing a major role in ensuring patients get the appropriate care. So the pre-hospital care and ambulance service is a crucial component in the patient care. So, as an emergency response vehicles, these land ambulance must be well maintained and prepared. Yeah, be prepared all the time.
Doctor, still is not moving. The
It's
slide?
not moving.
Yes.
Yeah, I have been in slide number 7. I don't know what's wrong.
Okay, now
can
it's
you
policy
see?
on safety of land
Yeah, so in
ambulances.
other words, if I show the slideshow, it seems that it just got stuck.
Okay.
Okay, can I just do it this way?
Sure, no problem,
Yeah,
doctor.
as long as you can see
See
the
the slides.
slide.
Yes, true.
Okay, I'm so sorry, everyone.
No problem.
Okay, so next, let us look at the emergency medical services key components. So, in order to have effective EMS system, we need the agencies and organizations that include the hospitals and the emergency call centers, for example, and communication and transportation network. We will need the phone and also internet, yeah, and also the road transportation network. Okay, and as the receiving part or department for these patients, we are required to have the hospitals and the trauma centers. And as for the ambulance crews and the staff for the ambulance, we need highly trained professional. And as for the public, we need a well-informed public where in case of emergency, they can provide accurate details of location and descriptions of the emergency. Okay, let me move on to the next one. So, under the ambulance services time, we have the response time, which is considered as the standard key performance indicator of the EMS performances. These response times is given high priority when improving the ambulance services overall. So let us look at few terms besides the response time. So activation times covers the period from the receipt of the call to the dispatchment of the ambulance. Response times is the period from the calls is received to the arrival of the ambulance at the emergency site. The patient care time is actually the treatment received at the scene. So at the moment in Malaysia, for example, the average response times is about 30 to 40 minutes, which is far away from the international standard of 7 to 10 minutes. Let us look at the emergency care system framework. As we can see, it begins with the call center where the emergency calls is received, followed by the deployment of the ambulance with the crew to the emergency site, and then the treatment at the site. Afterwards is the transfer of patient or transportation of patients to the hospital, which will be received by the emergency unit. So the end of the cycle for the ambulance operation will be when the responsibility has been transferred to the emergency department of the hospital. So overall, we can see that EMS operations or EMS ambulance operations include the response time, on-scene time, the transportation time to hospital, and also the hospital receiving the patient. So this is the emergency care system framework provided by the WHO. Next, let's look at the ambulance service pathway. So as we can see here, so let me just make it a little bit smaller so we can see the title. Under this ambulance services pathway, we can see the call being answered, ambulance being dispatched, ambulance arrive at the scene, the person transferred to ambulance, and ambulance arrive at hospital, hands over to the emergency department, and also the end of the ambulance service cycle. So here we can see the definition or description of the activation time and also response time. So it is very important for the ambulance service management to reduce the ambulance response time or to meet the targeted ambulance response time. This is critically important in order to save lives. However, minimizing ambulances response times is challenging. This is because there are various factors that affect the ambulance response times. One of them is distance from the hospital to the emergency location. Next is the ambulance availability or accessibility beside the workforce and ambulance cycle. That includes the speed and also some other conditions that are encountered by the ambulances. Next one is ambulance call type, call duration, team allocation time, traffic conditions, and traveling time. Yeah, so this is basically from the past studies, yeah, concerning the response times optimization. The other factor is distance from emergency site and even the time of the day, because in different time of the day will means that there will be different kind of traffic. Okay, next. Besides all those factors, we can also have situation where incomplete or inaccurate information regarding the emergency and the emergency location will also affect the response time. Okay, besides the distance and site of the incidents, yeah, especially for chronic illnesses faced by the patients. Yeah. So, for example, here in the situation for the STEM problem, it was described that pre-hospital delay times have not improved over the decades. And this study has summarized that the response time is greater than 11 minutes in average. Yeah. And the scene time is greater than 20 minutes, transport time greater than 21 minutes. Overall, that is almost 1 hour. Okay. So again, yeah, the important part of optimizing the ambulance services largely depends on the accessibility, availability, and also how fast the ambulance can arrive to the location. There's two types of problems that are faced or that can be solved using the optimization model include the ambulance location allocation problem, ALAP, or the ambulance routing problem, ARP. So the aim of the ARP is to determine the most effective routes for the ambulances, yeah, upon the emergency request. Then for the ALAP or ambulance location allocation problem, the goals or the objective is to maximize the distances that ambulance is available to cater for the emergency demand and to be able to arrive at the emergency site within the targeted response time. So, in this case, we see that there is the need for certain approaches in solving or optimizing ambulance response time. Basically, the most widely used approaches is operation research methods. This is to handle the multiple perspectives of strategic and tactical operations that are encountered in the ambulance services operations. Maybe some of you are familiar with the simulation modeling. Yeah, so simulation modeling basically helps researchers to understand whether under what condition and which ways a part would fail and what loads it can withstand, for example. Yeah, so in other words, what are the situation and conditions for the objectives of the study to be achieved, or objective or the goal of the solving the problem can be achieved. Yeah. Another approach is using the mathematical programming or MP or the optimization model. When we use a mathematical programming model, the aim is to maximize or to minimize certain objective function subject to or depends on some constraints. The constraint can be hard constraints, which means that this constraint must be adhered to and cannot be violated, or it can be soft constraint. That means it can be violated, but of course with certain consequences or penalty costs. So basically what I am presenting, or my presentation, include discussion on the EMS, ambulance response time, the ambulance location allocation problem, and ambulance routing problem. And I will proceed with the thematic analysis, considering all the past studies that use mathematical programming models to solve the ambulance-related problem. And hopefully that I can also share the way forward in the research concerning ambulance services management. So from the earlier description, we can tell that EMS, ambulance services management, is complex in nature, not just because it actually involves life or death or any consequences in terms of the health of the patient. So the response time has been perceived as dual function. That is why it is being used as standard KPI for emergency medical services ambulance, which is in this case comprised of availability of the ambulance upon request and also the time taken for the ambulance to arrive at the emergency site. So what we have here is that the ambulance operations constitute of calls, the emergency calls, the ambulances or the vehicles, the stations, where the ambulance is being stationed, or the dispatches, and also the crews of the ambulance. I think we are familiar that emergency calls means that the call has been passed to the emergency call center, which in turns will classify the types of emergency, getting details of the emergency location, and also looking at the causes and priority, and deciding where or from where the ambulance will be dispatched. In United Kingdom, the ambulance response can be categorized into 4 categories. The first one is category 1, which is consisting of life-threatening conditions. Category 2, serious conditions such as stroke or chest pain. Category 3, an urgent problem, and category 4, non-urgent problem. So basically, for the third and fourth category, in certain countries, there has been no response times targeted. But worldwide, we can see that certain target or KPI has been placed. For example, in UK, 90% of all incidents of category 1 should be handled within or not more than 15 minutes, and for the category 2, not more than 40 minutes. The next part of the ambulance operation is the vehicles itself. So well, actually, ambulances can be of various types. For example, ambulance can be just a normal road ambulance, like vans, but it can be also helicopters, boats, and the paramedic can also go using motorbike. Okay, so nowadays these vehicles are equipped with GPS for communication and to report status and location. Okay. Vehicle is usually being placed at certain station, which is mostly hospital, but it can be also from other or station in some other places. It can be not hospital only. And ambulance can be basic ambulance with 2 crews, which is paramedic and nurse, besides the driver, and also a specialist ambulance with at least 3 staff, including the doctor. Okay, next. So the table 2 describes all these operations of ambulance, starting from preparation, receiving calls, until to driving to the hospital, and then hand over to the hospital and driving back to station and post-run on the or post-mortem of the operation. So another thing or another components of ambulance operation is the dispatcher. So dispatcher is actually those at the emergency call center, receiving the emergency calls, deciding on the calls priority, and deciding on the dispatchment, in terms of from which station or which hospital should the ambulance be deployed, and also to monitor overall progress. So what we have here is that a full cycle of ambulance operations start from 1 until 14.
Excuse me,
And
doctor.
yeah.
If I may interrupt, doctor,
Yes.
we have 5 more minutes. We are running
Okay, I will go
doctor,
quickly.
sorry.
All right,
Thank
sorry also for
you.
the delay just now. Okay, I will go quickly. So I have mentioned about 3 main problem: facility location and allocation problem, and also transport of the patients. That is using ambulance routing problem, and also we have another one which is crew scheduling and dispatchment problem. So I will go straight to the objective of the optimization. So models or mathematical models, for this ALAP and ARP, basically, to minimize the total average time, and also for the ALAP location allocation problem is to maximize area coverage of ambulance services. And in the broadest perspective, it can also to minimize total cost, and also to maximize accessibility and availability of the ambulance. So worldwide ambulance response time vary. So I mentioned about in United Kingdom just now. In Australia also we have the average response times of priority 1 being set within 8 minutes. And Indonesia, there is no set KPI for response time, but from a study it says that 75% of response times were more than 30 minutes. Okay, so in Malaysia, response times or category of calls is divided into red zone, yellow zone, and green zone, where red zone refers to priority 1 as what I have described, similar to UK, which is life-threatening conditions. As for now, based on 1.06 million priority 1 calls made, only 41.8% are being attended within the 15 minutes frame. So let me just share with you the thematic analysis regarding ambulance location allocation problem. There has been various studies concerning ambulance location allocation problem using simulated data or real data at the selected location. For example, here we have in Spain, in Norway, in Brazil, and also in India. So we have for the ambulance location allocation problem, the goal mostly is to maximize the percentage of emergency being attended within the stipulated time. Also to maximize the performance in terms location and allocation, and to maximize the demands coverage. For the ambulance services, there are many various algorithms and optimization solvers, as I put here, if you are familiar with, to solve the respective problems. So the same goes here. We have problems in Iran and also in China. The goal is still to maximize the demand coverage and also to minimize the completion time of ambulance services. So the ultimate objective is to minimize the response times. In terms of ambulance routing problem, we have similar situation. Data can be from real life problems. For example, here in China, and also we can have the randomly generated test instances or simulated data. As for ambulance routing problem, the objective is always to minimize the total travel time. Besides having the minimization of the total cost. And some studies, they have multiple objectives in the model where it actually aims to minimize ambulance response time, for example, ambulance total travel time, total distance, and also the overall completion times of the services. Yeah, again, the mathematical optimization model can be solved using meta heuristics, algorithm, and also various optimization solver. Okay, so I'm going to skip all this, and just share with you, in the way forward, nowadays we have GIS, GPS, GIS is very useful in deciding location, of the ambulance stations, whilst the GPS has been mentioned, it helps in terms of finding way to the emergency location. We also have intelligent traffic system, which is used, to make sure that emergency vehicles like ambulance having their way on the road, during on the road to the emergency site. In other words, that the traffic lights give a way to the ambulance or emergency vehicle to pass through. So that is one good thing. And also we have machine learning, for getting further insights of data and also finding ways, to minimize the response times. That also include the enhancements of models and methods of the operation research. As conclusions, it is very important, to improve the ambulance response time, because sometimes it is life-saving situation, a dead or life situation. And we have seen that multiple past research have come up with various methods to improve the ambulance service time in terms of response times and costs, and advancement in ICT, internet infrastructures, like ITS, can also contribute towards enhancing the quality and level of services of the EMS ambulances. With that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adiba, for the wonderful sharing session. What we see on the road is just a white vehicle putting on the siren and some cars taking the chance and following the ambulance. But there are a lot of protocols to be followed for the ambulance as well, So that is very important. As you mentioned earlier, it is live or death situation, right? So thank you so much once again, Dr. Adiba, for your presentation and the sharing of idea and knowledge with us. Thank you so much.
You're welcome again.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, such an interesting session, isn't it? Now, allow me to welcome our third speaker of the day, Dr. Nur Azlina Abdul Aziz, Coordinator for Research and Innovation, Faculty of Law, University Technology Mara, Shah Alam, Selangor, Malaysia, with the speech entitled Halal Healing, Embracing Traditional and Complementary Medicine, TCM, with Islamic Guidelines in Malaysia. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Janaki, and nice meeting you again.
Yes,
and very good evening to everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nice meeting online, Dr. Adiba and Dr. Wajio. Hopefully we can have a physical meeting one day. So I'm going to share my slides, Thank you, I-CReST, to have invited me. All right. Is my slide okay?
Yes, doctor, it is.
All right. So I'm Nur Azlina from the Faculty of Law. And I think what I'm going to share today is something that it is a combination of research which I conducted in my previous years. I have one major research on halal, pharmaceutical halal, and also now I'm venturing into the traditional complementary medicines. It's a medico-legal based, basically. It's not on the medicine side, but it's more on the legal framework, So for that, what I want to bring forward to this evening is having halal within the traditional complementary medicine. I think this traditional complementary medicine is not something alien to many of us. We have been seeking some of the traditional and complementary medicines ourselves, like for example, we have going to massages, urut, cupping, become acupuncture sometimes. But I think that many of us, we are not aware. Number one is that it has regulations, an act, which have been introduced to regulate the activities itself. And nevertheless, it's not in the complete enforcement of the act itself. So because TCM is associated with many issues, especially on the aspect of safeties, aspect of efficacy, and also the quality of the services provided. So for that, today I'm going to divide my sharing session into two parts. Number one is that something which is in line with the themes of the conference. I'm going to basically share with you the TCM and how does it contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically on SDG number 3. So promoting the good health and well-being, that is number one. Then only I'm going to share with you what are the important criteria and features for the policymaker and the government to take into consideration to promote halal within the TCM practices. Right, this is going to be the overview of what I'm going to share, the development of TCM basically, and then the concept of halal healthcare, and then the issues of TCM and halal, what we need to do, what we need to consider, and at the end of it is the sustainable of this TCM itself, because the sustainable of TCM practice may in a way assist the burgeoning problems that we are facing now. I think many of us do not have access to the modern medicines due to the financial constraint, or sometimes because of the beliefs, because of the belief, the side effect of the modern medicines, sometimes discussed in several studies that had led to the usage of the modern medicines to basically convert or revert to the usage of TCM. So TCM itself, what is TCM? Traditional complementary medicine. I think it's not something new. It is very indigenous to certain culture. It has been in existence since the ancient time, and the re-emerge of this TCM nowadays, especially when we have our own regulations in 2016, is due to some of the weaknesses in the modern medicines or the conventional medicines. So like I've mentioned just now, some of the studies which have revealed the side effect, the negative effect of drug-based medications, or the overuse of alcohol, which is very common in some of the modern medicine. And also because of the financial constraint, reverting to modern medicine nowadays requires monetary abilities, So for that, we have been seeking to the traditional and complementary medicines. So is there any differences between the traditional medicine and the complementary medicines? Some of the countries, it used interchangeably between traditional medicines and complementary medicines. But WHO has divided because traditional medicine is associated to something which belong or originates to the country itself. For example, in Malaysia, the major ethnic that we have, the culture that we have is the Malays, Chinese, and the Indian. So to this community, the ethnic, they are commonly known to have the ancient way of medical treatment, like Ayurvedic, which is attached to the Indian communities. You have acupuncture. Acupuncture, to some, it define it to be complementary. The original traditional medicines of the Chinese is the belief in yin and yang. So the balance of yin and yang will require them, will be the guideline for them to formulate the total package of the treatment itself, and acupuncture falls within it. And like Malay, I think cupping or bekam and urut, postnatal care, medical treatment, that is something traditional to the Malaysian cultures. But the complementary medicine, it's something like, it's not originally from this country, like naturopathy or chiropractic. Homeopathy originates from Germans, but sometimes it is interchangeably used between traditional and complementary medicine. All right, TCM and Sustainable Development Goals, focusing on SDG number 3, promoting and to sustain good health and well-being of the population is the aim under the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So underneath that, there are many activities. And how I can summarize all of these activities or the aim that they want to achieve by SDG number 3 is that they want to reduce the mortality rate within children, within women, and of course, within those who are very prone to sicknesses like diabetes, cholesterols, high blood pressures, right? And then, of course, diseases related to heart itself, yeah? Other than that, they are also promoting treatment that can, in a way, prevent diseases. And they want to reduce also the dependencies over drugs and also the overuse of alcohol, which is something very common to modern medicine. So I think all of this aim requires the full implementations and acknowledgement of traditional and complementary medicine as part of the healthcare. So the current situations is that the government has already acknowledged by the coming in of the act itself, the regulation itself. So there is the recognizations of TCM as part of the healthcare, except for it is still implemented in phases, yeah. So the traditional and modern medicine, how we can integrate to both of these healthcare system, the modern medicine and the traditional medicine, is that we can see the development that nowadays, even those practicing modern medicine and conventional medicine, they have already acknowledged the usage of TCM. So in Malaysia, we have 15 Ministry of Health hospitals who offers one part of the wings for the traditional and complementary medicines. So we can see in these 15 hospitals throughout Malaysia, they are offering something like herbal therapy, which is an adjunct treatment for cancer patients. They also have acupuncture. They also have traditional massage. That is the most common in all of these 15 hospitals. In Hospital Sungai Buloh, we have Varman therapy. Varman therapy is it is something originates from the Indian communities, yeah. And then when there is acknowledgement of TCM, I think popularity, acknowledgement, it comes with risk. So we will invite many more players into the TCM industries itself. So that's the objective of why the parliament had regulated and passed the laws in 2016. Although the effort has started in 2004 to introduce laws regulating traditional and complementary medicine, but it was only in 2016 that the law was passed. But the problem with the law is that the practice of TCM, it's not, that means those practicing TCM, the practitioners, they are involved in the activities which is similar to the modern medicine practitioners. So except for the modern medicine practitioners, they go through specific courses and programs. So they are accredited medical practitioners. They are recognized by the qualifying boards as a qualified practitioners. On the other hand, the traditional and complementary medicine practitioners, they do not have one form. I wouldn't say they are not qualified. They are qualified, but the way that they are awarded with that specific expertise to heal and to treat people, which is similar to the doctors, to the modern medicine doctors, it's not something recognized within the syllabus. It's not something recognized within the program. So for that reasons, like for example, there we have some of them practicing urut. It is something that is inherited in the family, some of them. Of course, there are also some who are involved in the massage treatment. They have gone through special courses and programs. But we also have another set of TCM who they inherit the ability to massage. You know, it is something which is born within the DNA, I think. So talking about that, because we have some problems that we need to address and resolve within the TCM. So the government needs to do more in terms of implementing the 2016 laws in full. And why is this important? Because to preserve the sustainability of the traditional complementary medicine. But with the traditional complementary medicines, I think one features of it is that we have to learn on how they sustain throughout many changes of lifestyles. You know, it has been in existence in the ancient times, but it is still used until the modern days. So there must be some character features to the traditional medicine itself that we need to learn in terms of if we are talking about sustainability. Right? And the final part is that sustaining TCM, number one, will not only helps in protecting and preserving the traditional knowledge of the culture that we have in Malaysia, but on the other hand, it also preserves the rights to health of those who are not capable of paying for the modern medicines, right? And other than that, we really need the requirement of the policymaker when they formulate activities and law to regulate the TCM, they need to also consider the halal factors of the TCM. Because Muslim forms the majority populations in Malaysia. And I think consuming or having halal character within the TCM does not only benefit the Muslim patients, it will benefit the non-Muslim patients as well, because halal, the subset to halal is safeties and also hygiene. So by having TCM, halal TCM, yeah, it will in a way protect the rights of the Muslim patients as well as the non-Muslim patients. Right, development, like I've said, we have started in 2004, but only in 2016 that we have the law, which have been finally passed at parliament level. And we are now in phase number one is just to identify what are the recognized areas of TCM, because we have many areas of TCM in Malaysia due to the multicultural countries and also many of the historical framework that we have within Malaysia. So we have many types of TCM. So the first phase after 2016 was introduced was only to identify the recognized practice area. And then the second phase, we require the practitioners to register. But of course, with registration, they require certain documentations to certify that they are qualified. So this is what missing within the TCM practitioners, because they do not have certain qualification or cert to prove that they are qualified. They just naturally sometimes practices the TCM practice. And now we are in phase number 3. We are starting in the phase number 3. So when we come to the stage where the 2016 Act have been fully implemented, then there will be division between the legal practice of TCM and the illegal practice of TCM. So those who have not registered, who does not pass the registrations requirement, then they will be categorized as an illegal practice of TCM. Okay, and overall, these are the recognized practice area for TCM in Malaysia. We have the Malay TCM. This one includes Bekam, Kaping, traditional urut, all right. We have the Chinese TCM, acupuncture, Indian we have Shirodara, we have Varmam, we have another one, Ayurvedic, Ayurvedic. And then we have Islamic healing practice. With Islamic healing practice, we are actually facing some issues because Islam falls under the state jurisdiction to regulate, and healing or healthcare falls within the federal jurisdiction to regulate. So it's not resolved as to who owns the jurisdiction to introduce laws as to Islamic healing practice. And finally is chiropractic. So these are the recognized areas of TCM. And TCM and halal. We're going to look into some of the matters that need to be considered if we want to introduce a guideline. Because like food, transportations, we have halal guidelines, right? And the guidelines will become part of the law. That means it has enforcement features, yeah. If it is embedded or integrated into the legislations. So guideline remains as a guideline. So the basic concept of guideline is that it's voluntary. So in preparing guidelines for halal TCM, yeah. So the thing that the policymaker needs to observe the mandatory halal rulings. So this includes slaughtering, prohibitions of blood, prohibitions of alcohol, prohibited animals and prohibitions of carrion carcasses or filth. I think when we mentioned slaughtering, we could not picture how TCM falls under this. That means, should we consider on the rulings of slaughtering when we are discussing on TCM? The practice itself, maybe it does not have anything to do with slaughtering. But sometimes the TCM practitioners, they use their own medications. So the medications itself that they prescribe, maybe after the treatment or throughout the treatment itself, might have indirect contact with the non-slaughtered animals, right? There are two things about these animals, yeah? Number one is permitted animals. Number two is, if it is a permissible animals, then it has to be slaughtered. Animals that need slaughtering, it has to be slaughtered in according to the principles of Islam. So I think the main issue sometimes is on the capsules used. So for traditional complementary medicines, they are very common to prescribe herbs, which have been formulated and inserted into capsules. So the status of capsules itself, sometimes it's animal-based capsules. So this is where the rulings on slaughtering and prohibited animals comes in. Right, and other halal rulings that we need to consider and take into considerations is the rule of necessity. The reasons why halal pharmaceutical products was not certified halal earlier, because I think consuming pharmaceutical is closely related to darurat. When you are sick, you have no options. You have to consume the medicines, whether it's halal or it's not halal. But when you face the decisions within between living or dying, then you have to consume. This is where the haram rulings are lifted up for you, right? But of course, necessity requires a total understanding of the Muslims themselves, because necessity must comes with fulfillment of certain criteria. The moment you are off the danger zone, then the prohibitions of haram will revive. So this is where the understandings of darurats or necessities need to be understood by majority of the Muslim population seeking treatment, especially under the TCM. And then the rules of shubhah, not sure whether it's a halal status or it's a haram status. Istihalah transformations. So there are rulings. If it involves something which prohibited animals, for example, so it will be permanently halal even though it transformed. But for some other things, like filth, if it has transformed and turned into not the original colors, not the original smells, they do not have the original features of the object itself, which was prohibited, now it becomes permissible. So I think all of these rulings need to also be considered and understand, not only by the TCM practitioners, but those formulating the guidelines in future. Right, these are the specific issues that we need to address within the TCM system, right? And the halal medicinal product related laws. So far, we have the Trade Description Act. So Trade Description Act is the main law that governs halal in Malaysia. So describing certain of your product as halal, but in reality, the content itself, it's not halal. It's an offense under this Trade Description Act. It has specific order, the subsidiary legislation under Trade Description Act, yeah? But the problem with TDA is that it can only govern medicinal product which have been certified halal. So in future, if we are certifying certain TCM as halal, because certifying halal is voluntary, it's not made compulsory on any of us. So only if you certify, then TDA would have jurisdiction over your product or your services. But if you wish not to certify your TCM as halal, then TDA wouldn't have any effect on your product or services. Right. Number two is duty to disclose halal informations throughout the syllabus of pharmacies or the medical practitioners, the modern medical practitioners. They do not have a specific syllabus learning on the rulings of halal. So imposing duties on them to explain to the patients on the risk of consuming halal. For example, if a doctor they want to prescribe certain medicine which contain haram ingredients within the medicines. And if he faces Muslim patients, then he requires a duty to disclose. But imposing that duty must come with knowledge. So the doctors themselves need to be educated in halal. So same applies to CCM. For the TCM practitioners in future, to be imposed on the duty to disclose or to advise properly your patients, I'm using something which is against the belief of your religion, then they need to be educated first, and only it's fair to impose duty to disclose on these medical practitioners or the TCM practitioners. Right. Next is the consumer protection. We do have one laws or several laws protecting the consumer using medicinal products, and this is also inclusive of TCM services and also product. But there are many things that we need to resolve. Number one is the rule of caveat emptor. Caveat emptor imposes on the practitioners themselves to disclose informations. Caveat emptor, it's caveat emptor. Caveat emptor imposes on the buyer to beware. So the buyer, before they willingly submit themselves for TCM services, practices, and to consume the medicine prescribed by the TCM practitioners, they themselves have to practice diligence. So they have to ask questions, to pose questions. But of course, again, it goes back to my second contention within that if the TCM practitioners, they have no knowledge what they are using, whether it's halal or it's not halal, then definitely caveat emptor would not have a purpose in safeguarding the rights of the consumers or the patients. Right, enforcement authorities, okay, halal is related to JAKIM. The main governors of halal is JAKIM. But JAKIM itself was established not under a specific statute, only the coming in of this TDA, the Trade Description Act, that it gives powers to JAKIM to enforce on matters relating to halal. But knowing JAKIM have a lot of other tasks, not only halal. JAKIM is part of the government ministries. So because of the government ministries, they are subjected to transfer. So what happened is that through my interview, I discovered the officials of JAKIM, especially those who have been serving under the Halal Hub department, they have sufficient training, knowing enforcement of halal, what needs to do, what are the requirements of halal, but they are subjected to transfer. So when they are transferred, then JAKIM need to re-educate those on the areas of halal. So I think JAKIM itself need to be, so far, the enforcement teams and activities have been done by JAKIM in assistance with the other ministries. So this one need to be improved. Halal assurance system, in the law itself, there are requirements that if you want to certify halal your services or your product, you need to create your halal assurance systems in-house. Right, so through my research, I discovered that although they have a good sets of halal assurance system, but in terms of implementations, there are still some weaknesses that we need to improve, especially on the implementations of halal assurance system by those who does not really know the actual rulings of halal. For example, maybe they know on the rules of slaughtering prohibited animals, but when it comes to shubahah, when it comes to darurat, when it comes to istihala, this requires further educations to the staff and officials who are in the issue. With TCM, because it's a traditional complementary medicine, and resulting from the historical map that we have within these Southeast Asian countries, yeah. So we used to be under one land, Srivijaya, whatnot, and then comes the colonizations. So some of the traditional medicine was claimed to be the traditional intellectual property of another country, the neighboring countries sometimes. So there are still issues of intellectual property which have not been resolved. So to register under the IP protections, copyright protections, this require a study to be carried out on the originality of the traditional complementary medicines. Yeah, for example, We used to have the British in Malaysia. So when they went back to UK, there are some of the species, the plant species that we have in our originating countries that they have brought back, and they turned that to be their research and introduced in the forms of medicine. So these are things which is entangled between the intellectual property problems, yeah. And then halal logo printing, with now the advance of technology, we can foresee that halal logo printing can be manipulated and basically forged. So we have not also resolved many issues of the false halal logo applications. And finally, the MS 2424 guideline, which is specifically made for halal pharmaceuticals. It has also relevancies to the TCM. So these are the things that we need to consider before we can introduce a halal guideline. Other than that, yes.
Doctor, we have about 5 more minutes, Doctor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Janaki. All right, so I'm on the last part, the TCM practice itself. So the TCM practice, if we're talking about halal healing, then we have to observe on the matters of aurat. So the close proximity between non-mahram, that means the female and male, they do not have marital relationship, they do not have blood relationship. So there are certain rulings on the aurat. So these are the things that they need to consider also in regulating or in formulating guidelines for halal healing. Yeah. Other than that, the medicinal products, I think I've deliberated this one very much just now. So the prescriptions or the halal, sometimes they use ointment or they use oil. We have to make sure that this medicinal product need to be in line with all of the rulings that I've mentioned earlier. And then the concept of darurat, of course, the concept of darurat, like I've mentioned just now, it will lift up the prohibitions of haram substances, but it comes with certain conditions, yeah. One may use or consume haram in the real necessities, so it has to be real necessities between living or dying, or some extend it to starvations, right? But the moment you are out of the necessities situations, so the rulings of haram will revive. So this is where you need to stop consuming and using the traditional complementary medicine. As I observe, the usage of TCM usually does not relate to dying and living, especially when they are seeking for dietary supplements or prevention, curement for early stage of diseases. Yeah, and these are how I capture both part of the TCM that need to be considered in future formulations of guideline for halal healing. On the practices itself, what need to be observed is issues of aurat, the close proximity between the non-mahram, right? The activities teaching Islam, misuse of Quranic verses, for example, virtual surgery, use of amulets, use of talisman. This one is tangkal, yeah, using the use of charm needles, susuk. So these are the teachings which is against the Islamic rulings. And on the medicinal product itself, what need to be observed is if it is a plant-based, then the capsules. And that means the ingredients of medicine, maybe it's halal, but the capsules outside. So that need to be observed, whether it's halal or it's not halal. With capsules, we have problems because it does not actually park under product or medicine, because we have different ministries to govern. If it is a product, then under the KPDN. But if it's a medicinal product, then it will go under Ministry of Health. So that is also unresolved. And of course, other than the halal ruling, mandatory rulings that I've mentioned, the other is on the Toyaban aspect, so the cleanliness, the hygiene aspect of formulations of the halal itself. All right, as a conclusion, I think focusing on the Sustainability Development Goals, number 3, to promote well-being and good health for all of the populations, TCM can fit nicely within what is aimed under SDG number 3. So the sustainability agenda for TCM must be in line with the halal requirements. Number 1 is that halal requirements, they can protect the Muslim patients' rights. That is number one. But another thing is that the character of halal itself, what it requires, does not injure the non-Muslim, but it also benefits them in a way that the product can be assured, or the practices can be assured on the safety, on the efficacy, and also on the cleanliness aspect of the practice itself. So I think with that, I would conclude that would be the end of my sharing session. Back to you, Ms. Janaki.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nur Azlina, for the wonderful speech delivered. So everyone, let's self-reward with traditional complementary medicine session after this, a nice massage session, yeah? So I'm going to use the term TCM after this. So thank you so much, Dr. Nur Azlina, for the wonderful sharing session here. We got to know a lot regarding halal healing. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your valuable knowledge with us. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, well, such an incredible evening, isn't it? Put your hands together virtually to thank our amazing speakers of today's session. This is the end of our parallel session. I would like to thank all guest participants for participating in this conference. We hope that this conference has become a good platform for researchers, academicians, and industry players to broadcast and disseminate their valuable knowledge in their respective fields. Knowledge shared indeed will be useful and beneficial to all. Dear everyone, kindly fill in the attendance. The link is in the YouTube chat box. Now, I would like to pass over the floor to Dr. Izzat for the closing ceremony. Till we meet again in the future, signing off from all of you, your moderator for this session. Stay safe, take care. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, all the good things must come to an end. Therefore, I am honored to invite Yang Berbahagia, Professor Dato' Dr. Hajah Roziah Muhammad Jano, Vice Chancellor, University Technology Mara, UITM Malaysia, to officiate the closing ceremony of International Conference on Research and Practices in Science, Technology, and Social Sciences, I-CReST 2023. Please welcome Yang Berbahagia, Professor Dato' Dr. Hajah Roziah Muhammad Jano.
Yang Berbahagia, Professor Insinyur Dr. Ahmad Farid Abidin, Director, Center of Foundation Studies, UITM, Honorable Speakers and I-CReST 2023 participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and greetings to all. Alhamdulillah, all praises to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for it is with His blessings that we can gather here today for the closing ceremony of the International Conference on Research and Practices in Science, Technology, and Social Sciences 2023, or in short, I-CReST 2023. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this ceremony. Thank you also for inviting me to deliver the closing speech, marking the end of a remarkable and impactful academic gathering. I would like to congratulate the I-CReST 2023 Organizing Committee from the UITM Center of Foundation Studies for their commitment and hard work in making this event a success. My sincere gratitude also goes to all of you, the participants. This event today would not have been meaningful without you. Ladies and gentlemen, for a bright and sustainable future, efforts in knowledge sharing should continue to flourish and be encouraged, especially for us in academia. This is why we are here today, to celebrate the outstanding achievements of our participants in sharing their knowledge with the world. And this conference has been a remarkable platform for this dissemination of knowledge, where brilliant minds from all corners of the world assemble to share common concern for sustainability and education. New technologies and practices that would benefit mankind and pave the way for sustainability were presented and put into the spotlight throughout the conference, with the theme leveraging technological advances and multidisciplinary research for a sustainable future in education. I-CReST 2023 has met its objective to provide a platform for the exchange of views and ideas while promoting knowledge transfer among researchers and industry professionals from various backgrounds. Ladies and gentlemen, participants in this conference from experienced researchers from around the globe is a testimony that knowledge culture is very much alive and thriving. With a passion for knowledge seeking, we should all be actively involved in a collective commitment to building a sustainable world via quality education. Future problems should be solved today, and our technological findings and scientific discoveries should be shared with the world for collective benefit. We must, in our power, strive to find ways to ensure a safe and viable livelihood for future generations. This is a call for strong collaborations between academia and industry players, locally and globally. Let us all work in synergy and with integrity in our research, in our search for excellence. Once again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee and everyone who helped and contributed to the success of this conference. To the participants, I hope that you enjoyed and benefit from your experience at I-CReST 2023. We look forward to seeing you again in 2024 with more discoveries and knowledge to share. And on that note, I hereby officially close the 4th International Conference on Research and Practices in Science, Technology, and Social Sciences. In short, I-CReST 2023. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Yang Berbahagia, Professor Datuk Dr. Hajah Roziah Muhammad Jano, for the closing ceremony speech. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment that we have all been waiting for. I will now announce the winners of the Best Presenter Awards. First off, on behalf of the organizers, we would like to thank all the participants for your submissions. Without further ado, I will now announce the winners of the Best Presenter Awards for each track. For your information, there is an additional award that is exclusively sponsored by the Malaysian Zeolite Association, MIZA, as a special recognition of research work dedicated to zeolites and inorganic materials.
The Best Presenter Award for Biological Sciences goes to Miss Aina Amanina Abdul Jalil. An investigation into the level of knowledge and attitude of analgesic use and its prevalence among undergraduate healthcare students in Malaysia. Next is Best Presenter Award for Physical Sciences. The award goes to Ms. Nur Saadiah Muhammad Ali, Cellulose Agro Waste for Potential Biopackaging. The Best Presenter Award for Information Technology, Engineering and Mathematics goes to Insignio Technologist Dr. Muhammad Nur Hidayat Mat, Effectiveness of Physical Distancing during Congregational Gathering in Minimizing Airborne Pathogen Transmission. Next is the Best Presenter Award for Social Sciences and Humanities. The award goes to Mr. Amir Lukman Abdul Rahman, exploring the potential of TikTok as a supplementary tool for English language learning among students. Ladies and gentlemen, the next 3 special awards are sponsored by Malaysian Zeolite Association, MAIZA. The first special award goes to Miss Z Wei Loh, Mechanical Characterization and Biodegradability Assessment on Waste-Derived Glass Ceramics. The second special award goes to Miss Mazlini Mazlan, Physical Properties of Fired Clay Brick Adding Waste Materials as a Fluxing Agent. The third special award goes to Miss Roshaida Arbain, Production of Glass-Grade Silica Sand from Tin Mine Tailing Sand.
Once again, we would like to congratulate all the award recipients. Now, we have come to the end of I-CReST 2023. We would like to thank you for your participation, contribution, and support of this conference. Hope to see all of you again next year.